Alrighty everyone, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone is having a great Friday so far. Let's go ahead and see who we have in the chat. We have quite a few people in here so far. We have Johnny, Leah, Easy, Cody, as well as Proxy, Lake, Haley, and others who are in the chat who I may have missed. Or if you are just watching and not chatting, glad to have you in here. Oversteer, Logan as well, and everybody else here. Glad to have you. Alright, let's go ahead and switch our scene here. Everything looks good, looking good. So we're going to be live for probably not too long here. This is going to kind of be like an update before probably the main coverage stream. Unless storms end up popping up this early, which I doubt it. But we're going to be going over all the latest model data and everything that you can expect for later on today before things really start popping off here from, from all the way down in southern Texas all the way back up into southern Wisconsin. Very large area under the gun for severe weather today. I think we can probably make it to the 3 o'clock update, so I'll probably try to stay live until the SPC update at 3 o'clock. That way we could see their main outlook, because that 3 p.m. update is going to be like the last update they put out before storms really start popping off for all hazards threat. So let's go ahead and dive on into it. Let's go to our composite reflectivity, get rid of this outlook, and let's see what we're looking with. I woke up this morning and right off the bat, I noticed a severe thunderstorm warning north of OKC. That is definitely something we want to consider. We have had morning convection throughout our open warm sector for much of the day. We have had a bit of heavy to severe rainfall. Severe being a severe thunderstorm. I believe we had a couple special weather statements, and we've had at least one severe, maybe even two, and then we've just had this rain across our open warm sector from southern Oklahoma all the way up into northern Missouri for the last couple of hours. I mean, last 4 or 5 plus hours, probably ever since yesterday's severe threat across Oklahoma and southern Kansas. So there's that. We definitely do have some convection ongoing in the open warm sector. Could be an issue. Let's take a look at our other very important thing, and that is satellite imagery. Now, we did have a whole lot more clearing than expected. If we go all the way back, you can see here's our morning convection right in here. But around that, we actually had a substantial amount of clearing across Kansas, western Oklahoma, even into southeast Kansas, eastern Oklahoma. And then also back up there, I believe we had some clearing back up here in the northern side of our risk area as well. Yes, as you can see in here, We also had some clearing across this area, also across Missouri. So there was just a very thin corridor of morning convection that is inhibited just a little bit of possibly some instability from forming. We'll take a look at that in just a bit. It just updated about 10 minutes ago. So we should have a new meso analysis update on that. But so far, nothing too extreme that I could think or that I think will help today underperform. That convection wasn't extremely widespread, and it was mainly training over the same area. It was mainly over like this region right in here. So it was training over the same region over and over again, which means that it probably affected a lot of the instability up here in eastern Kansas and Missouri. However, because this cleared out relatively quickly, it cleared out of Oklahoma roughly about noon. We didn't have much of Oklahoma was clear roughly around noon Eastern. So I'd imagine we have a lot of instability built up across the western portion of our risk area, and that is very important. The eastern side of our risk area doesn't matter too much right now because as that rain exits, the sun will just heat that up. So if this convection here was back into southern Kansas, western Oklahoma, we'd have a huge issue. That would be a big player for our underperformance factor today. However, that did not occur. So look at that as you will. Personally, I'm not wanting tornadoes today, so I look at that being a bad thing. So there's your instability, and just as I thought, you could see a large area of 1,000 plus 500 instability right in here. Very large area of 1,000 plus cape roughly down in here. 2,000 cape here, 2,000 cape here. So looking really, really good for instability. Just as I expected. You can see a bit of that capping being an issue. However, that should erode almost completely within the next 2 hours. The only area that may still have a capping is back up here into northern Missouri. However, you guys aren't expected to see severe storms for about the next 5 hours or so. So there should be plenty of time for that cap to erode. Taking a look at surface observations, also something I noticed when I woke up. Holy crap, we've got 72-degree dew points out here in south central Oklahoma. So I noticed we are from roughly mid-60s into even the lower 70 dew points across southern Oklahoma, southwestern Arkansas, and just off your screen into Texas. Also noticed we have 60-degree dew points roughly all the way up into central Kansas already. So I feel like our moisture is already overperforming in that sense, that 60-degree dew points roughly in here. It's hard to outline that completely. It goes a lot more west too. But roughly our 60-degree dew points right in here, moving up to the north. So that's where you have 65 plus degree dew points roughly down there. And this is where you have 60 plus degree dew points right up in here, which is definitely overperforming compared to the morning runs yesterday. And even compared to some of the 00Z runs we had last night, this moisture is overperforming by quite a bit. Composite reflectivity, so not reflectivity, my bad. Composite indexes, which this is going to be Supercell composite, definitely already looks favorable. You can already see a Supercell composite of 2 plus across much of our open warm sector here. That's that first darkish blue line right in there that I just drew. That black line is roughly where your 2 plus Supercell composite is. So we are already starting to look pretty good. And notice how that does include the areas that have been seeing over convection and morning convection. So again, I don't think we're going to be seeing that big of an issue because of this morning convection. The main thing I'd be paying attention for is if we see any outflow boundaries left behind there, which those look like light rain showers. So we're going to have to keep an eye on any weak outflow boundaries that may have set up, and those may not be more prominent and obvious until later on in the day. So we'll have to watch for any outflow boundaries that could locally enhance tornado potential and or firestorms off that dry line, because our dry line is pretty sharp. We're looking at a pretty sharp dry line right in here. I can't see where it goes from north of there, but I could tell you the dry line is definitely right in here, roughly where your dry line is. It's hard to say where it goes from up there. I think I can see it like right in here, roughly. Then it goes back up into here like this, and then it may start to turn like that. So your crashing cold front Your cold front looks to be in, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Southeast Nebraska into central western Kansas, even into central northwestern Iowa. So we should see storms fire in not but about 2 hours from now in central Kansas. We're not too far from initiation in central Kansas right now. Let me go take a look at instability there. Yeah. We are not that far from initiation in southeastern Nebraska, central Kansas. Yep. 2 hours from now, we should start to see some bubbles start to fire. There's some little blips firing out in that area. And then in 4 hours, those should be severe to significant storms. So looking pretty good there. Let's go to our SPC Outlook here. So hopefully you can find yourself on the map. I'll turn on cities so you can roughly spot generally where you may be located. So we've got 3 areas highlighted today by the Storm Prediction Center. We have, of course, our general thunderstorm risk, which is considered a level 0. But we have our marginal risk considered a level 1, our slight risk considered a level 2, and our enhanced risk considered a level 3 out of 5 for severe weather. If you are in the yellow or the orange area, that is where we're looking at the potential for severe weather today. The green area could see an isolated severe storm or two, but we're really looking at that yellow and orange area where we are likely going to see severe weather today. We could see multiple instances of severe weather. We could see upwards of 3-inch hail today. We could see damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour, and we could see multiple strong tornadoes. And I do think today has an intense long track tornado being possible. I do think we could see an intense long track tornado today if storms fire off of that dry line, which a few of our cam models have started to attempt to pick up on. So I would definitely be watching out very, very closely if you live in this enhanced risk area. And this 10 significant tornado risk is only down here into Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. But to be honest, I think that really should go through central Oklahoma, back up into central Kansas, maybe even as far north as southeastern Nebraska, and then back down. So really that entire area in here is where I'm watching for the potential of a couple strong tornadoes, maybe even an intense long-tracked tornado. So hopefully they extend that 10 significant risk, because I do believe even up into central northeastern Kansas has some pretty high end potential today. Damaging winds, they did remove the 30% hatched risk for damaging winds, and they did keep a hatched risk, but it is a 15% hatched risk for damaging winds. So if you live inside that 15% hatched risk, that is the yellow outline with the black hatched area in Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Illinois, Wisconsin. That is where we're looking at damaging winds equal to or greater than 74 miles per hour being a possibility. And again, they did have a 30% on this in the morning outlook yesterday, but they have since removed that. Wouldn't shock me if they add that back up here into Kansas, Missouri, and Iowa, and I'll show you in just a bit on why. Hail is the biggest threat for today, so hail is actually our biggest concern. Our main concern is hail, followed by tornadoes, and then damaging winds is the least concern. So if you live in this red hatched area, that is where we have the opportunity to see hailstones equal to or greater than 2 inches in diameter. And we definitely have the possibility to see some hailstones upwards of 3 inches in diameter, especially if we can get any supercells back up into southeast Nebraska and northeastern Kansas. That would definitely be the main area I would watch for very large hail today being a possibility, maybe even destructive hail, roughly 2.75 plus inch in diameter. So that is your overall SPC outlooks. Again, to go through them, there is your tornado risk, 2% in the green, 2% hatched in the green hatched area, 5% in the brown hatched region, and then a 10 significant in the yellow hatched area. Wind risk, 5% in the brown, 15% in the yellow, and 15 significant in the 15 hatched corridor. Hail threat, 5% in the brown, 15% in the yellow, 15 hatched in the 15 hatched corridor, and then 30 hatched in the red contour you see there, also hatched. So there is your overall outlook once again from the Storm Prediction Center. Once again, level 1, level 2, and a level 3 out of 5 in effect by the Storm Prediction Center. Let's go ahead and talk about some model runs here. This is the 17Z HRRR. Now, the 17Z and the 18Z HRRR are going to probably be our last two semi-accurate model runs, because once we get to 19Z, we're going to start looking at the potential for initiation. That model run will come in at about 3:45, 3:50 Eastern. We should see storms firing by then. So the 17Z, the 18Z HRRR are going to be the last two possibly semi-accurate model runs. All right, so over the next hour, really not a lot's going to happen over the next hour. We're going to be looking at about 20Z for initiation. That's roughly 3 p.m. Eastern, roughly about an hour and a half from now. We should start to see some initiation along that cold front across southeastern Nebraska into north central Kansas. We'll continue with that overconvection there across Missouri. Like I said, that overconvection across Missouri shouldn't matter too much. It shouldn't affect our overall severe threat that significantly, because those storms actually may turn into a severe threat, actually. Look at that. Some of those actually turn into a severe threat on the HRRR model run. So we'll have to pay attention to those to see if they do manage to strengthen at all. But right now, it just looks like a mess. So not really too worried about that. But by the time we get to probably close to 22Z, so that's about 5 p.m. Eastern, that's when our main severe threat is going to begin. That's where we'll start to see the potential for semi-discrete supercells firing along that cold front in southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas. We'll start to see some supercells pop up back down here in Oklahoma as well. Although it may be a little bit messy, but we should have some supercells trying to pop up here across Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, and southeastern Kansas. And both of these areas will have the potential for strong tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds. Going into about 9 o'clock, we'll continue with that strong tornado threat across Oklahoma, maybe even back into Texas being a possibility for a strong tornado. You can see here on Supercell Composite, pretty favorable environment across the entire area I've circled here. And then again, 8 o'clock Eastern, go up a little bit further to the north. You can see that's probably where I'm worried about the most. Right in here is where I'm really worried about the most for the potential of strong to intense tornadoes, that area I circled earlier. And you can see decent chance we see some semi-discrete supercells there. And again, even back into Oklahoma. So I would be watching eastern Kansas and northeastern Oklahoma the most. That is probably the main area to watch for today. And then as we go into late tonight, this is about midnight, you can see we end up with a big line. So it would not shock me if the SPC upgrades to a 30% wind risk back up in here. Roughly back up in there. Where we should have some instability left over mixed with our strong cold front pushing along that dry line. And that should create at least the potential for some damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour. And not really, this model run doesn't really show a giant hail threat. Definitely would have a hail threat with these storms in central Missouri. That might have a hail threat, but it doesn't really show that higher end hail threat for today. Probably wouldn't see hailstones any larger than roughly 2-inch in diameter if this does come to fruition. All right, let's go ahead and back out, back to mesoanalysis, back to here. We're going to look at our 500 millibar. That is not good. Our trough is very slow. What the heck is it doing back in the four corners? That is still in Colorado and New Mexico. So that's why today's threat has uptrended this morning. Because your trough is significantly slower than most model runs predicted a few days ago or even just yesterday. So if you don't know what that means, basically that means that our forcing is going to be timed well with our open warm sector. A couple days ago, we were thinking our open warm sector would be up in here, right? You know, where it is now. Our open warm sector there, very favorable environment in this entire area in here. And then our trough would actually be displaced off to the north. So you can see your main jet stream is right in here, and your main trough is right in here. And it is a relatively positively tilted trough. However, you've got a shortwave that is very obviously developing right in this area here. So your strongest jet stream It is a tiny bit displaced off to the north at the moment. Your absolute strongest wind shear is probably back up into northern Kansas. So the main area for wind shear is probably back up in here. We actually can take a look at that. Yep. So you can see your main wind shear is back up in here. However, you're also getting a lot of wind shear down in here, and that's the problem. That wind shear is very much present in eastern Oklahoma already. There you go. See, that's your big issue right there. Plenty of wind shear across our entire open warm sector in the 0 to 1 kilometer. So that is going to be a big problem. And that should only strengthen with time. Yeah, we're really not going to lose that wind shear. And then after dark, we'll probably continue to increase with that wind shear. So I think we are in trouble here. That morning convection may be a little bit of a saving grace. And I say that because it has allowed for the open warm sector to be a little bit weaker in here. However, I still think we're going to be able to recover with that atmosphere pretty well. We'll have to watch very closely over the next 2 hours to see if this stuff just continues to the northeast and starts to die out, or if it strengthens. Which right now, I don't see any type of strengthening. The only storms I think would have a chance to strengthen are these moving up towards Illinois, because those are, actually no, those are in a bad environment too. So we'll just have to watch that convection closely. But definitely this look that I've seen now, if we just take a look again, even at that lower level Gracious, that lower level jet, yeah, that is a very favorable widespread lower level jet of 35 to 45 knots right there. That is going to cause some big time issues. So I'm curious to see what the new HRRR, the 18Z, is going to have. Like I said, that's probably going to be our last semi-accurate model run. Because this trough is in a pretty good spot here. So again, you have, if I just zoom this out, I'll zoom this out really far for you. Your main trough is right in here. And it is a positively tilted trough. But the problem is this jet maximum on the east side of that trough in here. That's your problem, because that is creating an embedded negatively tilted trough. And so that is going to slowly drift off to the northeast. And I don't think it is perfectly timed. I don't think this is like the worst case scenario for your trough, but it is certainly not the best case scenario. And because this trough is not as fast as what most models were predicting, a day or two ago, that's going to allow for more forcing across our open warm sector. So that could create, actually, believe it or not, a bit of an overconvection issue across Oklahoma. Because with our model runs yesterday, it doesn't look that bad, but our model runs yesterday were showing semi-discrete storms. So if that trough speeds up, or rather if that trough slows down, which it did, that might create a little bit too much forcing across eastern Oklahoma. So we'll have to see. We might have a bit of a clustering issue across eastern Oklahoma late this evening into the early night hours. But man, look at all that moisture. Moisture is no issue whatsoever. The good news is also that Dryline isn't as sharp as what it was predicted on other models. You could see we don't have a extremely sharp Dryline. We do still have that embedded Dryline bulge, so that could help to fire some storms in central Oklahoma. We'll just really have to pay attention to how our moisture is doing here. So this is a comparison between the old and the new HRRR. No significant differences, just some minor differences here and there by 1 degree dew point or so. Yeah, I don't think this is moderate caliber. I don't think it's worth a moderate risk at the moment. However, definitely looking more like a, like the SPC is probably going to end up extending that 10 sig tour. I'd be pretty surprised if that 10 sig tour doesn't extend back up into Kansas. Because I think back up into East Central Kansas, that's probably going to be our hot spot right up in here. 2 hot spots for today. Probably back up in here and then back down in here. I think those will be our 2 hot spots. And just to show you here on our last HRRR model run, there's hotspot number 1. Right in there. Hotspot number 1, that's about 6 o'clock Eastern when that really gets going. 5, 6 o'clock Eastern. And then hotspot number 2 really doesn't do anything too crazy on this model run. Until this point here. This is 9 o'clock. And that would be hotspot number 2 right in there. And you can see one supercell. One lone supercell that fires in central Kansas. And it's just ahead of that crashing cold front. So there's your main cold front back down in here. And you have your dry line back down into Oklahoma. So your favored spot for initiation would be just out in front of those 2. And that, I believe, is where the HRRR initiates. Yes. So that would be the area to watch if the HRRR is correct. I'd be watching out there in Kansas. Here's the new HRRR, and you can see that initiates storms here in about an hour. Right about an hour from now. The good news is those would be more on the elevated side of things, so there would not be much of a tornado threat with these. You would not have much of a tornado threat there. Arclitex, you guys are definitely in the risk for severe weather today. I think the main risk is going to stay off to your north-northwest, but definitely watch out for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a tornado or 2 all being likely. Springfield, Missouri, that's a trickier area. There's a lot of uncertainty on when convection will happen in that area, so just stay weather aware throughout the day. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. 1 to 2-inch hail, and a tornado or 2, possibly even a strong tornado, all possible. You're going to be like right on that edge of the greatest tornado threat. Northeastern Arkansas, probably not going to see anything too notable today. You'll have the risk for 50-mile-an-hour winds, 1/2-inch hail, maybe a spin-up tornado, but you are on the edge of the main risk. What about Iowa? Depends on where. Kearney, Missouri. Yeah, you need to watch out very closely, Haley, for sure. But it's very, very hit or miss for you. It's extremely hit or miss up there. But all significant hazards are possible up there. So you can see 2 to 3-inch hail, 70, 75-mile-an-hour wind gust, and a few tornadoes, maybe even 1 strong, are all possible around your area. Let me see. Bentonville, Arkansas. Oh, yeah. You definitely need to be hyper weather aware. For sure. Dead center of that main risk for today. Iowa City. So you're up here in east central Iowa. Again, a lot of uncertainty up there, but you do have, I think the main threat up there will be damaging winds of 60, 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts, very heavy rain, some small to large hail, 1 inch in diameter, roughly. And it depends on the timing. The good news is it's going to be closer to the early overnight hours, like near 1 a.m. before you get storms. And by the time storms get to you, they should be on the weaker side of things. You can see there's not a lot of cape left. There's only some purple colors here, which is not a lot. That means just a little bit of cape. So just some isolated damaging winds there. Even though you are in a significant risk, so a strong tornado can't be ruled out somewhere in eastern Iowa. Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin is the main area to watch if you're around the Madison area. You think Saturday will be bad in Houston? I don't think it will be too rough, nah. Tomorrow isn't very impressive yet on our models. Just some isolated large hail, specifically in West Texas. Isolated damaging winds and maybe a spin-up tornado. Not really an impressive setup tomorrow. Just very widespread heavy rain all over the place. Let's see. Guthrie Center. You're going to be like right where storms fire. So that's a tough one. Definitely going to be seeing heavy rain. But the severe threat's a little bit on the questionable side because you're right on the edge of that main risk. So I would say 60, 70 mile an hour winds, 1 to 2 inch hail, and then a spin up tornado all possible. There is the risk for a strong tornado up here, but there's just a lot of uncertainty on how these storms fire. It's a very uncertain day, that is for sure. When do you think watches could be issued? I think we will see our first watch probably near 4 p.m. Probably in about an hour to 2 hours from now. South Central Arkansas timing. So, really looks like the main stuff's going to be rolling through South Central Arkansas mainly tomorrow. Really, tomorrow is going to be the main stuff with heavy rain and isolated damaging winds. Hopefully, see all this stuff. This is all the stuff. Let me switch to this model. This is the stuff you want to avoid. This stuff up in here. And it looks like, if you're in like Little Rock or south of Little Rock, you might be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, you're in at 2%, so you definitely want to be weather aware, specifically in the overnight hours. Tuesday, Wednesday. Next week doesn't impress me at all anymore. We'll see what models trend towards, but right now I'm just going to get through this threat, and then we can get through Saturday's threat, and then on Sunday we'll really start talking about the other days. Yeah, tomorrow is not very impressive. Here's the outlook for tomorrow. If you're in the yellow area, this portion is mainly going to be 60 mile an hour winds and like half-inch to 1-inch hail. The main area is a little bit further to the west where we could see large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, a brief tornado, and then up to 70 mile an hour winds. And then there's also the chance for 60 mile an hour winds, half-inch hail, and a spin-up tornado up here. So tomorrow's threat is very widespread, but it's relatively low. Yeah, brother. No, I think my house is like split in half with this marginal risk for tomorrow. They extended that marginal risk, and I think I'm literally like split in half over my house. I'm barely either in that or out of that. Yeah, I think we'll get an MCD towards the end of this hour. We'll probably end up with an MCD towards 3 p.m. Eastern. And that would likely be along the cold front in central Kansas. Likely somewhere in here. Man, I mean, overconvection could absolutely destroy today's threat, man. Because if we didn't have a lot of overconvection, this entire area here would be prime for strong to intense tornadoes. But because of overconvection, it's not even close to as prime as what it could be. I think our peak tornado threat will be from roughly 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. tonight, Eastern. Yeah, and then look at all this overconvection too. Look at all that. You can barely see it on the east or on the right side of your screen. Don't know why I said east. The right side of your screen. All that overconvection just destroys Iowa's threat. So we'll have to see. The NAM also shows that overconvection being a big issue too. Yeah, looking at the 18Z. OKC does have a chance to see a supercell. I would say the a little bit east of OKC is probably the best spot to see a supercell. OKC all the way back into Tulsa, and then maybe even a sliver of northwest Arkansas. That's really the best area to see supercells if you are in Oklahoma. Let's see if those storms have fired now. They really should have. We should see some... Yeah. There you go. That's already some signs of some storms firing. Now, these will stay very, very weak for the next 2 hours. These should not mature well until about 4. So this is 4 o'clock right here. 4 p.m. is when those storms should start to mature a bit better. Any real risk in DFW tonight? There's definitely the risk for severe weather, definitely. It's still very hit or miss, though. You could see this model run here has storms like south of DFW, and then they die as they go into Dallas and the DFW area. So it's definitely hit or miss, and I would be watching the late evening hours into the early overnight hours. And then you'll also have to watch early tomorrow morning, too. And, I mean, you're in the risk for definitely multiple significant hazards here for today. You've got the risk for a brief tornado, possibly even a strong one, 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds, and up to 2-inch hail. The cap is not going to be much of a problem today. The biggest issue is going to be forcing for ascent. So this is our meso analysis, and you can see here, this is updating right now. This is the new meso analysis. There's not really much of a cap across these areas anymore. We still do have a bit of a remnant cap back up into Kansas as these storms are moving up to the northeast. Yeah, and then still a little bit of a capping issue in southern Oklahoma, but that will erode with time. Lapse rates, 7.3. So I do think these storms are going to need another hour, probably 2, before they can really mature. Yeah, but there's your supercell composite, and you can clearly see where our main threat for severe weather will be today. Right in this area. That's where our main severe weather threat will start today. Now, back into over here, western Oklahoma, we shouldn't see much storms fire out there. These little storms here in southern Oklahoma are in probably our most prime environment right now. Yeah, but look at that. You can already see overconvection is probably going to be an issue. Overconvection is probably going to be an issue with these southern storms. Joplin, Missouri. Unfortunately, you are in a significant all hazards threat up here. You're just removed from the 10 sig, but I would not be shocked if you get added to the main tornado risk here at the next update in 50 minutes. So, few tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong possible. 60 to 70 mile-an-hour winds, and 2.5 inch hail all possible. The good news is that these storms should be a little bit more discreet, but that's also bad news. So it's gonna come down to how many storms we see. If we see too many storms, that's gonna overconvect this area and end up destroying severe weather potential. But if we do get any discrete storms out here in Arkansas, Missouri, or Oklahoma, they will be in a pretty prime environment. So the good news with the discrete storms is it's not going to be as widespread of an area impacted. But the bad news is storms that are able to form will likely be significant. It's not like a whole line wiping through the entire area of Missouri, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. We're not like seeing a huge line sweeping across with all significant hazards here. We're seeing likely scattered semi-discrete supercells. We're hoping for this to actually come to fruition here. If this does happen, this is really bad for the environment. What that does is that will take up the instability, and it will result in a lesser chance for overall severe weather if that does happen. So we're hoping to see a bunch of storms fire. That way they can all connect to each other and take up the environment and not be as severe. And then there will be a line with that cold front, but I think it's going to be relatively weak going into Oklahoma and Missouri. Let me see here. This is the newest model run. It's very messy. It is very messy. You have a very prime environment, but it's just really, really messy. Hold on, let me get this area. So you're just southwest of Tulsa. Really the same ordeal. Everybody in this area is in the same boat. Everyone in here is in the same boat. If we get too many storms, the severe threat is going to underperform considerably. If we get a couple semi-discrete storms, then we're looking at a few tornadoes expected, 1 or 2 likely strong. And if they are discrete, we could also expect hail greater than 2 inches in diameter and wind gusts greater than 60 miles an hour. So we got to have a balance. We don't want in between. The best would be no storms and a bunch of storms, because again, if we get a bunch of storms, they all cluster together and kill the severe threat. But if we get just the amount of storms like this shows, where we have, you know, 1 storm up here, 1 storm up here, over here, that's going to be the problem. If we have a bunch of discrete to semi-discrete storms, I don't think it will go moderate. I don't think it will go moderate. I would be shocked, because there's for sure an overconvection underperformance mode. Let's see here. We got an observed sounding from Norman. Let's go take a look at that. Gracious, if I can even remember how. It's been so long since I've looked at an observed sounding. Let's see. There we go. Observed soundings, 18Z, Norman. So this is a sounding, observed sounding from about an hour ago. And that's actually pretty impressive. Your lower level lapse rates are definitely an issue. Definitely not a lot of surface heating there. 5.4, that's for sure going to help inhibit storms from firing. However, I think that, the sun is going to be out in this area literally right now. If not, it's going to be scattered cloud cover. So that surface heating shouldn't be much of a issue anymore. But other than the lapse rates, it's a decent sounding. Hold on. I just got, NC just got put into a marginal. First chase day? Maybe Sunday. I called that last night with Lucky. Lucky was saying, when do you think the first marginal could be? And I told him this Sunday. And we just got added to that, so. Sunday could be a chase day. I love chasing marginals, like I said. It's not a loaded gun sounding. Definitely not a loaded gun sounding, but it is a pretty good sounding. The main thing is we don't really have much of a forcing mechanism over here in Norman, so I doubt we'll see much in Norman, Oklahoma. Our main threat should be east of Norman. We also got one in Dallas, and you can see Dallas looks pretty good. Definitely worse wind shear, so not as good of a tornado threat if you're down towards northern Texas, central Texas. Not even close to as good of a tornado threat down here as into Oklahoma and Kansas. But this is definitely a decent sounding for some hail. Yeah, maybe some damaging winds as well. Wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado, but this environment will improve a bit more with time. And those are observed soundings again, so that's what's been observed in the atmosphere. In order to take a sounding, I got to switch to a pretty bad model, the NAM3K model, so these are not very accurate at all. But yeah, the NAM3K is not even handling anything correct right now, so if I take a sounding, it's really not going to be useful because the environment will be different. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take one on mesoanalysis. So this is a simulated sounding of the environment that is right now across southwest Missouri. And this was updated just a couple minutes ago. So 1,000 instability, good lapse rates, pretty bad wind shear. That's not the best wind shear by any means. You are a bit removed from that best wind shear right now. And that's why your photograph looks very weird. Decent skew T, though. Not a lot of curvature, so not the best, definitely not in the best environment for tornadoes now. However, that should change in roughly 2 hours. You should improve with that wind shear as we get closer to 5 p.m. Eastern. Let's see here. Give me just a moment, y'all. Okay, so this model's already incorrect. Look what the NAM3K shows for me and Lucky. This is literally like 3 supercells almost over Lucky's house. However, that's not going to happen because I can tell you every single time I looked at this model run last year, out of all the 10 to 20 times I looked at this model between 48 and 60 hours out, it verified 0 times. It never verified. It would always show for a marginal or a slight risk. It would always show like semi-discrete storms, and then day of we'd end up with either a sloppy line or nothing would fire. How's it looking for me, TRG? It's not improved. It's still about the same. I'd still expect the potential for a few tornadoes, maybe even a strong one, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts, and 2-inch hail. I think your biggest saving grace is going to be over convection today. I think over convection is our biggest underperformance factor. There's a chance for a tornado or two, especially in southern Wisconsin, but even if you're in a higher risk for today, if you're in the best chance for tornadoes today, again, tornadoes are still relatively small. Like I said in one of my last live streams, even if you are in one of the highest risks ever, there's still, even in that high-end echelon threat that could be historic, there's still a slim chance that a tornado actually goes down your street and, you know, hits your house. Tornadoes are typically relatively small. It's not like 100, 200 mile wide hurricane making landfall. We're talking about typically they are a 1/10 of a mile to a 1/4 mile wide most of the time. And that is a relatively small tornado. Once you get greater than a 1/4 mile wide, then you are looking at a large tornado. But most of them are relatively small, and the chance that one forms near your area and then goes down your road and hits your street, it's just so low. It is so low. Like I said, even on high-risk days and extreme high echelon days, there's still a very low chance you actually get hit by one. However, it's always a good idea to prepare, just in case. Always a great idea to prepare, just in case you do end up with a tornado. Joplin right now is outside of the 10%. You can see Joplin right in here, and the 10% is back over here. But I do think there is a pretty good chance they expand that 10 sig into Joplin at the update in 30 minutes. So some of this convection further off to the west is weakening, which is a bad sign. That means this environment's going to start destabilizing quickly. So Haley, I mean, if you're still watching, the good news for you is there is rain ongoing around your area or over your area. And if that happens, which it's happening right now, that is taking up the atmosphere's instability. So when storms do come through later, there's a bit of a lower chance that they'll be severe. However, even in the next 2 to 4 hours, you're probably still going to be able to destabilize to some extent. I think we are very close to storms firing up here. I don't think it's going to take much longer. Not sure if this is... Okay, this is some rain showers that are firing, so we should get an MCD very shortly from the Storm Prediction Center. Let me show you real quick. Satellite imagery here. This is out in Oklahoma, and you can see those clouds at the very bottom of the screen starting to bubble up. These are starting to bubble up down in here. That means storms are starting to fire. And then back up here into Kansas, you can see the boundaries are clashing. So you've got your warm, moist air surging north, and then your cold front surging to the east-southeast. And when those clash, that's what's going to create our thunderstorms. And you can see here, they're clashing probably in the next 30 minutes. We're going to see storms fire. Because they are starting to clash right now from western Iowa all the way down into central Kansas. So it should not be long at all before those storms start to explode. We'll see if the SPC ends up issuing a MCD shortly or not. Let's see here. We also got a new Mesoscale update. Again, 19Z. Just to take a look at that again. You could see the 60-degree dew points are now all the way up into here. And you could see these are 40. So if you look at those green numbers, see this one's 60, this one's 57, this one's 57. And then back here, 40 and 38. So your cold front is definitely located right roughly in here. And then it turns into your bit more invisible dry line. How far southwest does that cold front extend? Let me go to here. It doesn't look like there's a well-defined low pressure, but your cold front, you can see these southerly winds here. And then they turn to northerly winds here. So you definitely have a cold front that is in place. Roughly in here. There's a front in place. Don't know how far north that extends. We could take a look at our model runs real quick. Let's see. Yeah, we're not really going to have a well-defined low pressure today until late tonight. Yeah, we've got 2 low pressures today. And both of them will be very weak. Neither of them will be that strong. So if we go to models and we go to our dew points, so that way I can show you. This is a rough estimate of where it is right now. So we've got a cold front extending back up in here, and that goes all the way down into Colorado. And then we have a low pressure that is attempting to form in Kansas, and a weak low pressure that has formed back up into Minnesota. And then this turns into your dry line going back down here into Oklahoma and then all the way back down into Texas. And right where those meet, right where that cold front meets and that dry line meets, which should be in central to northeastern Kansas, that's where storms are going to explode. And if we switch to composite reflectivity, you can see about 3 p.m. they explode. So like I said, in the next 30 minutes, we should start to see some storms firing. That is what I'm thinking. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream with your family, friends, social media to help spread the weather awareness to other people about today's severe weather threat. And also consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all so you know when I go live tomorrow, because we'll likely end up doing a live stream at some point tomorrow. It's going to be hard to live stream both of the threats tomorrow because they're going to be at different times, but we'll probably just go live at the usual 6 p.m. Eastern. You think the models will fail with today like they did yesterday? They definitely will to some extent. Models are never exactly correct. So, our models may be right for what's happening across, what may happen across Kansas, and it might end up being wrong across Oklahoma, or vice versa, or it could be wrong with both areas. There's no way to know. Models always have a chance to be wrong. Right now, Tuesday looks atrocious. I'll tell you that. It downtrended giant this morning. Tuesday looks like it looks like a widespread severe threat, but relatively on the lower side of things at the moment. And same for Wednesday. I'm not really interested in both of those threats, honestly. The closer we get to them, the more they're downtrending. You have a chance for it, Haley, but I can't say if you will or won't get a strong tornado. That's impossible to know. You're in the opportunity for a strong tornado. Yep, here's some of our storms starting to fire up here across southern Oklahoma. I can already tell you pretty good news is that they look like they're going to end up being overconvected. Because it looks like a lot of them are firing. So it's just going to be a matter of time to see which one is the most semi-discrete, and then figure out which one of those are in the best environment. I'm surprised we still don't have an MCD out for both of these areas at this point. Because I think our severe threat is going to ramp up from here. All right, there we go. The lower level jet is what increases the most when the sun sets. It means storms have fired. We already see convection. Convection is rain, thunderstorms, just storms in general. And that's what we're seeing across both areas now. Both of our main areas are convecting. We're starting to see some convection starting up along our cold front and dry line up here. And then we're already seeing a lot of convection firing down here. So we get the SPC Outlook, which is this day one outlook that you see here. This will update in 30 minutes. And if you don't know what an MCD is, what I've been talking about, saying we should see an MCD soon, that is a Mesoscale Discussion. And basically the Storm Prediction Center issues those for a number of reasons. But in this case, it would be to highlight the potential for severe weather and the likelihood of a tornado watch. So an MCD in this case is going to come before the tornado watch gets issued. May storm chase when I'm older. Do you have some tips for how to chase safely? Always carry cash on you. That's probably the number one tip. Always carry cash. Make sure you have a first aid kit. Make sure you have a flashlight. Make sure you have a flare. Make sure you have a spare tire, because you're probably going to end up getting a flat at some point. Make sure you know how to change a flat tire. Make sure your car is completely up to spec with everything. Inspections, headlights work perfectly fine and are great. Make sure everything's up to date with that car. That's the biggest thing, is checking that car. Plan very accordingly. If you're going to the plains, make sure you're planning for hotels, and planning for hotels to also be booked last second, because if you're chasing a big risk, chasers are probably going to book hotels as they land. And really just the biggest thing is to make sure that you have a first aid kit, spare tire, and cash. Those are the main three big things I can think of. And really, the safest thing to do is to get a chase partner. That will increase your safety by an insane amount, is to get a chase partner. Chase with somebody. Of course, also make sure you have a phone and your phone's charged too, and have a battery bank with you, a charging bank. And you can also do something else, like I'm trying to think, a radio too. A radio wouldn't be a bad thing either. That's what me and Lucky have, a radio. So, you know, if we lose cell service, or if we don't have Wi-Fi, we can contact each other on our radios. We often use that for chasing. And if we chase on Sunday, we'll be using it. Let's see, that's probably our storm starting up now. Yep, you can see there's a lot more rain showers starting to spark up here. It's in southeastern Nebraska and north central Kansas, and these should explode. The ones down in here are going to struggle a little bit, but the ones firing along that cold front and Dryline should erupt and explode in intensity. I answered your question twice, conservative model. I guess I'll answer it a third time. You're southwest of Tulsa. You're right here. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's very hit or miss. It just depends if we see semi-discrete storms or not. But you have the chance for all significant hazards, multiple tornadoes possible, strong tornado possible, 2-inch hail possible, 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts all possible. The number one thing we're going to look out for is overconvection, which looks like it's going to end up being an issue. You could see we already have a lot of convection, or some convection ongoing here, a lot of new convection firing down in here. Let's see here. Do you see tomorrow changing at all? Not in a significant way. No. I think the northern mode, we've got 2 modes for tomorrow. There's really 3 main areas. So we've got the far northern mode, which is up here. A brief tornado or 2, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, 1-inch hail. And then this mode is split in half. We've got the eastern mode, which should be a big line with 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust, a brief tornado, 1/2 inch to 1-inch hail. And then the western mode, which will be partially aligned, but also could see some semi-discrete supercells. And if those semi-discrete supercells do fire, they could produce up to 3-inch hail, as well as 70 mile an hour winds and a tornado or 2. So all 3 of the areas are all hazards. All 3 areas are all hazards. The main difference is this one has a larger hail threat than all 3. That's the largest hail threat. There's no reason for today to be moderate. Overconvection is going to be an issue on the southern mode. Overconvection could easily be an issue on the northern mode. And there's too much uncertainty in the middle because we had a morning convection on if we'll end up seeing any semi-discrete supercells. So yes, a moderate's possible, but I would be absolutely shocked if they do pull that trigger. I don't see a reason for a moderate risk today at the moment. Good morning. Oh, Lucky's in the call. He's got to fix his mic. Give him a minute. He wasn't supposed to be home. I didn't think he'd be in call until like midnight, but I probably won't be live at midnight anyways. Thank you for becoming an EF1 member. Use the Force. I appreciate it. Greatly, greatly appreciated. I could see double hatched. I could see a double hatched 5% or a double hatched 10%. That would not shock me. I would not be too surprised with that. That would not shock me. I think a double hatched is a much better possibility than a moderate risk. That would not shock me much. Let me go see. Let's see. 241. Let's see if we got anything from the SPC. Not yet. Good morning, Lucky.
Good morning, sir.
Holy crap. I should have gave you guys another headphone warning.
I'm not even near my mic. I'm actually facing away from it.
I'm going to have to turn you down.
No, it's because I have my mic so turned up.
There you guys go. Much better. Speak.
They could probably barely hear me now.
Nope. You're fine. You're right at the yellow. You were like maxing it out.
Oh, shoot. My bad.
I don't think a double hatched. No, double hatched is not moderate. It's not. I know it's not because I literally looked at it yesterday. Look at this.
Bro's ending the world with his voice.
Here is the Outlook, and you can see double hatched 10% enhanced, double hatched 5% enhanced. Now, double hatched 15% is obviously moderate. You know what's crazy? 15% hatched is no longer moderate. It's got to be double hatched now. So a 15% sig 1 is not moderate. Now that I know that, I think it is almost impossible for today to go moderate. I don't see any way that we get a 15% double hatched.
Yeah, no. Like don't get me wrong. Today looks like a decent setup.
Yeah, but there's a lot of possible bust factors.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a moderate happening at all. Now that I just found that out, I thought a moderate would be a 15% sig 1. But never mind. I think what is going to end up hurting today the most is overconvection. That's what I'm thinking will end up helping today underperform in some spots. But today is just like yesterday. All it takes is one. All it takes is one semi-discrete supercell in Kansas or eastern Oklahoma, and that could produce a long-tracked intense tornado. All it takes is one. Yeah, 30% sig 1 is moderate too. Which that kind of makes sense if you think about it, right? Because there's a 30% chance every 25 miles of a given point for EF2 tornadoes. Sig 2 is when we start talking about EF3 tornadoes. So it doesn't make sense for a high risk to be the chance of EF2 tornadoes. So, if you really think about it, it makes more sense. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate it. Smith, you said look at this area in Michigan. You're very far from radar, so that's very hard to say, but it looks like this is just two cells combining that makes it look scary. There's some very weak rotation there, but I don't believe that that is going to be tornadic enough to produce a tornado. It's probably two cells merging together, and that makes it look like, there's a hook here. I've tried WSV3. It's great. The problem is it crashes frequently on my computer, and it is also expensive. Thank you for the $2 donation, Caleb. Appreciate it. Go down here. You can see, by the way, these storms are really starting to explode in north central Kansas. So, I would expect an MCT to be issued any given second. I'm surprised we don't have one yet. But yeah, it's probably going to get pretty rough here. It's hard to say like how rough for this area, but you're probably going to get a couple of thunderstorms tonight. There's scattered significant thunderstorms tonight. If you get under one of them, there's a chance you could get 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, 2-inch hail, and a brief tornado. However, if you avoid much of those tonight, then either way, you're going to end up getting in this big line as you go into tomorrow morning. So expect 7, 8 a.m., 7 a.m. Central. 7 a.m. Central, you'll get a big line of heavy rain, lightning, and some gusty winds tomorrow morning. But your best chance for a tornado is with any of these semi-discrete storms. However, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to be hit by one because they're going to be semi-discrete. There's not going to be a lot of them. We're talking about not a lot of thunderstorms down here, but ones that do form have a chance to be significant for hail. Central Iowa, you're in the threat for all hazards. Just stay weather aware. There's a lot of uncertainty on how strong the line is going to be when it gets to you, but you are in the chance for damaging winds upwards, actually greater than 74 mile an hour wind gusts, large hail up to 2-inch in diameter, and a tornado or two, possibly even a strong one. There's your SPC Outlook. I can already tell you it doesn't look like there's much change. We'll have to see the probabilities on it, but the enhanced risk looks generally the same. The slight looks generally the same. Marginal looks generally the same. So they may have not changed anything about this outlook. I think the main chance that they could have changed something would be the tornado probabilities. If they changed anything, it would have to be something to do with the location of that 10 sig. Oh, they did. They added a new 10 sig in northern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska, and northwestern Missouri. So we now have a double barrel 10 sig Tor. Now, I can't tell you if they added a double hatched yet because it hasn't loaded in on my end. But I can tell you we now have a double hatched tornado risk. Or not double hatched, my bad. Double barrel hatched tornado risk. Double barrel meaning there's two 10 sig Tors. Roughly in that area. We'll see in just a second. Misspoke. Double barrel tornado risk of a 10 sig Tor, but I don't know, like I said, I don't know if it's double hatched. That's what I do not know. All right, it is not double hatched. So here's your new tornado outlook. It does include Kansas City. So Haley, I believe you are in that 10 significant tornado risk now. So there's your double barrel tornado risk. And it doesn't look like they really shifted this southern one to the northwest like I thought they would. But there you go. No double sig. Wind threat, they still kept that. Yep, they still kept that at a 15 sig hail threat. Well, something looks off here. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something looks off. They put the wrong hail outlook on. That's yesterday's hail outlook. So we have a 10% Sig 1 and a 10% Sig 1 here. So double barrel, 10 hatched, but again, we don't have a Sig 2. There is no Sig 2. That is the Sig 2 right there. You can see there's no solid lines going to the northwest. So there's no Sig 2. They'll fix that hail outlook. Give them about 5 minutes. I'm surprised we still don't have an MCD up here. No MCD on either one of our main areas right now. We get a new HRRR run in the next 10 minutes, but again, not going to matter as much. And there's your MCD. Yep, there's your MCD. Northeast Kansas, Southwest Iowa, Northwestern Missouri. There you go. I was waiting for that. Took him a little while. I'm surprised it took him that long. We'll see what the probs on that are. So peak probable tornado intensity is 100 to 130, which typically means we could see a few tornadoes, maybe one strong. Hail of 1.5 to 2.5 inches in diameter and wind gust of 65 to 80 miles an hour on the MCD. And I'm assuming that's going to be a tornado watch most likely. Yes. Monitoring the increasing potential for severe weather this afternoon. Initial severe threat should be large hail and damaging winds with a gradual increasing tornado threat. A tornado watch issuance is likely. I'll skip all of that. While timing of thunderstorm and maturing thunderstorms remain uncertain, the current thinking is that a watch will likely be needed this afternoon around or before 5:15 Eastern. Gracious. Long duration MCD right there. That is a long duration MCD. There's a 80% chance of a tornado watch. This is far from the radar, so it's impossible to say if there's any decent rotation here, but it looks like this is probably just some weak winds. 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts with that. And a lot of lightning. Alright, let's see if they fix that hail threat. Nope, still haven't on my end. Outlooks, hail. Okay, they fixed it on one site, but it's still not out on the other, so I'll wait to show you guys that. But the hail threat didn't change. Unless they changed the hatching of it. But the core probabilities of it didn't change. We'll have to see the hatching when it fixes itself on the SPC. The wind threat didn't change, so it looks like the only thing that changed was the addition of that 10% tornado risk in northwest Missouri, northeast Kansas, southeast Nebraska. All right, let's see this area again. Yeah, see, these storms are going to take a while to mature. I don't know when we'll get an MCD for this stuff. We'll just wait and see. It could be a while before this stuff really intensifies further. But you can already see we're getting a pretty strong storm here already. And I say pretty strong because it's likely going to continue to intensify. There's no reason that it won't. So this will probably end up being a hailer as it goes to the northeast. It's right on that boundary. Right on that boundary, the cold front and the dry line. But our tornado potential isn't that high yet. Our tornado threat will increase throughout the day. Our main tornado threat should be late this evening. Or early this evening, I guess. 6 p.m. Eastern. Early this evening, about 5 p.m. Eastern till about 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm waiting to get this new SPC hail outlook, but they still ain't fixed it. Normally, they're pretty quick to fix it. All right, let's go ahead and see here. Can I turn on... I forgot where the MCD settings are. I guess I have them on? Huh. Weird, because they aren't showing up. Pretty sure I turned them off at some point. Yeah, we do have an MCD out up here across Kansas into Nebraska and Northwest. Is it Northwest Missouri? I'll show you guys the graphic. Yeah, that does include Northwest Missouri. There you go. So that's your MCD. That red area is where we will likely have a tornado watch issued here eventually in about the next 2 hours. 2.5 hours, we should get a new tornado watch in this area. And really, all hazards are tied. The hail, the wind, and the tornado threat—they're all the same. The same color there. They're all this color right here, so they're all equally a problem. They are all equally a problem. Let's see here. Might have just got a new mesoscale discussion. Let's see. Yes, we did, and that is for our storms down in Oklahoma. That is weaker. That's actually for a weaker tornado potential than storms further up north. So that is peak tornado intensity of 85 to 115 miles per hour, hail of 1.5 to 2.5, and then wind gust of 55 to 70. So that's actually a pretty low hazard MCD. Yeah, and it is brown too. So not a lot of confidence in that being a big issue. Given the conditional and convective instability present, these storms will pose a risk for large hail and locally strong surface wind gusts. Lower level photographs appear at least conditionally supportive of tornadoes. However, the extent of this potential remains unclear, particularly downstream. The lower level substance and drying forecast and the rapid refresh output, including forecast soundings through early evening. Interesting. So they're not very confident in a not very confident in a strong tornado threat. That's like halfway inside of the. Oh, there it is. There we go. Yeah, so there's your MCDs. Hold on, I'm gonna highlight those a bit better. If I can remember where it was. Dang it. There it is. Fill those to 40%. 3. There you go. There's your 2 MCDs for watches. This is very uncertain. 60% chance of a severe watch or tornado watch. 80% chance of a tornado watch. So we'll likely see a tornado watch in the next 3 hours up here. And we're split on what we could see down here. If you turn on your tornado outlook, you can see that red outline goes into the hatched area. So not a lot of confidence, it seems like, that the SPC is portraying here for a strong tornado threat. Doesn't seem like they got a lot of confidence. But there's your 2 MCDs. Again, southern one could be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. Northern one will likely be a tornado watch. Get a new meso analysis here in roughly 10 minutes, so we'll be able to take a look at that. And we'll see what that has to say. But yeah, we're going to keep on waiting and seeing what this forecast looks like here. I'll keep updating you guys on new information that we get. Really going to have to watch this storm to see if it explodes. It's not yet exploding, which is good news. Also, we got a new HRRR too. So we could take a quick look at that. Close this all out. Close that out. Get that. Okay. Like I said, these aren't very... once storms fire, the HRRR is not very accurate. So looks like that's not coming in yet. So it's a little bit delayed. 19Z is a bit delayed. Haley, you'll either be one county in it or like one county out of it. There's you're like right, your county's on the line of it. So you'll either be barely in it or barely out of it. Let's see what visible looks like. Definitely a lot of clearing in western Oklahoma. However, we're not going to see many storms fire out there, if any at all. But there's some little pokes here and there of sunshine. Nothing too crazy, though, in our main risk area. What's that rain look like? That rain is moving to the northeast, and it doesn't look like it's strengthening anymore, so that's probably going to help. As that moves to the northeast, that's going to help with better instability up here. These storms should be elevated if they keep moving north like that. I would not be worrying about a tornado threat with these if they keep moving north. They'll be mainly a hail threat, because they're going to be on that boundary or north of that boundary. So I would not worry about a tornado threat anytime soon at the moment. Like I said, our main threat is after 5 p.m. Eastern. So storms are going to be a bit slow to go for the next 2 hours, and then things will probably pick up. Where did Lucky go, by the way? That dude just called and then dipped.
I'm still here.
Oh, sweet.
I'm just, well, doing what I said I was doing when I got back home.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought bro ran off to Walmart on me again.
No, bro. This ain't 2023.
Or fell asleep on stream again.
This ain't 2020. Early 2023.
This dude.
Yeah, chat. I did do that once.
Looking DMs.
I bet.
Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. So again, we're just gonna watch these storms, but they're not intensifying that quickly further to the north. And then to the south, I mean, that's as expected. Gotcha, Lucky.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Lucky sleeps a lot. Not anymore. Not anymore. Tyrion can actually vouch for me for once.
He still sleeps. He still sleeps.
Oh,
It's just
I still sleep. Don't get me wrong. I still sleep. I definitely don't stream as much. Stream. What the? Yo, it's already a long day. I don't sleep as much anymore because I now have to get up really early. And so I gotta go sleep earlier than what I used to. It's not fun. It's not fun. I do not miss waking up at 7 a.m. for school. I do not miss that.
come on, bro. I want to see the new HRRR. I want to see this thing over convect a bunch again. I have a big problem with the HRRR. I love to watch every single HRRR run rendering. I know
Here,
it's not going to be accurate, but I still look at it every single day.
you want to mute me real quick? I gotta ask you something.
Go ahead. This dude. Nope, there's winter storm warnings up in Colorado. Oh, hold on. Let me give you this one, Lucky, because this one... Here, do this. Put this, so the same thing that overlay's on, just double-click it and replace the link with that. And that is for tornado and severe only. You could put the tornado watches on that too, but they clutter up it bad, especially when it's a big event. Can I unmute you now? Whoa. Okay, that looks a whole lot... Yeah, that's what it's supposed to say. That looks a whole lot better. We should probably have a tornado warning right now in southwest Michigan. I'm not going to lie. That is pretty impressive rotation. So, likely an imminent tornado here north of Edwardsburg in southwestern Michigan. So, better safe than sorry. I would be in my safe spot if you are in Edwardsburg, north of Edwardsburg, up into Cassopolis, southwest Michigan. I would be in my safe spot if I am in this area here. Because this could drop a tornado. Yeah, at any minute, really. It's an imminent tornado. It really is. Is that on a boundary? I knew it. I knew it was on that boundary. Yep, it's on the same boundary. Right in here. This is the same boundary that is initiating storms there in Nebraska, except for the big difference is Nebraska has a cold front, so that cold front is pushing along it, which is why a lot of storms will fire here, whereas this is a bit more conditional on if anything fires. But we did get something to fire, and wouldn't be shocked if this is about to drop a tornado. Let's get the analysis radar up here. We'll use the Northwest Indiana radar site. Or Northeast Indiana, rather.
Bro.
There we go.
Seriously.
Hmm?
You should be chasing that right now, bro. You're in a general thunderstorm risk.
I'm in a marginal tomorrow, and then that marginal on Sunday looks good, Lucky. The only problem is it might be late.
Like
Time
how late?
change.
Like how,
Time change. That's gonna save
true.
us. That's gonna
All
mean
right.
we have a whole hour extra daylight. That is gonna save us.
All right. So wait. So what time is it saying?
And right now, some models are saying like 7 o'clock for storms too.
Is like the prime?
Yeah, but it would probably
Th-
still be a bit day at 7 because of that time
For sure.
change.
The sun's gonna set at like 7:30. Cause,
Uh,
cause it already sets at 6:30.
I don't think that is a CC drop bin. This rotation's just starting to ramp up now. So we'll have to give it another scan to see if there's any CC. This could easily drop a tornado and we wouldn't know. And I say that because we are getting 5-minute scans. A tornado can easily touch down, do damage, lift, and completely vanish off of radar in the span of 5 minutes. It can do that in 2 minutes. QLCS tornadoes can do that. Tornadoes embedded in a line. So it would not surprise me. Oh, it is on the ground. We've got a tornado on the ground. We've got a unwarned tornado ongoing. We have a debris signature. So there is a tornado unwarned on the ground north of Edwardsburg, Michigan right now. Unwarned tornado ongoing north of Edwardsburg, Michigan. There we go. Let's go to a 6 panel. That is, oh yeah, that is definitely a tornado. For sure, a tornado ongoing. Look at that. So run to your safe spot. Run to your safe spot right now if you are north of Edwardsburg. There is a tornado on the ground. Potentially a strong tornado. Based off of that velocity. Lofting debris roughly 4,000 feet up. Unwarned tornado. Potentially strong on the ground. North of Edwardsburg, Michigan. Moving to the... Is it moving northeast or east? Northeast. Moving roughly northeast. So make sure you are in your safe spot. And we can confirm this. Everything confirms this. So you have your reflectivity value is there. Rotation there. NROT there. Big ZDR drop there. Spectrum width, you got a yellow ball there. So everything confirms this. Potential debris signature, there is a 100% chance this is a tornado. 100% chance this is a tornado according to radar. And I believe it is. Like I said, we get 5-minute scans here. So, like, we're still 2 minutes from getting another scan. It's going to take us a while before we end up seeing our next scan here. They just issued an MCD up here. A couple strong, severe storms are possible. A weak tornado, 55 to 70 mile an hour winds, and roughly 1.25 inch hail. All possible. So the SPC sees it, but this National Weather Service doesn't see it. So still an unwarned tornado ongoing. Again, we're going to have to still wait probably about another minute before we get another scan. Just to zoom out once again, just so you know where this is Southwest Michigan. So you can see here's Indiana. Here's Michigan, Ohio. Michigan, southwestern Michigan, and north of Edwardsburg in southwestern Michigan.
All right, hold on.
Tornado warning. Look at the overlay at the bottom. There you go. We just got a tornado warning.
I was just about to say that.
Radar indicated.
Radar indicated.
Yep. It's yesterday all over again. If you didn't know,
Oh, no.
yesterday we had multiple strong tornadoes and they never went observed until we ended up with a PDS warning like 40 minutes after the first one dropped.
Oh. All right, I'll be back.
They'll probably end up observing this shortly. They're likely waiting one more scan to confirm that it is still ongoing. But at least it is now warned. That is really good. Gracious, that's a huge MCD. What the heck? Did you see that? Weatherwise just updated. I just closed it. Weatherwise just put out an update. I don't know what it was. Weatherwise just put out a real-time update. That's why I didn't hear the beep. Yeah, that's still ongoing. We still have a tornado warning now ongoing, and a tornado is still ongoing inside the warned area now. So, if you are in this red polygon, southwestern Michigan, once again, make sure you are in your safe spot. If you don't know where your safe spot is, the best safe spot is in a storm shelter that is underground. Also very good is a basement. Your basement away from all doors and windows. Also very good is an above ground storm shelter. Also really good. If you don't have any of those three, the next best thing is the most interior room away from all doors and windows on the lowest floor of your home. Typically, it's going to be a bathroom or an interior closet. Make sure you get either in the bathtub or get low in the closet. You can put a mattress above your head if you can. Wear a helmet. Make sure you have shoes on just in case. And make sure in your tornado shelter, hopefully, because your tornado preparedness plan, we mentioned this stuff in early February. You already have your foods already in there, water's in there, canned goods, just in case you are trapped in there for a little bit after this tornado goes. Hopefully not over your area, but if it does go over your area, at least you are ready just in case. This does seem like a decently populated area. Let me go see how many people are inside this tornado warning. There are 21,000. Yeah, that is definitely populated. That is very populated. So once again, if you are just now tuning in, we had a unwarned tornado ongoing north of Edwardsburg. It is now tornado warned. However, it is still unconfirmed, as this tornado is likely still on the ground and ongoing, now barely northeast of Edwardsburg in southwestern Michigan. So if you are again in this polygon, it is in southwestern Michigan, not exactly an area we were expecting to cover today. Make sure you are in your safe spot. We'll probably get another scan here in about a minute, maybe two. And if you're wondering how we got a tornado up here, well, I can show you very easily. It is a boundary. These boundaries, and it looks like this is likely a warm front boundary. Most likely that is a warm front boundary, and then it leads into your cold front down there. And then again, we do have a dry line back into western Oklahoma that you're not able to see on this. And we have like a weak low pressure. I believe either there's a weak low pressure here in Iowa or it's back up here into Minnesota. And then we have another low pressure attempting to develop back into Kansas. So we have 2, maybe 3 low pressures. And it's right on this boundary. These boundaries can enhance a local amount of wind shear. So when you have a good amount of instability like this pushing along that boundary, it can create a locally favorable environment for severe weather. However, we don't often see mini storms fire along this boundary, so it's a very conditional threat, especially for today. And now sometimes you do get a strong warm front, and if storms ride that warm front, you can get tornadoes. But in this case, this is a more conditional warm front threat. And you can see if we switch over to our supercell composite, you can see this blue line here. That is 2 supercell composite, which is favorable for tornadoes. Switch over to your lower level wind shear. Look at that, right barely in that favorable wind shear of 100 plus 0 to 1 kilometer wind shear. Barely favorable. And then your 0 to 3 kilometer wind shear, you could see barely favorable. So this is barely in a spot favorable for tornadoes. And you could see this is a hodograph. So essentially kind of think of this as how the storm may look. So your storm, if you get a semi-discrete supercell, it could form a hook like this and then wrap around. So this means that there is curvature with height in this storm. Skew-T, really good. And like I said, the environment is pretty good as well. So we'll continue to watch this as it progresses to the northeast. It is still not confirmed. A little bit harder to tell there. We may still have a tornado on the ground. However, it could be a lot weaker. It likely is a lot weaker. If it's on the ground, it's a lot weaker. If not, it may have already lifted. So either this has lifted or it is a weak tornado still ongoing. So we're going to continue to watch this. Again, we'll get another scan here. It's going to take a little while for a new scan. Oh, there's their new scan, actually. They changed it to 2-minute scans. So the NWS just changed their radar from 5-minute scans to 2-minute scans right there. And you can see this proves that it is likely lifted. So this is what we call fallout. Basically, that is where, pretend that's the cloud, that's the ground. You have a tornado on the ground, right? Tornado's on the ground, it's doing damage. That tornado lifts, and as it lifts, there's still going to be debris falling from the sky. And that is what radar picks up on. Picks up on little branches, 2x4s, maybe some leaves. It's picking up on debris falling because that tornado has lifted. And so that is also why typically your debris spreads out too. So when you see it spread out and lower in value, that means it is fallout. That tornado has lifted and debris is falling from the sky. There is still a weak area of rotation here. So hopefully this does go away. We could potentially still have an extremely weak tornado.
All right. TRG, I'm gonna go on mute. Can you go on mute? I'm gonna do some stuff and then yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Instead of being rude in the chat, how about you use your eyes, look at that thing scrolling at the bottom that literally says the county, the state, the warning, and when it expires. It's at the bottom of the screen. Most of the time, I'm very focused on talking about the actual tornado, and the location is displayed at the bottom. And I've mentioned it multiple times that this is in southwestern Michigan. This may still be a weak tornado on the ground. You can see we do have fallout still. There is still some fallout over here and down in here. However, there's this concentrated CC right here. That's making me think. Yeah, radar says there's about a 90% chance that this is still a weak tornado ongoing. So it may be significantly weaker, and that's why we saw fallout, because the tornado overall weakened, so some of the debris did fall from the sky, but now it is picking up new debris, but it is weaker, so it's probably picking up some sticks, leaves, 2x4s, maybe shingles from homes, but it's probably not doing any significant damage based on how weak those velocities are. So if you are just now tuning in, again, we're tracking what is likely, at this point, still a weak tornado ongoing across southwestern Michigan. And this is moving to the east. There's not a lot of populated areas out here. It is just northeast of Edwardsburg. Moving towards the direction of Three Rivers in Michigan. However, by the time it gets to Three Rivers in Michigan, it will likely be very, very, very weak. Likely dissipated by then. Alright, and you can see we're back to Fallout. We're back to Fallout here, so likely lifted again. We'll have to see what the next velocity scan looks like. Yeah, it is a really good looking supercell, especially for Michigan standards. Michigan doesn't get too many tornadoes. It's still very, very weak velocities, so you still have some debris there. Slim chance that's on the ground. That's very, very weak velocities. But it does have still a very classic supercell look to it. So it can easily strengthen while still being on the ground, or even touch back down very quickly. We did get a new severe thunderstorm warning, although I don't know where. Like at all. Oh, I thought it was Georgia. Alabama and Florida. Severe thunderstorm warning here for Alabama and Florida. You see a pretty good pocket of blue velocities, so that's likely 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Yeah, 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds moving north towards near Hartford and Malvern in far southeastern Alabama. That CC is not lined up. We got to go to this radar again. Thank goodness we're getting scans every 2 minutes. We should get a partial scan here in about 5 seconds. Those storms in southern Oklahoma are likely going to be the storms that end up attempting to produce severe weather later today. There is still, shockingly, a CC that is hanging on here. Look at that. See, this orange, and this is especially the light blue, that means that it's likely weakening significantly and probably is lifted. But look, we went right back to 100% chance of debris. That is still a weak tornado ongoing. It is hanging on for dear life. Like, that rotation is extraordinarily weak. Something really cool about this program, allows you to look at the debris, probability of debris, so you can actually see the track that this tornado took. There you go. Really cool about this product. And you can see it has turned, so it is aiming in the direction of leaving the polygon here shortly. Probably going to be out of this tornado warning in about 6 or so minutes. This is GR2 analysis. One-time payment radar software. The other side I use, which is this is WeatherWise. I use this when I'm going all over the place, bunch of different radars, looking at a bunch of different storms. And then normally when there's a tornado on the ground or something really interesting, I'll switch to the analysis radar and keep this on one specific storm. Oh, there's an update to our tornado warning. It's literally like yesterday all over again. This never got confirmed. One of two things happened here. One of two things here. So if we turn this back on, it definitely touched down and was on the ground here. It either weakened significantly or lifted in here. And we either have a new tornado on the ground or the same weaker tornado. So this was definitely a tornado for sure. And that tornado either lifted or weakened significantly and is still on the ground. So again, either it lifted and touched back down, or it just was a strong tornado, weakened significantly, stayed weak, and now it's trying to strengthen again. And you could still see debris, yep. It's still likely on the ground. And again, it's very close to leaving this tornado warning. But I'm thinking that this is likely going to end up being... significantly weaker by the time it gets out of this tornado warned area and probably lifts. All right, we had some new update warning. You heard that little beep. That means either a new warning came in or a warning got updated. I'm guessing that was that beep was for our updated warning on here. So it depends on what program you're using. For GR2, I just hit the number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4 because I programmed it. Not programmed it. I just changed the keybinds for it. So I can switch between all 4 very quick and, you know, give you a seizure. And then for weather-wise, you hold Shift and you press R, V, C. Hold Shift, R is reflectivity, V is correlation, or V is velocity, C is correlation. I'll say that again because I messed up. Hold Shift, press R is reflectivity, V is velocity, C is correlation coefficient. All right. Now, it's extremely close to, if not lifted. I mean, this is very, very weak rotation now. Very weak. Could strengthen again on the next scan, though. There's still some debris there, so I'm not for sure it's lifted, but that rotation looks a lot weaker. Oh, see, there's still debris. I'm hoping that's fallout, though, and not the continuation of this tornado. So, yeah, we'll wait for velocity here in 9 seconds to see what that shows. And I'm thinking that's going to show it weaker. Yeah, weaker. Look at that. Really good long track tornado, honestly. It's a long track tornado for this area's standards. Considering you guys are in a barely inside a 2% tornado risk, it's a marginal and the setup's very minimal out here. This is a really impressive tornado. By the way, if we go off of criteria, this actually should have been a PDS tornado warning. It hit the radar requirements for a PDS tornado warning. Yeah, because if you look at this, this is 60, 53. So if you just add that, what you got to do is, this is miles per hour. So you add 61 plus 53. That gives you 115. So you go 115 mph to nt, which is knots. That gives you 99. And then you do, of course, 99 divided by 2. And that gives you 49.5. Which is barely, because you're going to round up to the nearest whole number there. That would be 50. So barely hits PDS criteria. I could see why they didn't issue it though, because that's not like well into criteria. You know, if that is PDS criteria, it is barely PDS criteria. And the good news is it wasn't heading for a very populated area. Unfortunately, it definitely hit some residents. It looked like it went over a few homes. But often for a PDS tornado warning, you're also going to need a generally populated area. And then, of course, tornado emergencies. Typically, you're only going to see those when a violent tornado is heading for a city or a very populated town. This could for sure recycle. So we should get a new tornado warning shortly. And extend it off to the northeast. Because this easily could recycle. It is still on that boundary, and there's still a broad area of rotation here. So, yeah, if you are further to the south of that tornado warning, like if you are... It's heading generally this way, so... Let's see. Yeah, roughly that direction. So if you're near Three Rivers or to the southwest of Three Rivers, I would be getting in my safe spot. Obviously, if you're in the tornado warning, you still need to be in your safe spot. But the main area of rotation is outside of that tornado warning, and I think it is still very much capable of producing another tornado. And again, if you are just now tuning in, this is in southwestern Michigan, just to the southwest of Three Rivers in southwestern Michigan. What radars do you use? I use WeatherWise on my browser, and I use GR2 on the main software. I'm probably going to end up doing a monthly subscription for WeatherWise because it's really good. Also, where you buy GR2, I saw you say that you just, in your browser, type GR2A 3.0. And if it doesn't pop up, you might have to spell it out more. Yeah, so you're going to have to do GR2 Analysis 3. Gracious, I actually don't even see the site anymore. No way they removed it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you a link for it. I'm going to send you a link. So here you go. If you want to buy it, there it is in chat. Hopefully you see that link. I know YouTube sometimes doesn't allow it. And you scroll not to the very bottom, but pretty far down. And then I think you get a like a 3-week trial to see if you really like it. And if you do, then I believe it's pricey. I believe it's $250, but it is a one-time payment. It is a one-time payment, which, like I said, I think subscription-based everything is ruining society. So, like weather-wise, that's going to be like I think they have 2 different subscriptions, but it's a lot. It's monthly and yearly subscriptions for WeatherWise. Let me see here. Yeah, it's I think it's 690. A weird number. You'd think they'd just round it up, but I think it's 690 a year for Weatherbell for commercial use. Good morning, Lucky.
Please be in your safe spot. Hello there, sir.
Caught him right when he was talking about the new tornado warning.
Yo.
So, did you fall for that CC drop?
Which one?
The one right now in the clear air slot? Because I know a couple people fell for that already.
Nope, not me.
Yeah, that is not a That's not a tornado right there, by the way, y'all.
I
So,
just got another
oh,
another beep
I just
or
got two
ding.
beeps at once right there. I don't know if I want to have like the beep from the overlay or from weatherwise. Like you guys heard two beeps right there. That's me being indecisive of which beep I want to keep.
So he has both of them in there.
Weatherwise is the one that does like a triple beep. The overlay is the one that does like one beep.
Yeah.
I like both.
Yeah.
Uh,
Honestly, I don't know the. I gotta revisit your video on
on weatherwise,
Yeah, I haven't changed any settings really like that. I
man.
uh I haven't touched by the way. I just been keeping it like basic, like just how I have it installed and whatnot. I haven't
Yeah, it's really awesome. The pro version is even better. It has that radar sweep, and you don't have to pay 2 subscriptions like you do on Radar Omega.
Yeah, I was about to say because I was looking at Radar Omega because I was on it. They have like radar sweeps.
Yep.
Is that a
So,
separate subscription?
yes, you have to pay an additional like 50 a year.
50
Pretty sure it's 50 a year.
pass
So,
pass.
I'm pretty
No.
sure like Radar Omega is like 120 a year, I think, for the
Yeah.
max subscription. Add that on, then you go to like what, 170 a year. And I think let me go see the yeah,
Another beep.
so weatherwise the plus one is 70, which I don't know if that gives you, I don't think that gives you the sweep. Yeah, and then it's 160, so weatherwise is barely a better deal. However, you're going to get a lot smoother radar software, that's for sure, because Radar Omega is so laggy now, and it's a little cheaper.
Yeah.
So I've considered getting it for a month. I might get it for a month, like in April or June, because May's probably going to be inactive. So I have to see. Just to try it
I
for a
don't know.
month.
Yeah, I don't know, TRG. That thing that you sent me about our state, if that happens, bro, you bet, dude. I'm out the field. I'm out in the field so fast, and you can blink. I'm out there. Like if you blink, I'm already in the car driving. Like
That would
not because
actually feature a tornado threat too.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're already under a marginal. Or
It
I
all
am.
depends how
Uh,
fast the line is today. That's what it comes down to.
really? Does it
Yeah.
actually?
Yeah.
So
Because
the
if the
slower it moves, the
line,
better or the faster?
probably the slower it moves, the better.
Okay, so hey, line just for my sake and for my
Y-
car's poor gas tank. You know, the gas tank's gonna just go
It's the
from
cold front
full to empty.
that's probably going to speed up.
Yeah, which is gonna push the line faster.
I think we got a tornado watch, Lucky.
Let me check.
Oh, yep. Oklahoma. Oklahoma. Yep.
Yep, there it is. 50,
50 something.
50 something.
50
All I know is that
40. Ooh. Wow.
that's not bad. That is not
No.
a bad tornado watch.
That actually means that if we get a tornado, there's probably a good chance it will be strong.
Yeah.
Little bit surprising with that one. I didn't expect it to
Yeah,
be
honestly.
50 40. I was thinking maybe like probably
40
40
30.
yeah, 40 20 honestly. I'm looking at the tornado warning. I don't know what you're seeing, Ben. I mean, the hook is insane. Yeah. I see that for sure, but the rotation isn't ramped up too much.
I think he was talking. I think I saw the message. I think he was just talking about the storm in general and about it being in Michigan.
It is crazy that it's in Michigan. The SPC had a 2 sig up here before, but a
That was
2%
just
sig one, but now it's just a 2%. They should have kept the sig risk. Wording on that tornado watch, by the way, is a couple strong tornadoes possible, tennis ball sized hail likely, 70 mile an hour wind gusts possible. And it is for over 11 million people over 3,600 schools, and over 270 hospitals. Very populated tornado watch right there.
Yeah. I was just looking at your chat too. Who was it? Sam. Yeah. Sam said, look how popular Three Rivers is. It is. I just looked it up. As of. Well, okay. I closed it out. My bad. Three Rivers, Michigan population. 2026.
It's heading right
It's
for Three Rivers too.
it's estimated 7,955.
Gracious.
So about 8,000 people.
I can't tell if that's a CC drop or not. I don't think it is. We'll have to see if that rotation ramps up at all, which it didn't on that new scan. That's corruption further north. That is complete corruption. Let me just draw that out. So anything that you see in here is full corruption. You can see that's where the velocity is, the NROT, and the CC. So if there is a tornado, it would be with this area down in here. It'd be with that more southern couplet. Alright, you want me to go back on mute, Lucky?
Dude, all I ask is to see one of these type of storms one time this year.
Man, I'd be happy if I get this in the next 2 years.
Nah, for real.
I've never seen a storm like this before in my neck of the woods. Who knew we'd probably have to take a flight to Michigan to see something like this?
Right? If you would have told me that I would have to go to Michigan to see that type of supercell, I'd be like, no, you're wrong. They only happen in like Oklahoma and Kansas and in the plains. But no, apparently not. Apparently it happens in Michigan too. What's next? North Carolina?
No.
No. Not a chance.
Oh.
Yeah, we can go on mute. Just let me know if you have anything, all right?
Alright.
Alrighty.
Same for you.
I got you. Well, you get a lot of stuff more faster than I do, so but I'll still try.
Alright.
Alright.
Waiting for a velocity scan on this in 8 seconds. This looks a lot better at the moment. I still don't see any good velocity, but it could be on the ground. There's just no great velocity. This says it is. That might be on the ground, y'all. It's just difficult to say for certain. This says 100% it's on the ground, but I'm not so confident in that. And again, this is heading towards Three Rivers, Michigan. It's in southwest Michigan. Yeah, so make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Three Rivers. Again, this is heading very close to, if not right for, Three Rivers. It might go maybe slightly to the north. Hopefully it occludes. If it does that, what it's going to do is it's going to go up like this into the base of the supercell. So hopefully that's what happens. And quick. I think that's a tornado. I think that's a tornado. That's a lot of CC. We'll wait another scan here. We'll look at spectrum width. We'll look at all of our main stuff just to confirm it. And then I'll tell Lucky if it indeed looks like, yeah, that couplet, yep. ZDR, lesser value, spectrum width, yellow ball, velocity present, reflectivity present, CC present. And finally, NROT present, although split, it is present. And just to double check, probability of debris, 100%. That's on the ground.
Is it?
Yep. I just want to tell you just in case you're having a hard time seeing that because it's tricky. But
Yeah,
it's the southern side of that that
Like I
hook.
see it
Yep.
near. Uh, it's near a Broadway Road.
It's not yet in the main part of the town, but I mean, it's about 3 minutes away from that. So likely going to go right into town. Yeah, like Lucky said, very, very close to Broadway Road there. It's in between M60 and Broadway Road.
There's a Walmart 1 minute away from where it's at right now. It's actually
And it's heading right into Three
actually
Rivers.
it's probably getting hit almost
Oh,
right now.
man, that's a reflectivity debris ball. Look at that. That is a reflectivity debris ball. It just hit something big.
What did it hit? Yeah, I see that now. What did it hit?
That's a reflectivity debris ball right there. Huge CC too. So strong tornado going right through Three Rivers right now. The velocity is a bit weaker, but that is a deep CC drop.
And that's the thing. I don't even think it's hitting anything that crazy. It looks like.
Oh wow, that is actually that is a full-on reflectivity debris ball right there, Lucky. That is more impressive than the
What hit?
reflectivity debris ball from yesterday. That is crazy.
It went over this. Look at this. Look at DMs. That's what it went over just now. Oh, yeah, that's what it just went over right now. If you go back one frame before, you'll see it.
Let's see.
But yet again, I don't know how big it is, so I couldn't. I
Possibly
actually couldn't
that.
say. Maybe part of it, maybe. But it almost looks like a very fielded area. So if it's showing a reflectivity debris ball now, like what could it be showing in like the next 2-3 frames?
Yeah.
So y'all need
Because
to
it would
please
be
be in a
like
safe spot.
a little bit behind it before it got that radar scan. It wouldn't be directly over that radar scan.
Yeah.
That velocity though does make me a bit hopeful. Yeah, you could see the next
It's going
scan,
through downtown.
but that reflectivity did die out. There it is, PDS. Radar
Yeah.
indicated? Are we serious?
Bro, no way. Radar indicated
Okay,
rotation.
okay. Radar indicated rotation, but it is a damaging tornado. So this
Yeah, a large
it's a
indicated
radar indicated confirmed tornado, which should just be confirmed like it was
just
yesterday.
confirmed. Cause I
So
don't.
it's a radar confirmed tornado, which means it is on the ground.
I'm convinced they don't confirm it unless someone calls in, says,
Yeah, unless there's a
"Hey, there is
chaser
a
reporting it.
tornado."
Unless it's a
Yeah,
chaser.
chaser. Yeah. Like other than that, I don't think that. I think they're always gonna be like radar confirmed or something.
But yesterday we
Which,
had all confirmed.
yeah.
All were observed. But yeah, we do have a confirmed strong and extremely dangerous tornado going through downtown Three Rivers right now in Michigan.
Dude, that is going like downtown. Oh man, I don't want to see this next game.
Unfortunately, Lucky, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that velocity strengthened over town compared to the last scan I looked. Yeah, it definitely strengthened going into
Oh yeah.
downtown.
Oh man.
Holy crap.
Oh
Wow.
man. I'm scared for this next scan.
Yeah, definitely an intense tornado ongoing here. Again, this is it is confirmed via radar. So even though at the bottom it says a strong tornado could drop at any moment, this is confirmed by radar. So there is a strong tornado ongoing. So make sure Three Rivers. I mean, it's too late if you're not in your safe spot. So hopefully you've been in your safe
Oh
spot now.
wait, I'm trying to see now. I can't really. I mean, I could tell for sure. It's. Oh man.
Yeah, there's your debris ball still. Definitely still a debris ball. Definitely still a strong tornado on the ground. Again, it is radar indicated. So if you read this, radar indicated rotation, damaging tornado. So it is a large and extremely dangerous tornado that was located over Three Rivers, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Velocity did weaken again.
I hope so. I mean, it looks like it. Yeah. That would have been best case scenario, honestly.
Not best case because it weakened, as it was exiting downtown.
Well, I mean, it's still going through
If you
it.
look at the population, there's a huge population on the southwest side.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
And then
So
the
then,
northeast
okay.
side,
Well,
there's a little bit more of trees up there, and then it does continue with huge population again.
I mean, there's an airport near there. Hold on. I want to see something.
Best case scenario would have been it lifting before it even got to town. But yeah, you can see this scan, y'all. This is what I'm worried for. And I mean, look at that. It's right over all of those houses. Not the scan we're at now, the scan before that.
I gotta mute you real quick on my thing. Just I gotta check something. You wanna mute me real quick on your end? I wanna see what I wanna tell you what I'm trying to do.
Sure. Oh yeah, there's the airport you were talking about, Lucky. I see that. Three Rivers. I can't read that. I apologize. This airport right here, though. And it's very close to being hit directly by a tornado. Very close to being hit directly by a strong tornado. So hopefully all the any planes in that area are grounded and they're in their safe spot. I'm just curious to see this velocity scan. We're getting it right now. It's still there. It's just hard to say if it's on the ground or not. But man, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lofted 13,000 feet in the atmosphere, Lucky. That's a bad tornado.
The airport right now. Like it's I can't find it.
The southwest side of Three Rivers, this area right here was hit extremely hard. That is bad. It's that southwest side of Three Rivers. Again, I'll go back to that scan. So you can see here, look at this. So weak, strengthens, touches down right here.
Oh, no.
Weakens a little bit. Strengthens significantly right over the southwest side of downtown Three Rivers. And then it begins to weaken a bit. And it still looks like it's weakening. But right here, this area, that's what got hit really hard. I mean, it's like all homes. It's all homes here. And that's directly where it went over. And again, we could just go up. You could see here. Debris was lofted at least 9,000 feet up, likely 13,000 feet up. We were fortunate enough to be lucky and get a 3D scan of when it was likely at peak intensity. So if we can, let's just zoom that out a little bit more. We'll see if we can see. Hard to see it exactly, but yeah, very difficult to see because it's these pixels right in here. That's where it was, right there. You could see it pretty well from here. See the base of it. That's the meso right there is where your meso is. All right, let's close this out and go back to our current radar. Oh my goodness. Still very much on the ground, Lucky.
Yeah.
That CC got a lot larger.
Yeah. I'm trying to find something.
Wow. So it strengthened again.
Hold on. Wait.
Gracious day. So strong tornado now just east of Three Rivers. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Tier G, I have a hold
Ooh,
on.
it did.
Let me
It looks like it started its occlusion process, y'all. So hopefully it is weakening significantly now, but we won't know till another scan or two. Go ahead. Well, so again, y'all, we do have a strong tornado, possibly still ongoing, just to the east of Three Rivers. So be in your safe spot, Southwest Michigan. Dang. Wow.
or
It's gonna be
what do you
close
think?
to getting north of that boundary.
Oh,
I think it is gonna be possibly getting a little bit too far northeast. It could recycle in the very short term. But once it gets north of that boundary, Cape goes from where it was at 1,500 to 500 or less.
yeah. If you loop the storm, you can already see the storm itself at the, not just don't just focus at the hood, but the whole storm itself
Gracious.
got smaller.
Look at that. So this was our first tornado right here. And then it possibly lifted in here or weakened significantly and then continued. Completely lifted, recycled, and went right through downtown Rivers. Downtown Three Rivers in southwest Michigan. And there's your new scan. See what that has. Weaker, but still a lot of debris. Man, oh man. We should get an extension of our tornado warning here pretty soon. I wouldn't be surprised if they drop that down to either confirmed or radar indicated. We'll see. But whilst we wait for that scan, real quick, I'm going to go back to Oklahoma. We just got our first severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. And it's on one of these supercells trying to spark up here, just northeast of Ardmore. So we're going to have to watch these cells here in south central Oklahoma very, very closely. Because they're probably going to become tornadic in the next couple of hours. And lucky, our cold front did not fire. That was not expected whatsoever. I don't know how that's going to affect anything in the future, but we were expecting explosive development on that cold front in north central Kansas an hour and a half ago.
Oh wow.
And nothing is fired. Okay,
That's
updated tornado warning. I don't know what
oh,
it is.
it just got
Pull it up.
updated.
PDS observed.
PDS observed. Yep. Yep, and that was probably what I sent you, TRG. It's probably what they got it from.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta fix this real quick, and then we'll switch to the observed. There you go. So we are at an observed PDS tornado warning now, confirmed by emergency management. There you go. So emergency management has confirmed that there is a large and extremely dangerous tornado ongoing and potentially deadly. To protect your life, make sure you take cover now. Not 100% sure if it is still on the ground, Lucky. It's not looking like it is. What do you think?
I don't think so. I think it
You think that's
I
just
think it
a
lifted.
heck load of fallout?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. With what I sent you at that time frame, not knowing what it's like a few minutes before that. Wait, actually, wait.
Definitely a lot of fallout, it looks like.
Okay, so this was at
Are you in it?
3:58.
Are you in it? Are you in that tornado watch? I'm pretty sure you are, right? Yeah. When did it get issued? I think it was about 30 minutes ago. It's been a hot minute, actually. It
Oh,
happened as we were looking in
TRG, I hope
Michigan.
it's trying again. It's coming back down. TRG, look at my screen. I have it muted. Don't worry. Look at that.
Oh,
Oh,
wait, that looked like it might be on the ground. That's on the ground. That's on the ground. See the debris?
is it?
It's
Yeah,
back on
I
the
see
ground.
that.
It's back
It
on the
back.
ground.
It just got back on the ground. I'm gonna
It's on
keep
the
this
ground
up just
again.
in case if you want. I just want to make sure. Did Yes, Pete. Yes, I did. Yes,
It
that was
is
my
back
bad.
on the ground. Although it doesn't seem strong on radar whatsoever.
It doesn't, but that just shows you that no matter how storms look on radar, in person it can be a whole different story.
That is very, very true.
Like just because this doesn't have 150-mile-per-hour rotation does not mean that there's rotation there's rotation somewhere and it's trying. Oh, yep. Oh, this is headed right for Minden too.
But yeah, on here it looks absolutely horrible right now, y'all. But there was just literally 1 minute ago, saw it from a chaser feed, a tornado on the ground. I'm assuming it's in that
Uh,
hook echo area, but I'm not sure.
Wait.
It's roughly in here, going to the northeast towards Minden in southwestern Michigan.
Yeah, TRG. I just load for a second. Radar Omega says this is a tornado emergency. Look.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh?
That's what I'm saying. I'm confused what it is. Either way, it's confirmed.
Yeah,
But
but there's a
I'm
heck load of a difference between PDS and
yeah,
Tori.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Mine says
But you see on
PDS.
mine. I mean, I
No,
can
no,
refresh it.
Lucky's is 1 billion% says Tori. I just looked at it. Radar Omega at its fine. It just disappeared. You should have screenshotted it, Lucky. No. No, we should have screenshotted it because it literally said Tori.
No, it did. Y'all gotta trust me on this one.
No, I 100% guarantee that it said Tori. I saw it with my own 2 eyes, and now it says PDS on his end.
But no, y'all no, there's not a Torii.
No,
It's
no
just that's what
Tori. No Tori.
that's
That's
just
just Radar
that's just
Omega.
Radar Omega at its finest.
Yep.
Watch me close it again and it says Torii.
That would be so stupid if it shows it up again. Okay.
Okay,
That's
good.
so dumb.
That's a big that's a big
Yeah, that is a
mess
huge
up.
mistake.
That's
That
a
is a
huge mistake.
yeah, that is giant, dude. Because there's a big
That
difference between PDS and Tori. That is a ginormous jump.
yeah, it made me jump for a second. Like obviously no one could see, but
Didn't another software do that last year? I don't think so. I've never seen that before. Lucky, does that chaser have a view yet of it?
I don't know. This dude won't. Okay, hold on. Mute me.
Okay, make sure you're muted too. Yeah, I don't see anything notable on radar. No, we don't like Radar Omega anymore on this channel.
Yeah, it's. I could give you I could sit here and give you 10 reasons. I'm not going to, but I could.
According to Chaser feeds, it is not currently on the ground. That would make a lot more sense. I don't think it's on the ground, but it still could be as it heads towards Minden in southwest Michigan. Just make sure you're in your safe spot.
Oh, yeah, either way, please be in your safe spot. Just because it's not on the ground does not mean that it cannot be back on the ground within like the next minute or two. These things happen fast, y'all. And I mean fast.
And we're watching also very closely these storms in Oklahoma, as those are in south central Oklahoma. They've fired relatively slow, but now they are becoming more robust. And if we could get a few cell mergers and one become semi-discrete, we could easily see a tornado, possibly 1 or 2 strong, out of those storms as they go into east central northeastern Oklahoma. Let's go back to our storm in Michigan. Let's see. When was this last updated? 3 minutes ago. Okay.
But,
Radar
for
is
what?
saying that this is the tornado down here, but I don't believe it is. I don't think we've got a tornado on the ground.
Michigan, severe.
Yep, I saw that.
Am I late to that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
It was very recently issued. Is that a significant severe? It is. 1.75-inch hail. That is a
Oh wow.
significant
Yeah.
severe. First one of the day. Our
And
first
for
tornado,
possible.
our first tornado warning, our first PDS tornado warning, and our first significant severe were all in southwest Michigan.
Which is not the main risk, I don't think. No.
No, not even remotely close.
Not
It
even
is.
not
It isn't
even
a
close.
marginal, but
It's in a marginal, but it's not the main risk that we were talking about.
yeah,
Still a risk, but y'all get the point.
definitely not where we were thinking a strong tornado could happen today.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it was radar indicated PDS because it was confirmed via radar. And then it went observed because emergency management reported a tornado. So PDS warning for 17 more minutes. Our other one expires in 2 minutes. Oh no.
I think
There's
it's
a
trying
report.
again. All right.
All
Hold on.
right,
Give me
this is
one.
wait, hold on, Lucky. Southwest, make sure I'm unmuted. Southwest side of Three Rivers. Numerous reports of significant damage on the southwest side of Three Rivers. Storm chasers and emergency management confirm multiple tornado touchdowns prior to the damage. I say multiple tornado touchdowns. Multi-vortex? That's what it sounds like to me. But yeah, I expected significant damage out of this area. I'm not surprised. There were some Michigan storm chasers. I think it was, I know at least one that targeted up in Michigan. Also, there's a gas leak, a major gas leak now reported in downtown Three Rivers. It is somewhere in here. Main intersection. Yeah, somewhere in here we've got a major gas leak. I believe it's here. I believe we've got a major gas leak roughly in this area. In Three Rivers in southwestern Michigan. Just barely to the southeast of the downtown area, but honestly, I consider this downtown Three Rivers. Let's refresh this so we can get a
I'm
new
back.
radar scan. All right. There's a gas leak in Three Rivers. Major gas leak.
Oh. Yikes. That is not good. Not good at all.
All right, there we go. I'm shocked we haven't seen anything explode in eastern Kansas. I wonder. It still looks like it's moving, so it's not because of like the cold front being late. It's just simply not moving. Yeah, I mean, that's in the slight risk now, so we should start to see more storms fire on that line, on that cold front, as it pushes to the east-southeast. Hold on, let me mute audio real quick. We got a video of the tornado hitting Three Rivers. Yeah, that looks more multi-vortex. Definitely some damage. That is for sure. But that video didn't show any very significant damage, but I feel like that probably didn't show the worst damage, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think it did.
Ben, did you not learn from last night? This is what Ben just said. Is it possible the main area today busts?
Oh no.
Didn't learn his lesson, apparently. Um, it is possible it underperforms. Busts, I highly doubt it. I would be pretty surprised if we escape without a strong tornado in our main risk area. And by the way, just got a tornado watch. New tornado watch just got issued for Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, and southeastern Nebraska. A couple strong tornadoes possible, 2-inch hail likely, 70-mile-an-hour winds possible for just under 2 million people. Probabilities are not yet out on that. Yeah, I think that's pretty good placement of the tornado watch. Surprised it's that small, but I think that's
Yeah,
relatively good placement.
I was thinking that it was gonna be a little bit bigger.
Yeah. But not horrible placement there.
Oklahoma's severe.
Is that the one in southern Oklahoma or a new one?
No clue. Maybe southern.
Oh, it's a new one in southern. Uh, yeah. I'd be watching both of these for a tornado threat in an hour or so. We'll see how the clustering goes with them, but both of those are looking decent right now. Definitely want to watch those. But they're still a little ways away from being potentially tornadic. Meanwhile, this storm in Michigan is still a very well-defined supercell. All right, we got a new meso analysis up here. I think it's 21Z now. It is 21Z. And yes, Lucky, this will be out of the best environment in 30 minutes or less. It's in about 300 cape right now, so it's already left the best environment.
You could tell. Look, well.
Actually, my bad. It's in about 500 cape, 500 to 1,000.
Look at my
for some reason
screen.
the sounding screwed up that I took. So it's got about 500 to 1,000, and it's going to move into an environment with 200. Let me see.
All right, you could just see the storm itself. Like you could just tell it was going out of the cape. Watch. Like it starts off big and that's a little itty bitty. I
Oh
wouldn't call it
yeah,
itty bitty, but you could definitely tell it's shrunk a lot.
yeah, it looks like it for sure. We'll have to see when that hail core dies out. That's going to be definitely something that dies out quickly when it leaves that main instability area. But yeah, I don't think this will last too much longer. Like I said, maybe roughly about another 30 minutes before this is really concluding here. But it's no longer on the ground, no longer PDS. It is down to radar indicated.
Oh wow. I'm gonna tag you in this.
I'd really be watching the storm in Davis, Oklahoma. The one in Mill Creek doesn't have as good of a uh, um, upper atmosphere, I guess, velocity, but this one looks like it does.
All right, I'm gonna tag you. Look at this. This is a damage. It looks like, and some pretty, yeah, some pretty decent damage too.
Let me see.
Unfortunately,
Dang, yep.
yeah, it's not what you like to see at all. And reports say that
It
it hit a
it
Menards store.
it doesn't look like significant damage.
Oh yeah, not significant, but definitely some
Definitely,
damage.
yeah, definitely
Definitely
tornadic
damage.
damage. Yeah.
I'm looking for anything else. So far, that's all I see. Let's see.
Also, new meso analysis, 3,000 instability in South Central Kansas.
Wow.
3,100. Yeah, so if you are in, I'm going to go ahead and call this out now because I think we're going to have some problems in an hour or two. If you are, refresh this. I'm going to give you a good call out. If you are ahead of these storms in this area here, I would be making sure my tornado preparedness plan is ready to be put into action. Because these storms are likely going to end up being tornadic. And if they do produce tornadoes and manage to sustain being semi-discrete, there's a pretty good chance that we're going to end up with a few strong tornadoes, maybe even an intense tornado. So finish those tornadic preparations, your tornado preparedness plan. Let me check wind shear real quick. Oh yeah, lucky wind shear increased significantly.
Where?
South Central Oklahoma. Once these get past like Sulphur, which they're already getting past that area, wind shear goes to 150 plus in the 0 to 1 kilometer, and then it's upwards of like 250 in northeastern Oklahoma.
Wow. So it's gonna have that whole environment to itself. That is,
Yeah, if any of them can stay discrete.
yeah,
But some of
that'll be
these
another factor
are,
too.
yeah, they are a little bit clustered. But either way, even if they stay clustered, as long as they're not too clustered, I'd expect a few tornadoes out of that. And then up here in Kansas, those storms just not firing very well.
All right.
Oh man, lucky.
Yeah.
We also have clearing in front of these storms too. It's not
Oh wow.
significant, but there's definitely clearing in front of those storms in Oklahoma. You can't see it as well on here,
Wow.
so I'll show you here. But look at that. You definitely have some clearing in front. And it's actually clearing out more now, so that should really help with any other issues you have, especially if you have any type of surface inversion. Which we do have a little mid-level warm nose, but it looks like that is eroding quickly. So yeah, I would definitely be extremely weather aware out in this area. Like I said, get that tornado preparedness plan ready to go just in case. There's a chance nothing happens, and you know, if they are semi-discrete, like I said, it's not like a huge line that's going to sweep across all of Oklahoma and impact everybody. There's only going to be a couple of people that end up being impacted by a tornado if we see one form. We're not looking at like a line of spin up tornadoes here. The biggest problem is if a tornado forms, it's likely going to be strong because if it forms, that means it's most likely already in a well a really good environment. It's in a really good environment. It's already discrete. It's already formed a tornado, and it's in a well-sheared environment. That's what I was trying to say. It's in a well-sheared environment. So if one does form, I feel like it's probably going to end up being a strong tornado. Let's go back up here to Michigan. We only got 4 minutes left on this tornado warning. Think it's going to expire, Lucky?
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, yeah. That's just what I think.
I think it is dying out.
Because because of that and where it's going to.
Yep, I agree. That hail core is still there, but it is weakening.
I think they might just keep it
severe.
Yeah, severe like they have it.
Yeah, look at these already all. See how they already have like a curvature look to them? This one, not so much. But they kind of already have that supercell look to them. But hopefully like these in front can cluster up and take up some of the instability. But again, we have that clearing now that is going to really help aid in more cape. I mean, gracious. Looking at 2,000 plus cape all in this area here, all in front of these storms. So plenty of time for these storms to mature and end up going tornadic in the future. Oh, they did continue the tornado warning, Lucky.
They did?
Yep. Union City, Michigan, now under a tornado warning.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that.
Yeah, because it still has a hook.
Yeah.
It's just on a weakening
the
trend.
Structure's there. The storm structure is there that where it could potentially produce a tornado. It's moving into like a
less favorable environment.
Less favorable
Way
environment.
less favorable.
Way less favorable. So
let's see here. Bless you, gracious.
My bad, bro.
Thank goodness the mic cut that out a lot.
My bad, bro. I had to mute my end because I know they would have heard that.
Didn't want to give us a warning over here?
No, I couldn't. It came out of nowhere.
Come on.
I didn't even know I was going to sneeze.
This dude.
Hey, Turgy, I sneezed just a few seconds ago.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for telling me. We couldn't hear.
You're welcome. Yeah, my bad. Thought I'd let you know.
This dude. All right.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Severe Weather.
Really, the only new thing we have right now is that meso analysis. How much? Yeah, 171 0 to 1 kilometer shear is the environment these storms are in now in southern Oklahoma.
That's not bad. That's already not bad.
Yeah, we'll just see if they can really intensify or not. I don't really see a reason why they can't.
It's gonna be one of these two storms, that the one with two storms into severe, the Paws Valley and Wynwood. It's gonna be one of those storms. I feel like, or at least first, it's gonna be one of those storms because I can already tell it's having that structure. It's getting that structure. You could just tell. It's in its early stages still, so.
All right. I'm going to take a very brief break, y'all. If you'll just give me a minute. Lucky, you could just talk for like 1-2 minutes. It'll be a very short break. I will be right back.
Yeah. So, once again, if you're in Michigan, northwest of Coldwater, so Union City, you need to be in your safe spot. You are in a tornado warning. Just because it's not confirmed does not mean that you do not need to be in your safe spot. So please run to your safe spot and wait until you are outside, until they take you out of the warning. Don't wait till a storm passes. Just wait until you get out of the warning. And the storms in Oklahoma, definitely we need to keep an eye on those, especially within the next hour or something could definitely start. I don't know, that northern one too is looking decent. They're both looking decent already, and this is still like their early stages. So we'll have to wait and see. In the environment that they're in, with the shear 173, I think Tirji just said, it's not bad at all. That's pretty favorable for tornadic supercells and tornadoes in general. So just please be weather aware, especially if you're in any of the tornado watches, or if you're supposed to get severe weather today. Please be weather aware.
Good morning.
For the best forecast, go to your local National Weather Service and see what they say. But definitely be ready just in case you get put into a tornado warning. Make sure you have that safe spot ready.
Yeah, what he said.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate
I don't
it.
know. I don't know, dude. Watch those storms in Oklahoma.
My legs were feeling very sore. It's like I got to get up. 3 hours
All right, now
sitting down. My turn.
My turn. All right, I'm going a little break, y'all. I'll be right back.
Now this dude's gonna go to Walmart, get himself some chicken, get himself a 2-liter of soda.
All right, bro. Hold on, I got a order from McDonald's. Hold on.
or he's gonna go to McDonald's.
Wait, today's not Sunday. Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah.
Man, so if
I'll
I
do that
storm chase, I can't even get Chick-fil-A on Sunday. Dang it.
Oh,
I
no,
I
I
would
forgot.
I would love a standing desk, but I don't know if it would fit in my room, and I don't exactly have $500 sitting around.
I also don't want to be standing while I stream.
I'd love to. That would be
I mean,
yeah, and
I'd
you
do
can
it,
change
but
it from standing and sitting. It would really help with circulation and blood clots. That's what you really got to worry about.
all right, yeah, I'll be back.
McDonald's is peak. Yeah, sure. Nah. Lucky's restaurant is peak. He's got some good food there. Low key, just go to Storm Chase so I could get some food from his restaurant. So, still a tornado warning in Union City, Michigan. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. You'll be fine. It doesn't look like anything crazy. I mean, you probably have at least another 2 hours before they get up that way. And the good news is they are further on the west side, so like it's gonna be very close for you. Like if you were in like Tulsa or around Tulsa, like that's where the sweet spot probably is gonna be. Is east of OKC, right into Tulsa, and then like very close to that border of Oklahoma and Arkansas. So there's a chance they stay to your west. But if they do end up hitting you, I'd say about 2 hours from now. Oh yeah, the Dryline. The thing is, the Dryline's not as sharp as what it was modeled. So I don't think the Dryline itself is going to fire. No. I don't think so. I don't think the Dryline's going to fire because it's not as sharp. I think our main problem is going to be this prefrontal convection that we have now across Oklahoma. But our dryline cold front back in Kansas and Nebraska, yes, that's going to fire. And I mean, it's already firing, but those storms are looking. If you're a chaser, they're looking horrible. If you're the general public, they look great. Because they are looking very, very weak, just isolated lightning bolts.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'd be watching Lucky, like you said, those two storms in the same severe warning.
I mean, dude, they might combine into one.
Now that is
What?
something that could happen.
And then I couldn't tell you what's gonna happen. That just would be with the environment that it's already in and what it's already looking like as two separate storms. Imagine it just combines into one big discrete cell. I don't even want to imagine that because that.
And shear only gets better from here on out. So really the only thing stopping this from going crazy is storm mode.
Yeah.
And I think that will inhibit it to an extent. Let me see. See if there's anything new that I missed, y'all, real quick. We still have that tornado warning up in Michigan, but not as impressive as what it once was.
Wait, am I muted on your stream?
No,
Can you mute me real quick?
bro.
I want to ask you something.
All right, go ahead. I hope not. Okay. He's doing it again, chat. Help. I can tell you guys one thing. The HRRR definitely didn't convect as much storms. Tornado warning update. Extended that sucker again. Yeah.
Like, which
That-
radar do we still use?
Well, now we're in between all three. We got the freaking triple point radar hole.
Right?
No, really, look at that. It's literally a
No, it
triple
literally
point radar
is.
hole. Right in the middle. Look at that. It's crazy. I'd say maybe the one in northeastern Indiana is the best, but let me just check. So that is roughly 59 miles. 59 miles on that one. What the heck? 96 on that one. So definitely not the one in eastern Michigan. And I'd say the Grand Rapids one, it's looking through the hail core. So your best right now is in northeastern Indiana. That's the one I would use.
All right.
Is that debris? Hold on, y'all. We gotta
That-
whip out the analysis radar.
Uh,
Lucky, that's on the ground. That's a strong
That's
tornate on the ground.
That is
Yep, that is a
yeah.
strong tornado on the ground, about to hit Union
Wait, hold
City.
on.
It sure is. Oh my word! It's already lofting debris.
Oh, here, look at my screen.
13,000 feet up.
Look at my screen.
Holy crap, y'all! Yeah, we got a strong tornado, intense tornado ongoing. It's huge. We have a large, intense tornado ongoing, lofting debris, 13,000 plus feet in the atmosphere. It's huge. Look at radar debris ball. Lucky, the CC is giant. Oh my goodness! What the heck? It's freaking huge. Oh my goodness!
We're looking at it. The thing is.
Oh my word! This is a huge tornado about to go right into Union City, or barely north. Looks like maybe barely north of Union City. Dude, Union City just got so lucky. Oh my goodness.
Oh wow! Look at that! Look at that whole thing, TRG. That's the
Holy
whole
crap! Again, this is lofting debris already 14,000 feet in the atmosphere. So this is a very intense tornado ongoing. Give me just a moment, y'all.
Oh man, yo, I'm just. Nah.
Holy
This
crap.
is That is a
I
strong
wonder if
tornado.
it's hitting the
Please.
north side of Union City, Lucky.
I think it is. I see. I wish I could tell you right now. I really wish I could.
Oh my goodness. Guys, this might be a violent tornado.
No, I agree. No, I 100% agree.
This may be a
After
violent
what we
tornado
just
here.
saw. Wait, seriously, isn't there like a mode to like what is it? It's like right click
For what?
on GR2 to like look at it better or something. Isn't it like storm motion from radar or something? Or
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you right click on the polygon, storm motion from warning. But yeah, see that doesn't do it justice. I think
uh,
it's actually, look at that. I think it might have actually weakened.
I hope so. All right, well, in this
We'll
scenario,
see
I
next
was wrong.
scan.
I thought this thing was done, y'all. Looks like it wasn't. That little environment that it has, this is what it's doing with the storm. All right,
EF3 max. Okay, Mr.
what?
Pre-Rater.
Okay, we're not pre-rating over here.
You had a debris ball with debris being lofted 15,000 feet in the atmosphere and a visual confirmation of a large tornado with potential horizontal vortices. I kind of think that's lifted now. Yeah, but
I hope so.
boundaries can do work. Honestly, boundaries are way more important than freaking significant tornado parameter. If you've got a tornado latched onto a boundary, which this one is, that can easily get it to be a violent tornado. Outflow boundaries, differential heating boundaries, warm front, which I think this is on a warm front mainly. I wish I could see the chaser feed here. Oh, is that live?
No, look,
That's not
no,
live. Okay.
no, no. I just look how big it was though. Look at that.
It
This is
literally,
live.
like,
Let's see.
before that, when it was left of the trees, it looked like it had a horizontal vortice on that.
You said before the treat. Wait, like before this,
Yeah, a
or
little bit more. Yeah, right there. Look at that on the left side. Look how it expands.
yeah, no, that is
Oh
that
my
not one right there?
goodness. Yeah, I think that's
That,
literally a horizontal vortice right there.
that's literally one right there.
Go back 5 seconds and just watch that expand in real time. It just explodes on that left side of the tornado, the left edge.
Oh,
Did it hit something?
oh!
I wonder if it hit something, Lucky.
It might have. I would not rule that out because what that's probably what that was like right when you said that it was throwing debris
Oh my
13,000 feet
goodness, Lucky, there's houses right on that road
on that road that.
that it
Oh wow.
crossed just west of Union City. Yes. That is
Oh no.
probably the debris that we saw, y'all.
Oh no.
Cuz look at that. This radar, the radar what is it? Radar debris signature, whatever. I forgot what it's called somehow. It wasn't as radar debris ball. There you go. A debris ball on reflectivity. It wasn't as obvious as it was over the street, but once we got a scan after it passed, that's when it exploded. And it really blew up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, those houses, man. That is horrible. Hopefully it missed those houses. And it was very large too, y'all, so it wouldn't shock me if it did hit a lot of those homes. Gracious. So now this is going towards Burlington in south central Michigan, but it does seem like that velocity is weakened up significantly.
You got to think about that. That radar debris ball that far away.
That was extremely impressive. That shocked me like crazy.
Like that far away. Like y'all gotta
Now
like
it's observed.
look
It's observed.
look I can't see much, but look at that. I think that's it right there.
I can't tell if that's on the ground. It could just be a low-hanging
I know,
wall
yeah.
cloud.
Yeah, I can't really tell either, yo. But the way that's the storm looks, hold up. Yeah, the way the storm looks, it looks like it could be right
If you
there.
look
But
on
also,
radar, it looks like a crazy amount of fallout right now, almost over Burlington.
that might be why it's blurry. That might be why it looks almost blurry. One, because of the rain, and two, you never know. That could be debris. I mean, we're far away from
It
the
was
actual storm. But
significantly more violent than the first one, based off of
oh,
debris
for sure.
and
From
based off the
visual
chaser
too.
too. Yeah,
Yeah, no, from visual, not no. It was.
it looked significantly stronger. I think radar shows it. This might have lofted debris. I mean, we may be talking like 20,000 feet up. I'd say at least 14,000, somewhere between 14 and like 20,000 feet up. No, no, I would say maybe 23,000 feet up, y'all.
That's a crazy tornado.
Yeah, I would say higher. I'd say
Oh,
probably
yeah.
between 17 and 23,000 feet up. I'm looking at a cross section of it. Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
because
seeing that, y'all.
this is not, yeah, y'all, this is not scanning hail. I'm gonna show you this. I think we're talking about 20 plus thousand feet up here. Look at this debris. So follow it. Of course, as you go up with height, it's going to be going sideways like this. So follow it. It should go up like this. If it's a tornado, it will go up like that. So if we look at it here and watch, it is going to go up sideways. Not as sideways as I drew, but it is going to go up sideways. And I mean, we are talking about looking at those green to yellow pixels, 20 to like 23,000 feet. We are looking at a very significant amount of debris. And I think this is corruption up here at like 32,000 feet. I believe that's corruption. If we go up to
I hope it is.
32,000 feet, let's see. I mean, who's to say it is, man? Who's to
I
say it
mean,
is? It lines up.
it does. I mean, it does line up.
Now, if we were looking through a hail core, I would say heck no. But we've got a clear beam on this. There's a clear beam right into that tornado. We're not looking through like the hail core like what we were yesterday with those tornadoes in Oklahoma. I would say at least 20,000 feet now, Lucky. I'm confident in 20,000 feet minimum.
All right. Watch the storms in Oklahoma. So, if you loop it, the southern storm split into another cell and is going into that more northern one, and it's gonna probably become one storm, and the most southern storm is dissipating. I don't know if you see that.
Sorry, I wasn't really listening.
All right. The Oklahoma storms.
I'll look at it in a
Uh,
second.
yeah. No, I was just gonna tell you so you didn't have to look.
Oh, okay, go
So you're safe.
ahead.
It looks like the southern storm. You know how we were talking about the two storms. The southern one. Looks like it's split and it's going more north into that northern storm, and the southern part of the cell split is just dissipating. So it might combine into one big storm. It's a possibility. So uh, definitely we gotta keep an eye on that.
I'll go take a look at that too.
Just loop it for like the last 30 minutes. You'll see.
Ooh. Yeah, the velocity, the little jump scare. This right in here, southeast of Rosedale, but it is gonna merge. Is that what you're talking about? What the heck? Let me
Yeah.
close that. What did I do? That's a screenshot of snow. Where did that come from? What the heck? I don't know what I just did. Let's refresh that. Yeah, so when those combine, we'll have to see if that increases tornado potential. That's what it's going to come down to, storm mode. Man.
Oh, I got another. Oh,
And that didn't go PDS, probably because they really didn't have enough time to get it in.
TRG, is that it? Is that it right there? I can't really tell because of the quality, but right here, if anything, that might be the
Wall cloud.
wall cloud.
Yeah,
This whole thing's a meso though.
it doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore, y'all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on the ground, but it definitely looks
Like it
still.
could. It's potentially
That
potentially could
wall
produce a
cloud
tornado.
getting. Oh wow, yeah, the wall cloud's getting huge now. Look at the right edge and the left edge. It almost looks like it's lowering even more. Yo, yo, that's that lucky type of chaser feed.
Yeah, you ain't getting there.
That's that lucky chaser feed type.
Dude's pointing at everything but the potential meso.
At least his camera's not
Man.
facing the inside of the car. That's what my camera would have been doing. It's like, yo, there's a wall cloud, but you're gonna look at me though. Like, there's no point in that. And oh,
Storm chaser
RIP to
video
the chaser feed.
confirms tornado near Union City. Location estimated based off of radar. Yep. It if that report's right, that's even worse, y'all. If that report's correct, I mean we're looking at somewhere in this quite populated area. Thankfully, it seems like it lifted before it got to the northern side of Union City. But unfortunately, it does look like homes got impacted very severely. Chicago shows debris. I mean, yeah, that's how I don't know how many feet up that is, but yeah. It might show a little bit. Yep. The only problem is that easily could be contamination because it's so far, but maybe. It was very intense to potentially violent. Wow, that is insane. Several horizontal vortices were observed in it, by the way.
Oh wow.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute this real quick. Lucky, it did hit a house. The rapid expansion of it was a house being hit. Oh my goodness, Lucky. I'm gonna send it to you. Go to 42 seconds, mute your stream, and make sure you don't click on that and it end up popping up on your stream. It looked like it was probably a house with all the debris that was lofted with that. 42 seconds in.
Oh, is that it?
No, I'm pretty
Oh
sure it was
wow.
behind that. Yeah, it
Yeah,
looked
cause
like
look,
it.
there's the roof.
Yeah, it tore apart a house.
Oh, look at the debris. Look at that. You can see the pieces and stuff. Oh. Oh, look at that, TRG. Look, it starts at very light. Look, just very like light gray, right? And then 3 seconds later, dark gray. Oh.
Wow.
Wow. Dude, that's not good.
Basically, we're talking about I mean, there's really nothing too crazy
Dude,
that I was mentioning there. Maybe it was horizontal vortices you were getting confused on, and
yeah,
basically what that is it's a large
look, it was
tornado.
look at that
It's a large tornado,
on the
so
right side.
cloud, ground, and you have a large tornado. And the tornado is actually so strong that it actually has vortices that can spin around it or to the side of it. So you can literally have like little tiny tornadoes that are coming out of the side of the main bigger tornado and wrapping on either the left or the right edge or even around it, depending how violent it is.
That is crazy, dude.
In this case, we were just looking at the tornado itself from a higher resolution view, from a chaser, and that showed it pretty much a house exploding because the tornado was so strong. It picked up like the whole house. It just shredded it. It looked like or
Y'all
something.
know
I don't know for sure if it was a house. Fingers crossed it wasn't, but whatever
fingers
it
crossed it wasn't.
was just completely shredded apart, man.
Let
Definitely
me
violent.
tell you how I think it was shredded. Look, so I know y'all know those shredders that shred the wood for like trees and stuff. That's what that looked like, but like a house. Like just like imagine that you just see bits and pieces of stuff just falling from the sky,
I mean,
just
it
all
looked.
at once. It was oh
At
man,
first I thought it was the tornado expanding, but the higher resolution video
no.
showed it was just like a house almost exploding, really. And again, this was somewhere likely to the west of Union City, somewhere right in there. Maybe a little bit more west than that. I'd have to go back on the. Yeah, I think somewhere roughly in here. Tagged you in another video. Okay, I'll take a look at it. There's no cap back in Oklahoma, I don't believe. It's really just going to come down to how these storms merge. Right now, they're pretty messy, so. Yeah, there's no cap in the entire state of Oklahoma. It's just going to come down to if storms can be semi-discrete and sustain themselves and not get merged. A bunch of cell merge. Oh, wait. I got another. Oh, wow. That is ultra high res right there. Hold on. Oh, my goodness. That's about as high res quality as you get on Twitter right there. But Proxy just added me in it too. Wow. Lucky, there's another one for you. The start of that is insane.
All right.
Let's see. New MCD. I'll take a look at it in just a second.
Oh, oh wow.
Yeah, that's over in Missouri. Western Missouri, Eastern Kansas.
Oh wow, dude.
Severe watch or tornado watch may be needed. However, there's a lot of uncertainty and with timing. And also intensification of thunderstorms.
Look at that.
And they're talking about this cluster of storms here.
No, that is.
Paul's Valley. Need to watch
Wow.
Paul's Valley. Let me see. Paul's Valley, Oklahoma. Are you talking about like the storm to the north of that, the storm over that, to the west of that, to the southwest of that, to the east of that, to the southeast of that? Like, there's quite a few storms here. I'm assuming you mean north of it, which is this cluster. Me and Lucky have been watching for a while.
Did it do what I say? Oh, it's in the process of doing it.
No, I can't show it because that's somebody's work. No, I'm not allowed to show that, and if I did, I'd probably get either DMCA'd or sued. Now, there's a chance this second video may have been filmed by the general public. And typically somebody in the general public is more willing to give you footage for free, but it doesn't feel right doing that. Now, let me take the best footage you've ever captured and ever will capture in your life and show it on my live stream for free. And for chasers, it's worse because chasers spend thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars a year trying to capture footage like that, and you just share it for free. I will send a link, actually. That is a good idea. I'll do that. I will gladly do that. Just make sure this is muted so I don't accidentally play the audio. If you go to this tweet and you watch that, go to what me and Lucky were really shocked about was, I mean, that is crazy. About 41 seconds. 41 seconds to roughly 46 seconds. Oh my goodness, dude. And then there was a lot of horizontal vortices, maybe even one at the start of that video too. But you could see a few vortices on the side of the tornado. None very, very obvious.
All right, let's
Hello,
go back from
Lucy.
here.
You just missed the most violent tornado of the year so far. Most violent tornado probably ever since July last year.
Yeah,
And,
no, I can
and
see
it was
that. Yeah.
it was in Michigan and a 2%. It was originally 2 sig, but like I said, they removed the sig risk. Appreciate it, Glenn Powell. Appreciate the kind words. No, I was tracking it. I figured you would be, but I forgot you're not like Lucky. Lucky would have slept through it.
What?
Instead of tracking a violent tornado, you normally just sleep through them.
I mean, violent tornado. Now we can talk. Now I might just go hit the like button. If it was just if it went straight to a violent tornado, I'd probably just click it.
New MD in Missouri. Yeah, we saw that one just to show you guys the one that you're likely talking about there. If I can find the MD button, there you go. Boom. We got 4 MDs. Look at that. 4 of them. This is what is it? 40%? Yeah, 40% chance of a severe watch or a tornado watch in the next few hours, and there's a lot of uncertainty on if storms will even be able to strengthen there, and if they do strengthen, exactly when. I didn't check if Haley got into that watch. She didn't. So Haley, you may not be put in a watch today if things go the way some of our models have started to shift. It's a very favorable environment. It just doesn't look like we will see a much convection there. That's the thing. This convection is all sloppy, so it moves off to the northeast, and then behind that, there's really nothing to move towards that more favorable environment.
Let's see. You know that tornado warning is still in effect for another 25 minutes, y'all. So please be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot.
HRRR has big problems after 6 o'clock. Let's see, that's 7. Yeah, really 6 o'clock is when things pop up on the HRRR, but could be dead wrong. There's a new severe warning now, just east of OKC.
Oh no, I think it's gonna. I say give this storm like 30 minutes, because it just got hit with like a cell merger, the one I was talking about.
Yep. The problem is when it's done with that one, is it going to be hit with another one?
Yeah, we'll see. Actually, let me loot.
As for
It
St.
might.
Louis, I don't really think St. Louis will see anything too significant, but you're definitely going to get a lot of rain and probably some damaging winds very, very late tonight into tomorrow morning. Caleb, you could probably get some light rain, and that's about it. You know how central Illinois performs when you're home. Central Oklahoma, or no, thoughts on Oklahoma? Um, hmm.
Ramping up. If I describe in
Yeah,
two
it
words.
is ramping up, but I'm a bit question mark on the uh over convection side of things. What about Nashville? Yo, what are you doing in Nashville? What the heck? You teleporting? Chaser Summit was like a month ago. That's the wrong city too. Nashville will be tomorrow. Line of damaging winds likely right about roughly 10 a.m., maybe a little later. Roughly about 10 a.m. And I wouldn't rule out a spin up tornado either. So, half-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, which will be the biggest threat, and then a brief tornado, all possible. It should be one big old line, unless something severely goes wrong in the atmosphere, which is wouldn't be the first time it's happened. Makes sense. Huh. Okay, what about that storm in let's see. You see Shawnee, Oklahoma?
Yeah.
Just north of that, about to get a cell merge.
Yeah, I was just seeing that too.
Might be something to keep an eye on right there.
I think almost all these storms, even the one to its west. Maybe watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, at this rate,
Yeah, it just depends on which ones get cell mergers and how many cell mergers they
uh,
get. Do I gotta go back to Michigan?
no, no, no.
Okay.
Look who this is.
Oh. Well, hiya there.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Where's that area? Where's that area? Is that this? Trying to find where that is. Oh, yep, it is this. Is this storm right here?
Tour last night was insane. Yeah, it was crazy. I think the tornado we just witnessed, though, was the strongest one of the year thus far. Like I said, probably the strongest since July.
What's up, Blake Belton? My bad. Definitely, I'm definitely not paying attention to chat. I'm like switching between all these chasers, yo, and they're like scattered all over the place. One's in Michigan, one's in Kansas, one's in Oklahoma. They everywhere. Oh, who's this?
Let's see.
Oh, Tier G. Look at my.
What?
No, that's nothing. It can't be anything.
Scud.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, that thing. Yeah. Seen a lot of that.
Um, I do watch like northern Oklahoma. I don't think anything's gonna fire, but if it does, that's a decently favorable environment. There's a dryline bulge that is set up there. So watch northern Oklahoma, like north
Uh,
of Enid.
TRG, watch the storm and the severe in the southern severe in Oklahoma. Oh wow, yeah, look at my screen.
I mean, that's doesn't look great.
It doesn't look great yet, but it's because it's still trying to get through that cell merger. That's why.
What are the odds I get a crazy shelf tomorrow? It's kind of 50-50. Either you get a dying out shelf or you get a crazy shelf. So I'd say 50-50. I hear a dog.
Oh,
Is that the one
oh no.
bullying the cats?
Yeah, probably. It's probably what the dog's doing right now.
If you weren't here for yesterday's live stream, I loved that. Like he said, he's got 4 cats, 1 dog, and that one dog is the bully of them all. He goes and chases him around.
No, y'all. That like my animals like it is the definition of cartoons. I'm being so serious too. I mean, I
I
don't know, dude.
love
This
it.
thing's trying to get its act together. Look at that.
New problem that is merged. I would be watching 3 storms here. That one's dying out. I'd be watching the storm east of Muskogee, Oklahoma. The one well east of Shawnee, Oklahoma, and then the one also next to that. Lucky, I would also really be watching that one if you want to go to Henrietta, Oklahoma. That sounds very familiar.
It does sound familiar. Why does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's just southwest of Henrietta, Oklahoma. Semi-discrete supercell, a lot of lightning activity. It has a bean shape to it.
Wait, where? Look, hold on. I'm gonna pull. Where?
Southeast of Henrietta, southwest of Henrietta. Wait, is special weather statement. I didn't know it was a special weather statement. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Muskogee, Muskogee, Muskogee. I try to say it too quick, and I'm probably mispronouncing it because of that. Wow, that severe is pretty far west. We got a pretty far west severe thunderstorm warning, Lucky. That's going to go towards OKC. That is in a marginal risk right now, heading towards Oklahoma City. When does Dallas start? There's some rain showers around Dallas, but right now it's relatively inactive, which is a bit shocking. So you guys might not get much until either late tonight or early tomorrow morning. Definitely want to watch out for early tomorrow morning because it will likely be a big line and that will probably impact much of northern Texas. I was going to call that out too. Man, Lucky, all of these are going severe now. We've got 5
Yeah.
severes now in Oklahoma.
Is my thing just not updating? I have 2.
Did you loop radar? If you did, that screws it up.
Oh look.
Refresh.
There they are. Found them.
Whenever you loop it, it stops updating the warnings and sometimes freezes the radar.
This one storm in south of Shawnee is it's possible. I don't know if you've been known that or
I
not.
didn't know that. That was the first storm you called out.
Yeah, that was the first time I called out in Oklahoma.
I wonder if that's the one that the chaser you were looking at's on.
It is. Yeah, look. No, look. It is. So you see the bottom right?
Oh, it is. Yep.
Oh, yeah, that area, bottom right. And then if you look,
What the
right.
heck? There is. There's 2 severes up here in Illinois, Lucky. Bloomington, Illinois, under a severe. Wow.
Oh yeah, could definitely tell you what that's probably gonna produce some very
Gusty
gusty winds.
Yep, I knew you were gonna say
Very
that.
gusty.
I am utterly shocked that we aren't getting anything in Kansas, y'all. I am shocked right now. Because it's a prime environment with a crashing cold front and a prime dry line. That's just recipe for explosive hail. I'm utterly shocked that we aren't getting anything in Kansas right now. So it looks like Kansas may be a big underperformance if stuff doesn't really get going here soon. I think we will get something, but my confidence in a significant severe threat up here has drastically decreased. Man, look at all the severes in Oklahoma, dude. It's getting wild out here. But that's the problem, is there's so many of them. They're all fighting for the same environment, which is why I'm a little bit more interested in like these 3 storms here. This one is already matured. So we'll wait and see. Yeah, lucky, it wouldn't surprise me if that has an upper level meso. That special weather statement near or for Henrietta, Oklahoma.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked either.
Still have 1 tornado warning, but it expires in 13 minutes.
I could definitely tell you there's a meso on that storm south of Shawnee. I'm looking at it.
Is it strong or what?
Nah. Nah. I mean, you could tell me. Look.
Dang, that looks elevated too. That's high up.
Yeah. No, that's pretty elevated. I mean, you could tell by the radar. It does look like it would be elevated. It doesn't look like it'd be like
Yeah,
at
because
the
it's a
surface.
messy cluster.
If this thing can somehow clear out all these storms somehow, some way, I feel like that'd be crazy.
Let me go see Caleb.
Just if you're in Shawnee, Oklahoma, I would just definitely be ready.
Away from doors
Just in
and
case.
windows and close to your safe spot.
Yeah, close to your safe spot just in case you get put in that tornado warning. The storm itself, from a visual feed and radar feed, it does look like a pretty decent storm.
Nah.
I'm not gonna say nothing's gonna happen, but I'm not gonna say something is gonna happen.
Not to Lucky, by the way. I'm saying nah for a tornado that Caleb's pointing out.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, that's elevated, TRG.
I realized that sounded like I was just denying what Lucky's talking about.
No, I just kept talking. I didn't even care what you had to say.
Hey! That's mean.
That's my get back. That's my one-time stream get back.
Lucky, even using the radar you're using in Norman or southeast of OKC, just look due east of that radar and go to that storm in Clearview, southwest of Henrietta. It has a upper level area of rotation. I doubt it's anything towards the surface, but I'm just watching that because it's pretty much semi-discrete or fully discrete.
Oh.
But I don't think any of this stuff is an imminent tornado threat yet, but I do think as these storms progress northeastward, up towards Tulsa, we could be looking at a big issue as they move to the northeast. So we'll see how they look in an hour. We are officially, can't English, we are officially tornado warningless. 0 tornado warnings and 0 significant severes.
For the first time in like about 2 hours, right?
Yeah, because we had that one random storm in Michigan.
No, I think that storm in Shawnee is struggling. I could just tell. Look at it. It looks like it's struggling.
Purple MCD means it could be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know. I think Kansas is going to be like every other year in Kansas, where just nothing happens.
Right?
I remember we had a moderate, I think it was last year, we had a moderate in Kansas and like nothing happened through the day. And then out of nowhere, we just had like a violent torrent in southern Kansas. I forgot what that was. But yeah, I'm just a little surprised nothing's fired because there's like no reason for nothing to not fire. Well, the best environment by a milestone right now, if you look at Mesoscale, like I said, a little surprised nothing's happened up here along that dryline cold front. But the best environment is where those prefrontal storms are in Oklahoma. Not as much clearing now because there's a bunch of storms there, so that environment's actively been taken up now. Yeah, you're right, Sam. I don't know if nothing happened earlier in that day, but the only storm I remember from that day is Kansas didn't perform too well until that happened. Let's go to here.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know about that storm, man.
So
Shawnee,
I believe Three Rivers at Michigan has now completely shut down power in the city on purpose.
yeah. Oh yeah, no, that gas leak too.
I don't know for what reason they shut off the power, but apparently they did. That's not confirmed. That's just possible.
That's what we're getting reports of that.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we don't know how reliable it is.
I'm just relaying that just in case. So I don't know if it is true or not, but there's power outages there, obviously. You can go to power outage map, see there's power outages. I don't know, Lucky. I still don't like that one now near Davenport, Oklahoma, but it might just be hit by that crazy cell merge to the south.
Say the name again.
Tornado warning.
Oh, yep, that's your storm. That's your storm
Ha
that you called.
I'm sorry. Let me not get too excited. I'm just happy I called that out so long ago. I called that thing out when I first saw it. There you go.
Oh, let me mute this. Wait, TJ, can you mute me so that you can listen to this too?
Yeah, go ahead. That's a tornado warning now for Western Henrietta all the way up to Morris and Okmulgee, Oklahoma. You want me to unmute that? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I know that guy too. All right, I'm gonna remute that. Maybe. If he's not on D&D, it probably will. I don't know. That would be hilarious if it popped up on his phone. That person's giving good advice. Man. I mean, it's a good storm. I'm not unmute you, by the way. It's a good storm that is actively tornado one. That's why I pointed it out, 15 some minutes ago. But the question is, can it sustain? That's what I'm unsure about. I don't know how long it's going to be able to sustain. You can see it's got rotation. It's crossing I-40 right now, west of Henrietta, Oklahoma. You might have another scan than me. CC drop, where are you seeing that at? Now remember,
All right,
we're
dude.
far from the radar, so in order for it to be a CC drop, we're going to have to see a really good signature, like what we saw with that
Oh,
violent tornado in Michigan. It's going to have to be a round, deep blue CC. Like, stuff like that, that's not going to be enough to say there's a tornado. What you need, Lucky? What do you see?
don't look at my screen.
I just
Yuck.
did. Lucky. Wait, what did it say?
Bro, that's rude. That's rude.
Okay.
That's just straight up rude, bro.
If that's rude, you don't want to read my chat some days. You guys have been very well behaved so far today. Except for 2 people.
All right. I am now unmuted.
But neither
Wait,
of
hold
those
on. Wait, no,
are
no,
regulars.
never mind. Keep me muted. Keep me muted.
You never were muted. Now you are. No, you weren't muted that whole time. A long time. I muted that, and then I said I'm going to unmute you, muted the stream, and then unmuted you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it is. Yep. Sure has. Yep. Okay. But yeah, the 2 storms I'm most interested in, obviously the tornado warning, but also that one back towards Davenport, Oklahoma. That's the northeast most severe. Yeah, we also got a severe in Indiana. So just, if you're there, Maryville, northwestern Indiana, stay away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. I mean, still watching these storms in Kansas, but not like I was 2 hours ago when I thought they actually had really good potential. Wait, are they moving northeast? Yeah, they're moving northeast. I thought so. So the main cold front hasn't hit them yet, because if the main cold front hit them, they'd be moving southeast. Let's see. Yeah, I think these are going to move northeast, and then once the cold front hits, some of them are going to start moving east-southeast. Still rotation on that storm now in Jackson, Michigan. But nothing like what it was before. It hit that it passed that boundary. So it's only working with like 500 cape now, which is why it's not really doing a whole lot. Still watching this storm too, south of Davenport. Only thing is I don't think it's going to have enough time to do anything because it's got a cell merge that's about to absolutely destroy it. So outside of the tornado warning, there's really nothing concerning happening right now. What the heck is this little guy doing over here? What is that? Like you looking northwest Arkansas.
Hey, little guy.
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks
Hey,
he's
North
trying to
Carolina.
do. North Carolina.
Welcome.
No, that's discreet. We don't get that, Lucky. We
No,
don't,
no,
we
oh,
don't get that.
no. We get those, but those aren't storms. Those are rain showers.
Yeah, except somehow it has a huge shelf cloud on it for no given reason.
Right? Like this high thing, and in North Carolina would have like a giant shelf cloud just
Yep.
rolling through, saying, "Hey guys, bye guys."
Especially if it's in
No.
Charlotte.
Facts. Yeah, facts. Well, all right, guys. Welcome to Sunday's Risk right here.
Yeah. Hey, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't complain though. I really wouldn't. I wouldn't mind seeing
I
that for
mean,
my
yeah,
first
no,
storm
that structure
chase,
in person.
especially with the environment I know that it's in. Or at
Oh
least
yeah,
have
no,
a
not
chance
bad at
to
all.
do something. Look cool.
I gotta charge my drone. I haven't touched that thing since storm chaser season was over.
Hey,
Only thing I took out
next
during the
time, lend
winter.
that thing to me, bro. I'll make sure to break it. I mean, use it responsibly.
Yo, no, yo, bro, watch yourself. That thing was a lot of dollary dues, a lot of hours at the workplace for me to get that.
I'd be too scared to use it. I really would. With how much money it's worth, I would
No,
like
no,
never use it.
no. I'll let you use it one of these storm chases, for sure.
I'll just be too
I'll let
scared
you.
to. I probably won't even use it, bro. I'll be too scared.
All right, guys, you heard it here. Lucky's a drone master in this in
No,
TFT's community.
it's the big thing is because it's your money. If I break it, that's your money
That
down the
too.
drain. I don't want to do that. I don't want to
You
have
gotta
the.
be. I
I don't
gotta be
want
a
to
drone
have. Yeah,
professional.
you got to be the one to break it, not me. I don't want to break somebody else's stuff. No, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I'll pass on that. I think I'll fly. Well, I mean, I think I'm pretty good at flying. I mean,
You
that
ain't
tornado warning
crushed it
storm.
yet, so I think you're pretty
I
good.
and I got a nice wall cloud from that one storm that I saw the end of the tornado with. Dude, no, I
Man,
saw video footage. That dude, no, that was
we
crazy.
got to go back and watch
I drone
that
footage.
stuff because that was crazy. Remember the panorama view you got of the front of the supercell? Oh my
Yep,
goodness.
dude. I went through my camera roll yesterday and I went to those pictures. I was like, man, do I miss chasing? And then Tier G
Yeah.
showed me that ARRR run. I'm like, we back,
You go, we're
baby.
going, we're going. Yeah,
We
no,
back.
no, that's not happening.
Nah, it's not happening at all. And if anything, it's either gonna be linear or nothing, or rain showers.
Lucky did
I'll
break
give it.
my chair multiple times, so I do owe him something to be broken.
Uh, I could give you a glass bowl to break.
Okay.
You
I
wanna
mean,
break
to
a
be
glass
fair,
bowl?
there's a big difference between a $30 chair and a $500 drone.
Yeah, yeah.
You could almost buy 30 of those chairs for one price of Lucky's drone.
Oh god, I don't know if he told you, but he has a new chair for me for whenever I return. I got that news like 2 weeks after I broke it. He said, "Oh yeah, we
Yep,
got you another chair."
I do. It's
I
right
said,
there.
"Really?"
It's right there. It's ready to be broken.
Yeah. What's the over and under, y'all? Do y'all think I'm gonna break it or no?
I think it will withstand the first 2 visits, maybe
You think
3.
so? You think third time? You think third time is
Third
a
time's
charm?
the charm. Yeah.
You think so?
Yep. I'm gonna refresh that thing at the bottom. I don't know how long it's been saying.
Break something like something of Lucky's that's $30.
Because that hasn't changed in a hot minute. I'm gonna refresh that for y'all. Oh yeah, there is a tornado warning. Low key forgot about that. Let me go back over here. It's because it's not very impressive. But I mean, it could drop a tornado. It could drop a weak, quick tornado. Oh, they just changed it. It is still radar indicated.
So yeah, about that Shawnee storm, it gone. It
Yeah.
gone.
Look at it too, dude. Look at that.
That's that Lucky Dome.
But look on the northern one, dude. That thing is gracious. If
You
it
know, I
just
was
had
looking at that
more
before.
time before the cell merge, or after the cell merge, rather. Yeah, more time before the cell merge, it probably would be tornadic in the next 15 minutes.
I'd say 10, honestly, if it didn't have anything around it.
I wonder if it's going to survive this cell merge. What do we think?
Because it's Oklahoma, I'm gonna say yes.
You think it's going to be another repeat of yesterday, surviving all the cell mergers? Although we don't have as favorable of an environment. And it's not on a boundary. That's the big thing. Yesterday, the storm in Michigan was attached to a warm front, and the storm yesterday was also attached to a warm front. So that's the biggest difference between the storms in Oklahoma now compared to the storm in Michigan today and the storm in Oklahoma yesterday.
Man, I'm curious to see about this cell merger. Oh no.
We'll see. We shall see what happens with the cell merge. Uh-oh. He's chasing the cats again, Lucky.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm over here. Big sigh.
Now I'm gonna say that every single time I hear him. Is your dog a he or her?
Her name's Luna.
Okay. Luna, got it.
Chad, say hi to Luna. You know Luna can't see y'all right now. Just say hi to Luna.
That's a nice
Everybody
name.
say hi, Luna. I need to see at least 5 hi Lunas in the chat. I'm looking.
Don't say it. The dog's gonna get closer to the mic and break our eardrums.
Yo, imagine
It's
I'm
getting
looking
louder.
downstairs.
She's getting louder.
There's one.
Oh my goodness.
There's 2.
Dude,
There's 3.
Lucky, it's literally rotating too. As this cell merge
What?
is happening, it's starting to rotate.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I see it.
1, 2, 3, 4,
4.
5.
We need one more. Wait.
That is 5. Can you not count?
1,
6.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6. Wait. Why am I so behind in your stream? I am a whole 23 minutes behind.
Dude, you're not even close as bad as me. I'm a whole 3 hours and 50 minutes behind.
Yeah, you're right.
Here's your friendly reminder to refresh your live stream, as you are probably not close to being live. This should be roughly 10 to 15 seconds behind. So it should be, the time is 5:37 p.m., so this should be 22:37, and this should be, by the time you're hearing this, well, it should be the number that it is and only about 10 seconds, 15 seconds behind.
Oh my, hold on, man.
Thing is, I know not a lot of people have a timer that says seconds, but it shouldn't be that far behind. That's what that timer there is, to make sure that we know what time it is in Zulu time. It's to make sure I know what time it is, and it's to also make sure that you are not too far behind in the live stream. That's the biggest thing. The last one's the biggest thing. It's there to make sure you're not too far behind in the stream. Like, my time says 1840 right now on my other live stream. That's over 3 hours old.
Here, G, I need you to mute me on your stream. Like,
Okay, go ahead. What happened? Oh. Dude. Dang, Lucky. uh... Why is Lucky called Lucky? Because he's lucky. That's actually his nickname. People call him that in real life. I called you by your government name yesterday. Okay. There's really only 3 storms I'm watching right now. Watching this tornado warning. Big time watching this cell. And then I'm kind of watching this one too. That one, kind of starting to watch that one too, just in case. But definitely these 2 up in here. I mean, this one looks like a full-blown supercell. The biggest problem is it's being hit by a cell merge right now. I mean, it's pretty much a classic supercell at this point. It's just being hit by that cell merge, and that's going to really inhibit it from doing anything for a couple minutes. But it could be a big problem down the road once it gets closer to like Kellyville or closer to Bristol. Why the heck does it look like Bristol, Tennessee, where NASCAR track is, but it's spelled Bristow? It's the rip off of Bristol. It's the Bristow. Why what? Bristow, Oklahoma. But yeah, once it gets closer to Bristow and Kellyville, it might be a bigger issue. The good news is right now these are all clustered, so that's what's gonna stop them from doing anything notable for a while. Now I would say they could be an issue going into southwestern Kansas, rather southeastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri. However, the environment gets worse up there. So they're really in the best environment they're gonna be in, at least for now. We'll see at the new observations in 30 minutes or so if the environment's improved. But really, our best environment is right here. That's really our best environment. And these storms back here, like this one here, I don't know if it's in a great environment. I think it is, but it's going over an environment that has probably already been partially used up. Could those kill my environment? No. They're not strong enough and they're not as widespread enough. They're going too quick. Now, if it was like this, where it's practically a full-on line of severe storms, heck yeah. But no, not when they're that scattered and that weak. Are you back, Lucky? For now, but not for long. And he's gone. Just look out your window, bro. Like, what? Oh. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see this. Where is that? Is that in KDTX? KD. Oh, that's in Michigan. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's up there. We just got an MCD for snow. MCD for snow just got issued in Colorado and Nebraska. Proxy, every time you at me, for some reason, after you at me like 2 or 3 times, it blocks it as spam. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to your profile and go to your replies. Oh, that's a video I ain't seen yet. Wow. You could see some horizontal vortices on the front edge of that tornado. That's a huge horizontal vortice right there. Goodness me. Holy crap. Yeah, that's an old tornado. I just got a notification for a tornado warning in Michigan. Is that? Oh, that's a different. Yeah, that's a different storm. This is the one that produced our violent tornado like an hour or so ago. We got a new tornado warning in Michigan for this guy. And you know what? I'm gonna actually take my. I'm gonna get a new analysis radar and get that up there because I want to see that. Hard to say. But this may have been an unwarned tornado. Very hard to say, though. I'm not confident in that at all. But it wouldn't shock me if this was a tornado on the ground and may still be a tornado on the ground near North Adams, Michigan. It would not shock me. Yeah, and I can almost guarantee that this is going to be an issue. This is going to clear out, and this is going to try to rotate as it goes towards Bristow, Oklahoma. So if you are in Bristow, Oklahoma, be extremely weather aware. Pretty confident that this is going to end up becoming a tornadic storm in roughly 30 minutes, maybe less, depending how long it takes with that cell merge. It's impossible to confirm that. You know why? This radar's looking through hail. This radar's looking through very heavy rain and or hail. This radar is significantly too far, and all of these are really too far. So it is impossible to know if that is actually a tornado on the ground or not. Not that. 80 miles, 76, 74. So your best bet is the southwestern radar, but it is still considerably far. So let's go back over here and go to the northeastern Indiana radar, see if that has any type of clarity. Not really. Radar's confident it was an unwarned tornado. I am not so much. Let me see. 4-panel it. Very difficult. Spectrum width. It may have been, but it's very difficult to tell. Not confident. Easily could be hail. Very easily could be hail. And the hail core is strengthening in this too, so not confident in that by any means. Oops, not that. Hold on, I'm going to go look at some new models for me and Lucky real quick because we got the 18Zs rendered in. Nam is still confident we're going to see the chance for some super sales Sunday afternoon. I would almost bet money that that is not going to happen. Let's see. Take a quick look at this. Really no point in looking at all this because it's probably going to downtrend day of. Ooh, okay, well, this model agrees. Interesting. Moisture is probably going to be the biggest issue on Sunday for our area in Eastern NC. Still watching that storm near Paul's Valley, like I mentioned before. My biggest concern is honestly with this storm going towards Bristow, Oklahoma. And then our tornado warning looks like it's starting to die out. Our tornado warning storm.
Hola,
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'm back
Oh,
for
that
again.
tornado warning just got canceled in Oklahoma, actually. Whilst you were gone, we got a new tornado warning on a new storm in, guess what?
Let me guess, Michigan or
Yep, Michigan.
yeah.
So Lucky,
Where?
I know you're probably gonna go pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I'll probably stay here till the latest. I'll probably do 6:30. I mean, I can do 6:30.
Okay.
But yeah, after that, I'll probably go. I'm busy after for the rest of the night. I wanted to be here because it's a big day, obviously.
I'm gonna leave the radar in Oklahoma. I'm gonna go get me some very quick food. It will take like 5 minutes. I'm just gonna eat it
Yeah,
really
I got you.
quick.
All right, I got you.
Just so
Let
I can
me.
get some type of food. I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep the radar in
and then
Oklahoma. That storm in Bristow, I wouldn't be shocked if I come back to a tornado warning in 5 minutes.
all
Oklahoma.
right,
I will be right back. Give me about 5 minutes, y'all.
all right, y'all. So let's see what exactly he left it on. So he left it on. All right. So yeah, this storm southwest of Bristow is definitely becoming a lot more impressive. Um, it's definitely got some rotation with it. If I could show you all velocity, I would. But did it get tornado warning already? It said tornado warning already. Did it? I haven't gotten it yet. Oh, it did. Didn't it? Yeah, it just went tornado warned. Yep, it did. Yep. Look at that. And the other one got. Or no, the other one got dropped. I'm guessing a while ago. I had to refresh. Bristow. All right. So yeah, definitely be in your safe spot. If you're in this 21, please be in your safe spot. Do not hesitate. Just run to your safe spot. Stay there until they take you out of the warning. Don't don't uh don't get out when the storm passes. Just wait until they take you out of the warning. Not worth going out early, just in case if anything were to happen. Just just stay in your safe spot, y'all. It's not worth it. Yeah, so we're gonna be keeping an eye on it, and we have other storms too. Where this is not just the only storm that has fire. We still have storms up in Michigan that we were talking about. We have a lot of storms in Oklahoma. So so yeah, so just please just be weather aware if you're in any of these warnings, even severe. I was just still be weather aware just in case, because they can go tornado possibles. They can go tornado warn. Lucky, can you get a hold of Catman? He is in the path in Tulsa. I can attempt to. Let me see. Uh, I can actually attempt to right here. Hold on. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Never mind. I guess I don't have to. I hate when that happens. Makes me so mad. All right, but yeah. So if you're in this tornado, please be in your safe spot. I mean, it's definitely got that look to it. It's definitely got that look to it. I wouldn't be shocked at all if it does eventually produce one. So we'll keep an eye on it. And I know TRG will, when he comes back, he will definitely keep an eye on it for y'all. Um, but yeah, how's our? Oh yeah, for sure, Ben, for sure. How's everyone's day going so far, though? I haven't asked y'all that yet. Hope y'all's day is, besides all these tornadoes happening, how's y'all's day going? The Bristow tour is heading toward me. Are you in the warning? I did see the pic, Proxy. I did see it. It's sad. Wow.
I'm here.
Multiple fatalities in Union City.
All right.
Look.
And confirmed via
Oh wait, that's not it.
my
Wrong
source is
one. Hold on.
Twitter.
Well, it's a chaser. That's
Oh, okay.
it was that chaser that we were looking at in Michigan. So you never want to see that, y'all. Never want to see it. Oh yeah, it went tornado warning as soon as you left.
I mean,
Like, as soon as you
I'd
said,
still like to see who it is, because
what do you mean who?
who reported the fatalities.
Look, look right here.
Oh
I,
shoot!
I just sent it to you.
Holy
Yeah.
crap!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
That is not what you like to see at all. I think that says Union City, so
Yeah. I imagine that was probably very close to where we saw.
that house.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
look at the cars too. I can't tell if that's part of a car flipped over. If that's a car flipped over.
On the right side of
Yeah.
that
And then
picture.
the left
I
one,
think that,
the metal of that car is like partially mangled.
yeah, no, literally.
And then of course you have a fully slabbed house. Holy crap! Didn't even see, what is that? Two? Is that one or two cars flipped upside down, straight in front? Literally, at least one flipped upside down car. Wow, that is extremely significant damage right there. Any PDS yet? What? Two, I think. Two PDS warnings so far. Both were up in Michigan. If you guys want to see that, I'll send you the tweet. There you go. It is in the chat. Is that yeah, that's by the same guy.
Yeah.
That's by the same guy I sent you I sent y'all with the video of the tornado. So yeah, this thing went tornado 1 right when I left.
Yeah, no, literally as soon as you left. If you go back and stream, you'll see.
I knew it too. It just had the look of it, and then when I realized the cell merge wasn't really gonna hurt it, yeah, I figured. Oh boy, this is going right towards Tulsa. We'll have to watch for the storms behind it, but we could be looking at an extremely big issue here, because we're looking at a environment favorable for long-tracked intense tornadoes, and this thing's going right for Tulsa. So early heads up for anybody around Tulsa. If you are around Tulsa, Kellyville, Hurst, Tulsa, the city itself, Jenkins, Glenpool, Manford, all those areas need to be watching out for a potential tornado heading their general direction in about roughly an hour, 30 minutes or so, 30 minutes to an hour. I don't see why this storm would not produce a tornado, so I am very confident that we are going to have a big issue here for Bristow and especially Kellyville, and if it can maintain even Tulsa. Also got me another bottle of water. I wouldn't have went to go eat if it wasn't my mom's cooking. I can't skip out on that.
Oh,
So I went just
I can confirm.
grabbed 2 sandwiches, ate them in 5 minutes, and then got back here.
I can confirm you cannot miss that.
This dude.
You cannot miss.
This dude's wanting
You cannot miss
tacos
her cooking.
again. He's like, yeah, what do you mean? All right, let's see here. Yep, those storms are finally blowing up in north central Kansas. It's about time. It is about time. I see you, Lucky. Hello, Legacy.
Yeah, bro.
Glad to see you in here. I was hoping you'd join soon. You said roughly 5 o'clock, so 1 hour off. You're not as bad as Lucky. Can't believe that dude went to Walmart when I was live one time and then went to sleep when I was live the next time. Yeah, so once again, just please be in your safe spot. Deepu? Dupu? Deepu? Deepu, Bristow. In Oklahoma. Like, it doesn't Bristow look like the spelling of Bristol and it's just a ripoff of Bristol?
Yep.
Like, I read it. It's like, Bristol? No, Bristow.
I said Bristow when you left.
I mean, if you're in Oklahoma, you know what we're talking about. This storm is in the perfect spot. It's in between the very far prefrontals here, and it's in front of the clustered mess behind it. Now, unfortunately, it's also in a perfect spot, but also in a horrible spot, because in the path of it is 100,000 plus people. Because this is going to be heading right towards Tulsa. Or extremely close to it. It may go a little north if we get more cell merges on the southern end of this southern end of the storm. Let's go back up to Michigan, where we have a severe thunderstorm watch now in effect. Yeah, it looks like they're just going to let that tornado warning expire. They're not going to continue that. Not a lot of rotation on that hook echo, but it is only a matter of time. Trust me, we got a lot of wind shear. Give this thing 10 more minutes, maybe even 5, and we will start seeing that velocity ramp up rapidly. As long as something doesn't go wrong with the environment, which I don't think anything will. unfortunately. I think it's a really good environment.
Let's see.
Oh man, I didn't see that message that Nightbot deleted. I hate when I do that. Right when someone sent a message and it got deleted, I switched my chat to all to update it, and then it deleted the message to where I can't see it again. Yes, I've been live since 1:30 Legacy. Yes. I've been live since 1:30. I planned to be live from 1:30 to 2:30, but then Lucky said he could join at 3, so I stayed live till 3. Then we started getting PDS tornado warnings between 3:30, 4:30, and so we stayed live. And then by the time those stopped, we started getting tornado warnings in Oklahoma. So I was like, shoot, guess I'm staying. I should have a new HRRR here. By the way, Lucky, Sunday looks pretty good.
Really? Don't say that, bro.
Yeah, as long as the HRRR gets on board. The HRRR has horrible dew points. That's the big problem. But I have good news. It is a
No, let me get.
complete outlier. Every other model run disagrees with the HRRR. Like literally, the Canadian, the GFS, the Euro, the RAP, the NAM 3K, the RRFSA, the whole shebang disagrees with the HRRR. I don't know if we'll be looking at tornadoes, but if this holds, you'd definitely be looking at a good hail threat, good wind threat, and maybe even a spin-up tornado. If it holds, which we know North Carolina.
It won't. It won't. Bro, it's going to be a whole new setup at 00Z.
It will on the HRRR because they think the HRRR is handling it horribly.
Yeah, no, it definitely will be. Like,
when does I think that comes out at what? Like, it's either I think it's 8:50.
I think so, yeah.
We're
I
gonna
won't
do
be
the
here for that.
math right now. 2020, 22Z is at 5:50.
When are you and Lucky
So
going to take us chasing with you?
23,
Well,
6:50. Nope, it's
the earliest
7:50. Sunday.
Alright.
Sunday.
Yeah, the earliest could be Sunday. The latest could be next year.
Heck
No,
no.
okay.
I wait until next year. You got me messed up.
No, there's no way. There's no way I don't chase this year.
Honestly,
there's
I
no
think
way I
Sunday's
don't.
a chase day. It's already a day 3 marginal. So
Magic goes day 2 slight.
I don't want it to. I'd rather chase a marginal than a slide almost any day.
Yeah, you're right. Especially in North Carolina. Yeah, I'd rather chase that.
Let me see. There's a little couplet south of Rosedale I've been watching for a long time, but it hasn't been too great. Let me get another. According to a chaser, this is on the ground, Lucky, in Bristow.
All right.
Trying to see if another radar, and not much of a better view there. No longer a tornado warning in Michigan, by the way, just in case I didn't say that.
Oh, what is?
Radar doesn't correlate, but it definitely would not shock me if this is indeed a tornado on the ground. I have to wait to see if we get a CC drop or... Let's see. It just wouldn't surprise me if it's on the ground. I don't have any visual of it, though. From these chasers.
What
What do you see?
Look at my screen. I can't. Okay, it's cleared. Okay. No, nothing.
Looks like really good scud.
It's really good, Scott.
Where's he at?
I don't know. Is that bottom right? Is that this storm that's tornado warned?
I recognize that name, but I don't know where that place is.
I could have sworn I know I recognize it too. Could have sworn we just.
Somebody called it out in chat not too long ago. Let me spell it. Oops. Didn't want to.
I think that is a storm.
It's the far southern one. It's the one.
What?
Yeah, it's the one I'm watching for a brief spin up. The one I called out a long time ago, but it just hasn't got its act together.
Well, I mean, it's looking like it's trying to.
Yeah, this may be attempting to produce a tornado
Oh!
east of Rosedale, y'all.
Oh, look.
Yeah,
No, it's trying.
yeah, this is trying to produce a tornado east of Rosedale, Oklahoma. Is this tour possible? Nope. So just be in your safe spot here. Honestly, if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, at least be away from doors and windows close to your safe spot.
Wow.
But it wouldn't be a bad idea to get in your safe spot if you are directly in front of this storm. So that would be up towards, like, eventually this is going to go near Pearson, Oklahoma. Still no obvious CC drop on that storm for Bristow, Oklahoma. There's no obvious tornado yet from radar. Okay, yeah, that's the storm. So we'll just wait and see the next few scans here and see what it shows.
TRG.
Like, yeah, I think it's just Scud, man. I do think
Hope
it's
so.
I think it's a meso forming, but no, that's not a big wedge.
No, you gotta understand how my heart just dropped because it was in between the trees and it just looked
Yeah.
like it.
I know, I've experienced that so much. I've learned.
I mean, look in the middle of that though. I can't put the camera up like 3 inches, literally. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, this is trying to drop
this
a
is definitely
tornado down
trying.
here. Yeah. It is attempting to drop a tornado.
Oh, look at that where the hook would be at the very end of the storm. Look, is that like 2 pixels of velocities?
Yeah, that's what I was
Or is that
watching. Yeah.
corruption?
Yeah, no,
Alright.
because I was there a while ago too. It looks like this storm in Bristow got hit by a cell merge on the southwest side of it. So that might be disrupting its tornado production at this very moment. And then these storms, thankfully, these storms well out in front. We did have that one tornado warning off of one of these cells, but they've stayed relatively on the clustered side of things. These two areas, and then this area further north, and our main area down in here has stayed clustered. So we had that one tornado warning from a semi-discrete storm over here, and then now we have this one, which is trying its hardest to produce a tornado, but again, it had a cell merge, which is disrupting the storm's overall structure and chance to produce a tornado. But that won't last too long. That'll only inhibit it for probably like 5 minutes, and that rotation ought to come back. We saw that multiple times yesterday and even a few times today already.
Wow, look at that, TRG. Look how fast that happened too.
Yeah.
From when I showed you. Then I would definitely be watching this storm.
Oh,
like
finally.
a hawk.
Look at that. It took a long time for us to get one. But we do now have a severe thunderstorm warning up in Nebraska. And it's actually leaving the tornado watch. First severe up here, and it's actually leaving that tornado watch. Wow. But we finally got one severe on our northern mode. It only took 5 hours. I don't like how close the red is there. If that red wraps around just a little bit more, we could have a tornado very quickly on this. Yeah, there you go. This is, yeah, Tulsa radar site now is better. It's also got a cleaner view of it. So Bristow, Oklahoma, make sure you're in your safe spot. I do think this has a good chance to barely go to your north, though. That cell merge kind of pushed it the tiniest bit north. And again, downstream, we are looking at Kellyville, Oakhurst, and then eventually Sand Springs and downtown Tulsa, Oklahoma. All right, should have a new mesoanalysis shortly as well. Oh, we do have it. Environment has not really improved too much. It's relatively the same. Not really too much improvement. So that is really good news. Let's see. Yeah, this is also not in the best sheared environment anymore. Believe it or not, this has actually left the best wind shear that we have in Oklahoma. The best wind shear is further south. Which I heard a beep. Okay, but it was a disextension of this one, I believe. Yeah. Just gonna have to watch that area very closely. And again, we still have a lot of cell mergers from the south trying to hit this thing, so hopefully that can help decrease this rotation. Although those cell mergers could help it. New severe thunderstorm warning for Barnsdall, Oklahoma. So make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows. Go ahead.
So I know it's starting to get, pretty active. But I do gotta go in 13 minutes.
All right.
But so I'll probably, what time is it? 6:17. Yeah, you know what? Would you like to say bye to my stream?
Sure. Bye, Lucky.
Thanks, bro.
Hope you
Bye,
have
bro.
fun.
I'm gonna have fun for the last 12 minutes, and then, I'll still probably talk to you after stream. Like, I could honestly stay here. It's just I'm gonna be doing what I told you I was gonna do at 7. You remember?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I could just sit here and do that, and while tracks storms, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I decide to do. But look at that storm though. Look at my screen.
I mean, I do think we are starting to get towards the peak of this, so.
Wow, look at that.
If these storms don't get clustered, like if they can just somehow stay semi-discrete, like this gets in front of the cluster behind it, we could look at a long-tracked tornado threat up until about 10 or 11.
All right, I'm gonna go on mute. All right, is that cool?
All right, want me to?
All right. Yeah, sure. And I'll just talk to you after.
All right, good night.
Okay. Good night. Sleep well.
All right, yeah. So we're just gonna keep. Oh, that is very close to, if not, it may already be producing a tornado. We'll have to see if we get a CC next scan, but that is a very, very tight couplet now. I mean, gracious, y'all. The entire northern mode has just not happened. Remember, like, those models were showing an insane overconvection on the north side? Still might happen tonight, but it definitely hasn't happened as soon as what these models were thinking. Models definitely got the north side of this dead wrong. Yeah, wouldn't be shocked if this is producing a tornado just north of
Yo,
Bristow. Dang, bro, you loud.
you looking at that Bristol storm?
Yeah, you could see I'm looking at it too.
Let me see.
Because I see you. Oh, that's on the ground. There's no
Yeah,
way.
that's what I'm saying. Like
I actually used a different radar site, y'all, so I probably just jumped to conclusions there saying that's on the ground. But I would be shocked if that's not on the ground. I don't see any definitive CC drop, but I would be
okay.
very shocked if that is not ongoing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. I had a feeling you were, but then no, I just wanted to say it.
I mean, that's really the only main storm to watch right now.
I mean, I'm still watching that one to the
South.
yeah, because of this. Let's see. Yeah, that
Back
was bad.
tour on the ground, Chaser. Is it on the
Who?
ground, Lucky?
I don't know. What, the southern one?
Maybe this other one?
I don't even think, did the southern one ever produce?
I don't think it did.
Because I could. Did you not just say back on the ground?
That's what Caleb said.
Well,
Here,
that's a famous quote right
look at
there.
this one right here. Um, I don't know the last name. Yeah, roughly that.
Oh, uh, uh, I can't tell it because there's some trees, but it looks like it. It looks like it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
is.
is.
No, that is.
Yeah,
No,
that
that
is.
is. No, that is.
Yep,
Yeah, that
it's on the
definitely is.
ground.
It's on the ground, yo.
There you go.
Wow, what a very crazy time from, at least on my end.
Observed. Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
See,
Dude, that was
that's what.
quick.
No, that's Oklahoma for you. That is Oklahoma for you.
Not yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know what happened yesterday, bro. I couldn't tell you what happened.
But yeah, this is on the ground. It is observed. It seems like it's staying just north of Bristow. Unfortunately, it does look like there's still some homes over here. But we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground now. We'll have to see how this ends up going for cell mergers. It's looking a little bit messy. You know, you've got some
Is it that
cell
small
mergers
CC
on
right there?
the west to the and also to the east. So we'll have to see. I believe it is that small green CC, yeah.
Yeah, the green CC. Yeah, it lines up with velocities. So I wonder what it's about to look like next game. I don't want to know.
So we're gonna need to watch very closely. It does look like these cell mergers are turning it more and more north, which is really good for if you're watching from Tulsa. These cell mergers are trying to turn it more and more north, which would make it miss downtown Tulsa. Unfortunately, that would put more areas like Sand Springs to Shady Grove under the risk of a direct hit.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go on mute though. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
Okay. This dude. I saw that cursor move.
Mute it, por favor.
Mute you? Okay, go ahead. No, 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 no. This dude. Oh, yep, there's that CC. There you go. No shocker there. We already have a large stovepipe confirmed from Chasers. So we do have a tornado ongoing now. Let me go check it. New MCD up in far northeastern Kansas, south central southwestern Iowa, far northwestern Missouri, and extreme southeastern Nebraska. I'll show you guys that after this tornado lifts. We're really just going to need to watch those cell mergers. That's going to depend on if this can stay tornadic all the way until near Tulsa. But either way, like if this tornado lifts now, there's definitely a high chance that it's going to be able to recycle before it gets to the western side of Tulsa. So I'm saying that because I want you guys, west of Tulsa, around Tulsa, just to be extremely weather aware. I'm not trying to say that just to scare you, but this storm is in a pretty good environment. And as you can see, it's already producing a tornado. So again, it does look like it is turning more north. So if you're in downtown Tulsa, fingers crossed, it looks like this might head a little bit more to the west of downtown Tulsa. It depends on those cell mergers. The more storms that hit it from the south, the further north this thing's going to be bumped. All right, hopefully a new scan here in 5 seconds or so. I know where both of those are, and this tornado is going to miss both of them, Caleb. I know where both of those mods live. They don't live in where this is going. They're close, but if it keeps going west, it's going to go further away from both of them. Velocity should update in a little bit. 5 seconds. Well, it does look a lot weaker. A lot weaker. But that could just be velocity deceiving us. So debris is being lofted at least 8,000 feet up. So it definitely is on the stronger side of things for a tornado. Does look like it missed downtown Bristow to the north. Still looks like it's deviating off well to the north. You could see it was quite on track to go to Tulsa. But ever since those storm mergers have hit it, it's been pushed further to the north. All right, new warning. Observed, and there you go. It does not include downtown Tulsa, but there you go. Sand Springs is in that. Kellyville and surrounding areas. They didn't shift that as far north as I thought. Yeah. If those cell mergers stop, it is going to shift further to the south again. But as long as those cell mergers keep hitting it, it should keep helping the tornado to go more north. Very weak now, potentially even lifted. Possibly even lifted. I'll try to get a visual of it. I can't see it from this angle. So just make sure you're in your safe spot, though. Either way, if a tornado is or isn't on the ground, you need to be in your safe spot. Because you are in a tornado warning. And again, this is a very populated area, so if I go ahead and look here, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people in this. 80,000 people inside of that tornado warning. Oh, still on the ground? Okay, I need to get a better visual of it then. Let me go switch to... I've got 2 other chasers who I know are there. Okay, let's do this here. It's very rain wrapped. At least on this chaser's feed. But they are saying it's still on the ground. It's hard to see with all the rain. Very difficult to see. All right, but it is likely occluding and likely starting to lift, but I'm sure this will become a problem again as it nears Tulsa. So with that being said, let me go ahead and show you that MCD back up here in Iowa, Missouri, surrounding areas. So you can see gradual uptick in convection is expected within the next hour. The main threat is a strong tornado is the main threat, followed by 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail and some isolated damaging winds. And once again, that is in central to southwestern Iowa, northwestern Missouri, northeastern Kansas, and extreme southeastern Nebraska. Only this small portion of Nebraska is in that MCD. So could see a few tornadoes, possibly one or two are strong. Let's see. Yeah, best chance for that tornado threat should be in northeastern Kansas, where that 10 sig tor is. If we look on here, tornado risk. Yeah, I would say roughly in here is probably the best chance for tornadoes in Kansas. And out of that new MCD. All right, let's go back down to Oklahoma again. Southern storm fell apart, so that's really good. Looks like we're really only dealing with mainly one storm at this point. We have 3 severes, but mainly just one storm that is of great concern. And who knows, once again, if these cell mergers can keep hitting it, maybe they'll help it fall apart. That would be awesome. It's still rotation, so it still could be on the ground. But again, it's rain wrapped, so I really can't see it on a chaser feed. So we do have a cell merge hitting the inflow, so if it's not lifted, there's a high chance it's already... If it's not lifted, there's a high chance it's going to be lifted shortly. Okay, so you could see some more isolated thunderstorms around 1 a.m., but they don't have as high of potential as what these storms had. So not fully done, but the main threat is done. All right, let me go back, check this chaser. I can't tell if that's fully condensed, but there is still a small rope tornado here. Or at least a funnel. I just can't tell if it's completely condensed. So it's definitely lifting. All right, hold on a second. Let me go back over here again. See if I can get a different chaser on it. Yeah, I still see a funnel, but it's pretty much lifted by now. I don't see any debris at the bottom of it. And you can see velocity is very weak now. But like I said, this is probably going to end up recycling as it gets close to Tulsa. Wouldn't shock me if it does recycle. Would not shock me. It is probably the most favorable supercell right now, I'd say, to produce a tornado. Even though it is dying out. Storms behind it don't look any better. There's still something to watch for St. Louis, Oklahoma. Not Missouri, St. Louis, Oklahoma. Still a little area we want to watch just in case. What happened before I got here? Violent tornado in Michigan inside the 2% tornado risk. And then that, actually, at first it was a barely a strong tornado. Then lifted. Likely became a brief weak tornado. Lifted. Became a strong tornado. Went through a decently populated area. Lifted. Quite a while later, like 20 or so minutes later, out of nowhere, it touched down and was an extremely violent tornado with multiple vortices and very high-end damage was observed and multiple fatalities likely occurred, according to a chaser. And then that, not too long after, it ended up hitting a pretty, a little, it's an area just west of the main town. It was a little area with quite a few bit of homes along the road. It hit that, and that's where the fatalities likely occurred. And then not but 5 minutes after that, it likely lifted. 30 minutes after that, we got another tornado warning in Michigan, and that could have also produced a brief tornado. That's the main stuff you missed. And then we did have a tornado warning out here that I think you missed somewhere in this area, but I don't think that produced a tornado. So the biggest thing was a low and strong tornado, a strong to intense tornado, and then a violent tornado, all in Michigan. All inside the 2% tornado risk. All right, let's see here. Should get another update shortly from this radar. Are you here? Oh, you are. I didn't know if you were here or not. Half and half. Half and half. If you just want to go, then it's fine. I'm just glad you were able to join and glad it wasn't past midnight. So, like, if you go, that's perfectly fine. You got to stay for like freaking 5 hours. Yeah. I didn't know what you were going to say, so I muted you. Sound like me trying to talk in a weather stream. This dude. Yeah, so these storms are going to start ramping up, y'all. That's what we're going to watch up here in Kansas. I'm a little interested in that just to see how it progresses. And then outside of that, definitely would watch this far southern storm like Lucky pointed out a while ago. And then, of course, watching our storm going towards Tulsa. But honestly, nothing is impressive right now anymore. So we're just going to wait, watch these radar scans on the southern storm, and then on our tornado warning. Keep an eye up there in Kansas just in case. Also, partially watching this storm. It looks like it's mainly hail right now, but that might be able to rotate in the future. So we'll just watch that just in case. Doesn't hurt to just keep an eye on it. A new MCD for up to 3.5-inch hail. What? What? Really? Let's see where this is. Central and northeastern Oklahoma. I don't know about that. 2 to 3.5-inch hail. Would you say there's a low end, mid, end, high end enhanced risk? This is a slight risk. This ain't enhanced. Hot take, I guess. This is a slight. This is a slight. I wouldn't have anything enhanced for this. 5 sig tour is perfectly justified. Poor Lucky, man. See, you can count on me to not do stuff like that, Lucky. Don't worry, I'll always be here for you. But yeah, this is the area where they say a few tornadoes, one possibly strong, as well as 2 to 3.5-inch hail, 55 to 70 mile-an-hour winds. Generally is what we're looking at here. Generally what we are looking at. They didn't say anything about a strong tornado threat, but obviously when you have the peak intensity like that, again, you're going to be looking at a strong tornado or two and a few tornadoes possible. And of course, you know, this is the 10 sig tor area. Actually, no, it's not. Is it? See, I don't know why they didn't move the 10 sig tor. I said that at the start of the live stream that the area to watch would be east of Oklahoma City and directly into Tulsa. Did I not? I said roughly like right in here. It was roughly in there. I don't know why they didn't shift that 10 sig tor. I never saw that far east into Arkansas being a possibility for strong tornadoes. The only reason why I said it is because the SPC was, you know, they were saying it. So I never saw it that far east. Not sure why they ever had it that far east. still observed? Really? Oh, they're saying this is still on the ground. Okay. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado at 5:45 p.m. Central. That is literally right now. That is this very minute. Okay, no longer this very minute. Just changed to 46. I'm curious about this little area in here. I want to see if that's going to do anything as it, gets closer to the radar. We could see more data with it. New tour watch. Must be going into Southwest Missouri. Ta-da! Called it. Yeah. Don't blame him for that one. He didn't know. He didn't know he wasn't lying until now. Why? Who? Yeah, this is a 60-40 tornado watch, by the way, y'all. Southwestern Missouri. Look at DMs. I could do that. Oh, just text him and see. Because honestly, like, you know. That. Well, now I do. Before I wasn't. But now it's like, eh. I mean, you're in the risk in Northwest Arkansas, but I don't think so. I don't think much of Arkansas is at risk. Honestly. You could still get some isolated damaging wind gusts tonight in extreme Northwest Arkansas. And then overnight, you do want to keep an eye on southern and eastern Arkansas for damaging winds as well. But any type of tornado threat, I don't think so. Hail threat, I don't really think so. Mainly wind. I mean, all these storms fired like, I don't even know, like really far, like 150 some miles further west than what it seemed like the SPC was expecting. Because take a look at that significant outlook. I mean, they had that 5 sig all the way into Little Rock. Or barely outside of Little Rock. Today's not over? Yeah, but the worst is. It truly is, like, literally. Our main prime semi-discrete supercell threat is done. I do still really want to watch Kansas, but Kansas has been an overconvected slop fest so far. I still do think we're going to see a few more tornadoes tonight, and I still do think we're likely going to see a strong one. So, the event's not over, just I think the peak of it has actually passed at this point. Who would have ever guessed the peak tornado threat in Oklahoma actually wouldn't have been Oklahoma. It was in Michigan. If this could sustain, this could be a big issue here. towards Seminole, but the wind shear is less out here now. Let's see here. Lucky man. Wind shear is not that bad out here, actually. Oh, here comes our recycling supercell. Here it comes. It's gonna try. So watch out if you're in Western Tulsa, Sand Springs, this area in here. It's heading up your way. Okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. No later than 10. I gotta give Lucky a curfew. Make sure he's home in time. I can make sure I gotta take care of him. All right, get out of here. Want to say bye to the stream? All right, there you go.
All right, y'all.
This is just for him. We're staying. I'm staying still.
Yeah, TRD staying. I'm leaving. I have stuff to do. Yeah, I really enjoyed being here with y'all today. I really did. I missed it. I told my chat. P heard me. I I definitely missed it. This definitely was took me back to like what 2024. I think that was like my most streamed year.
Probably 2022 with
Something
me.
like that. Yeah. Yeah, it took me back to those days. I miss
Slacker
chatting with y'all.
quitter. Yeah, Lucky. How dare you have a life outside of YouTube?
Right? How dare I go to college? How dare I get a
How
piece of
dare
paper
you
that
care about family?
right? How dare I have friends outside of TRG? How dare I? All right, but not for real though. I love y'all. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day, and stay tuned. Maybe Sunday might be out on the field together.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see. Y'all
Looking
stay
good
tuned.
right now, but tomorrow it all falls apart.
Right, it's looking good right now. I don't have my hopes up yet. I just know that it's a marginal, and that's a possible chase day. That's all I know. So just
And it's on a
definitely,
Sunday, which is a fantastic day.
dude. No, y'all, that is the perfect day actually for that.
It
Actually,
literally is.
perfect day. No, perfect day. No, yeah, that is the perfect day. Or a Friday.
Yep.
That and Fridays are the perfect days. But yeah, hope you have a great night. I will see y'all, like I said, Sunday possibly. We'll let you know. I'll let you know on my community post, and I know TRG will too. All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Wait,
Have
wait,
fun.
wait, wait.
Bye.
Bye.
This dude. Yeah, so you can see these storms are finally starting to fire now, but look how clustered they are. They are all extremely clustered. But they are finally starting to turn northeast instead of southeast. Look at all this rain catching up to the inflow of this supercell too. Hopefully that will hurt it. But still, if you are on the west side of Tulsa, Sand Springs, western side of Tulsa here, make sure you're in your safe spot. We have a storm that is very much capable of producing a tornado. I don't believe it is actively producing a tornado, but it is capable of producing a tornado here for at least the next 35 minutes. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you are in this flashing red and pink polygon here. It's not confirmed. There was a tornado with this storm a while ago, but no longer on the ground at this very minute. Let's see here. Yeah, not ramping up too quickly just yet. Gotta go find Proxy's username again. Let's see where Proxy's user is. It's one of these. Oh, yep, I saw that. Someone sent that to me like 3 minutes ago, Proxy. But thank you. That is a crazy photo. All right, still no clear tornado on the ground yet. It's trying to ramp up, but it's not ramping up too much right now. Brooklyn, are you in the tornado warning? I thought you were further east, but I'm not for sure. I know Catman is 100% barely to the east of this. Like, he's very close to that tornado warning. It's going west of Tulsa, so are you north of Tulsa? Like, I'll draw you. Generally, the main area of concern is in here. That's really where we're watching, directly in front of it. South Tulsa? Oh, you're fine. You're fine. It's already past you. This bad storm's past you. Now, there is more storms coming that will likely hit Tulsa, but none of them look that bad right now. But you definitely want to be weather aware. But this one, which has the highest tornado potential so far out of Oklahoma, seems like it is just going to barely pass by Tulsa. Still a little worried about the northwest side of Tulsa. Yeah, Sand Springs. If you're watching from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, you need to run and not walk to your safe spot. Get all your family members, get your pets, and get your tail in the safe spot. Because that is not a good look. You can see it's clearing out a lot more. It looks a lot more clear across this area. So if you are in Lot C, Sand Springs, run to your safe spot. Oakhurst, you still need to be in your safe spot, of course. But the main area that this looks like it's heading right for is Sand Springs. And we should get a downstream tornado warning pretty soon. Back up here, probably towards Turley. And that might include the northwest side of Tulsa. So again, main area to watch here is right in there as it moves off to the northeast. And again, like directly in that path is Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Should get an update here in 6 seconds. Oh, maybe not. Now I gotta wait another 25 seconds. Let's see, that is 10 o'clock. After 10 o'clock, which is 3 hours from now, Eastern time. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. That's when our main environment rapidly decreases. If these do combine into one bigger storm, we are looking at a huge hail threat, which is what the SPC is kind of banking on right now. And you can even see our hail threats actually increasing because we got 2 new severes up here. Yep, slowly but surely trying to tighten up. Sam, depends how long you've been gone. You may have missed a strong tornado north of Bristow. And if you've been gone ever since then, ever since that lifted, you've missed nothing. This storm is now completing its recyclement. It's now recycling. It's almost finished recycling. We do have a SIG severe in Iowa for hail, for Red Oak. 1.75 inch hail there. Just be away from doors and windows. You will be fine. Still watching this little notching here for Seminole, Oklahoma. Wouldn't be a bad idea at all, Brooklyn. I don't think you'll need to use it anytime soon, but you know, for these next few storms to your south, just in case. Doesn't hurt. It never hurts to be overprepared. Oh, we got a cell merge coming from the south. You know what? That might disrupt this area of rotation. There's actually 2 hooks here. You see that? There's actually 2 hook echoes. This is a little hook in here. And that's where our rotation is, right up in there. And there's actually a second hook that goes right off of that and comes back down into here. So there's actually 2 areas of rotation. Look at that. 2 hooks. 2 areas of rotation. But we got a cell merge coming from the southwest here, so hopefully that can disrupt the inflow and stop this from forming a tornado. We'll see. Regardless, though, be in your safe spot. And there's a new tornado warning. It does indeed include northwest Tulsa and downtown Tulsa. So again, this is likely going to miss much of Tulsa, but they have just put the north and northwest side of Tulsa inside of a tornado warning. Again, you can see the 2 areas of rotation here. Of course, this one is the larger concern, at least at the moment. So now if you're back up here, Sperry, downtown Tulsa, or in downtown Tulsa, a little to the north, be in your safe spot. Still Sand Springs, Lot C, you got to be in your safe spot. Stay in that safe spot. Velocity ain't updated yet. No CC yet, so that's really good. That means there's likely not a strong tornado on the ground or a tornado picking up any notable debris. But again, you can see the double hook here. 2 hook echoes. You got a hook echo here. And then that goes into another hook echo down in here. Although that southern one is not much of a concern right now. The big concern is the northern one, again, going right for Sand Springs. In Oklahoma. far southern severe that I'm still keeping an eye on just in case. Hasn't been ramping up with rotation, but it still looks like it could be a problem if it hits the right environment. Which we'll get an update on our environment via meso analysis in roughly 10 minutes. Yeah, so the main area I'm watching for tonight is by a big milestone, of course, Oklahoma. I think that's going to be the main region to watch into southwestern Missouri. This area right in here. And then the second area to watch is definitely back up in here. Those are the two main regions to watch. And I think this southern one has a very high chance for large hail, tornadoes, 1 or 2 strong tornadoes, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Northern one, a tornado or 2, maybe 1 strong, 2-inch hail, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. So the southern one is a little bit better of a severe threat. Otherwise, it's breaking. Otherwise, is broken. It's not loading anything. Hope it's not my Wi-Fi. Ooh, yeah. That's getting pretty strong. This is going to go right into Sand Springs, man. There it goes. It's loaded. Very, very worried for Sand Springs. It's heading right in that general direction. Roughly in this direction here. I think there are so many people logging on weatherwise right now because of this warning in Tulsa that it's starting to crash the servers a bit. Because there's over 3,000 people watching on this one radar site in the weatherwise app. That southern cell merge is hitting it right now, and you can see it's trying to cut off the inflow. Question is this a cell merge too late? Because this might be dropping a tornado at any given second now. Still no torque possible on this severe down here for Patton and surrounding areas in central Oklahoma. It didn't tighten up on that next frame, so maybe this cell merge just might stop it from producing a tornado, at least right now. But then if it doesn't produce a one right now, and even if it does, it's definitely going to try again as it moves northeast. It's a very favorable environment. Oh my word, that wind shear is cranking. That wind shear just increased by a lot. So this is actually going to move into a more favorable environment. The only thing that can really stop this is a clustered storm mode. So as this gets completely absorbed by all this rain behind it, that's what's going to help really weaken it. Which is why I'm not really too sure why this isn't tornadic yet. It looks like I actually just kind of jinxed it there. It looks like that might be ramping up a little bit. That might be corruption. Town name's freaking Little. Look at that. Oh, it is Tor possible now. It is Tor possible. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit. I honestly couldn't tell you what's holding this storm back from producing something. Because your wind shear is great. Your lapse rates are pretty good. Cape's good. Cap really doesn't matter unless it's a significant amount. Check Central Kansas. Where? Central Kansas is pretty big. There we go. Oh, dryline initiation? Nah. No, this is just the cold front. That's just the cold front initiating. The cold front's hitting the moist atmosphere, forcing mechanism, then it explodes thunderstorms. It's not the dry line. You don't have a dry line. I mean, you do have a bit of a dry line here if we go back to models in Kansas at least. A small portion of dry line in there. Weatherwise is bugging out. Gracious day, weatherwise. First time this has ever happened. Alright, well, weatherwise is going to be super buggy right now. But just know that you have like a dry line right in here. And then your crashing cold front back up in here. And when that cold front hits the moist atmosphere that the dry line's created with the help of the warm front, that creates thunderstorms. Dry line initiation would be if storms fired down in here. That would be dry line initiation. But this is just on that cold front dry line. When that cold front hits the moist atmosphere. Let's go back to GR2 since weatherwise is a little bit slow right now, unfortunately. Southern Storm still doesn't look impressive on velocity, but it's trying to ramp up. And in Sand Springs, I mean, there is a chance for a tornado to be literally like right on the west-northwest side of town. But it looks like at the moment that the cell merge is going to help weaken this area of rotation. And hopefully we continue to see that. That is really good. Yep. So this didn't produce any notable tornado. At least in the last few minutes like I was really expecting it to. That cell merge came in and cut off the inflow. Let's see. Now people are talking about a severe threat on Sunday for my area. I've seen a few tweets on it now. Trying to get my hopes up. Putting that stuff on my Twitter feed. All right, so that expires in 44 minutes. I still think that this could ramp up quickly because it still has its well-defined supercell shape. So definitely something we're going to need to watch very, very closely. No, not going to be a derecho. Let's see if Weatherwise wants to. There you go. All right, so there's roughly where your cold front is, your crashing cold front right in here. And then your dry line in here. So anything that initiates in this area is off of the cold front and the crashing of that cold front into the dry line. Anything that initiates, if this would stop looping, anything that initiates down in here would be that dry line initiation. If you switch to radar, you can see that is right along the crashing cold front. Now that model one didn't portray the cold front too well, because we have storms that are obviously behind that right now, and that's not actually true. So your cold front is, let's see. Yep, your cold front is right in here. This is behind the front. Interesting. That must be mainly, yeah, for hail. Because that's behind the main front. There you go, tornado warning on our southern storm. There you go. Now tornado warned. That is on our southern storm in east central Oklahoma. The dry line is likely not going to initiate, so the cold front in this scenario would actually be better. But typically a dry line is going to be best for supercells to develop. However, like I said, we're likely not going to see a supercell fire on the dry line today. All right, let's see. Where's Junction City, Kansas? I don't know where that is, but apparently we have a wall cloud near there. Is that like junk? Oh. Go see how you spell that. Oh, okay. It's a C, not a K. Holy moly, I'm just gonna go look it up on this thing. Weatherwise is not cooperating today. Boom, Junction City. Okay, that is like right in here. South of Clay Center. Yeah, that's like right in here. I was looking at the right area. It's just not showing up on this map. But yeah, we got a wall cloud somewhere on this storm here. Probably west of Wakefield. On that area of velocity. Oh, another tornado warning there. 2 tornado warnings for this storm. But I'm not really too sure about this cell. It seems like it's been struggling a lot. Oh, wow. Need to watch that. Yeah, this is likely going to try to produce another tornado. It produced one, then it recycled, failed to produce a second one, and now it's trying to produce a second one again. This would be going towards Turley and Sperry in Oklahoma, north of Tulsa. It survived a lot of cell mergers already. This thing has been getting absolutely pounded by cell mergers the last couple of minutes and even hours. Waiting to see the next scan because I'm thinking that might possibly be a CC drop. Tornado threat verify. The SPC did a very poor job with the 10 sig tornado risk. So not one bit. 5 sig is probably close to verifying for Oklahoma. But eastern Oklahoma into western Arkansas where the 10 sig was actually placed, not one bit. We haven't had a single, I don't think we've had a single tornado warning. We might have had like a tornado warning split on the 10 sig and the 5 sig there, but we've had either one or no tornado warnings in the 10 sig area. Both 10 sig areas, mind you. Our tornadoes have been up here in Michigan and down here in the 5 sig in Oklahoma. And it really looks like much of this is going to be a bust. Much of this area here is going to be a bust. These storms could go off and produce large hail, isolated damaging winds, maybe a tornado, possibly even a strong one. These are going to go off to the northeast and become big-time hailers, possibly still a tornado threat, maybe even a strong tornado threat, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. And then this is also probably going to be a bust down here. So really the only area where I'm watching for severe weather here. This area. And this area. And again, I mean, that's barely... This 10 sig tour, I mean, that is roughly the area I'm watching on the north side. It's just, I don't think we're going to see much tornadic activity with how messy that stuff is. Ah, man. But CC didn't continue, so most likely not a tornado. See the velocity scan here. Maybe this CC at my cursor is potentially a debris signature. ZDR drop a little bit. I don't know. Spectrum with ball is there. That may be a tornado. That may be a tornado. Does the spectrum width line up perfectly? Yeah. Might have a tornado there. Potentially a brief, weak tornado northwest of Tulsa. See what the next scan has. Next SPC update, I think Caleb wondering. is in about 35 minutes. And we will be live for that. Like I said, I think I'm gonna probably stream an hour or two tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, honestly. After how long I've been streaming today, I might need to take tomorrow off. We'll just see. But I'm kind of 50-50 on a stream tomorrow. We'll just see how it goes. Yeah, that's a tornado. See, Spectrum Width was able to confirm that before we could really even see it on CC too well. Spectrum Width and CC combined was enough to confirm that without even using really velocity or ZDR. So it looks like we have a weak tornado here on the ground. So, tornado ongoing on the northwest side of Tulsa. Not anywhere close to downtown. I mean, it is relatively close. It's right here. Right there, moving off to the northeast, and there's downtown. So it actually is relatively close, but the good news is it's moving away from downtown Tulsa. But bad news is it is going to be moving into a more residential area here shortly. Right now, it's either on the northern side of some residential areas or it's over the trees there. See, it's either over those trees or over the northern side of the residential area, but it's heading into a considerably more populated area. And man, if this red and this blue meets, we are looking at a big time tornado. If that red and blue meets. Let's go down south. So observe tornado warning now. See if this changed. Radar indicated, radar indicated. Doesn't look as impressive. Observed, and that just expired. Double check 4 tornado warnings. Yep. Up here, still watching that little area of velocity where we had a wall cloud potentially reported there. Roughly. I still don't know exactly where it was. I just know it was somewhere south of Clay Center, roughly in here. And I'm just assuming it was with the area of highest velocities. That CC doesn't match up as well, but that is still either debris fallout or a tornado, weak tornado ongoing. No, neither of these storms are heading towards Tulsa. This southern one is going to head south of Tulsa, but I don't think it will head towards southern Tulsa. Like, this is probably, if it stays on track, roughly going to follow generally that black line. So Catman might need to watch out for that. That's going to probably be a bit too close for comfort for Catman in about an hour and a half. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, still got a debris ball right there. That looks like more fallout, but still a debris ball. More worried of what could happen here if we see these reds and oranges connect with the blues and greens. And what's helping with this inflow, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, it is a cell merge once again. This line here is pushing more north, like this. So that's got winds behind it helping to push it. And as it pushed up to the north, you could see how it funneled into the area of inflow. So what that did was that increased the amount of inflow we were getting into this supercell, and thus you got a tornado. That's why we got a tornado just northwest of Tulsa. And if you continue, you can see that line is now pushed up into here, and we've got this huge area of inflow now. Which is why you can see all this red and orange starting up in here, indicating stronger damaging winds. Should get an update on CC in 3 seconds. 1-0. Oh my goodness, not what I was expecting. Not at all what I was expecting. Well, that is definitely not weakened. That is definitely a much larger tornado now hitting Turkley, Oklahoma. Gracious. Is velocity going to get like a bunch way tighter? I'm about to find out right now. Not really. No, that is a strong tornado, though. Loft and debris over 5,000 feet. But not... not a strong velocity, which is very strange. I was expecting those red and blues to get a lot closer, but... yeah, you could see a giant drop in ZDR here, indicating that that is likely debris. Correlation coefficient picking up on that likely debris. Spectrum width is very scattered there, which does correlate with velocity, not a tight area of rotation according to spectrum width and velocity. Of course, you have reflectivity there as well, and not strong inrot. So, not a tight area of rotation, but likely still a strong tornado on the northern side of Tulsa. So this is impacting a very residential area right now. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Oh. Also going to watch that one further to the west behind this. Look at that. Might want to keep an eye on that. Now, the good news is it is following behind our main storm, so hopefully our main storm takes up enough of the environment. But we do want to watch that one behind it just in case. And, I mean, that's already got a good area of rotation. Yeah, there's your debris likely fallout at that point. Southern tornado warning no longer looks nearly as impressive. See what velocity has in 10 seconds here. Yeah, they continued that observed tornado warning. So that now goes into Collinsville in Oklahoma. It's just north of Tulsa. Yeah, definitely going to watch that one behind it now a bit closer. Even though that severe warning on it did expire a long time ago, that area of rotation has ramped up a little bit. I'll check the southern tornado warning. It's not ramping up much right now at all. We'll have to see how it looks like when this cell merge is done, which is going to take a while because the cell merge is very slow. And may barely even catch up to it, so... but it's not eminently impressive anymore. There's your new CC and reflectivity scan. You can see still looks like fallout, so... getting more confident that this tornado's lifted northeast of Turkley now. Give it 4 seconds for this velocity to update. I mean, doesn't take much for those velocities to start ramping up. And we could have a big issue. Question is, will it happen? Let's see, you said that area. Ooh. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, this storm is heading your way. It's very far from you, so it's got plenty of time to die out, but unfortunately, that also means it's got plenty of time to strengthen, too. But the good news is there is a cap now in place. Instability is starting to decrease. The problem is our wind shear is so high. So these storms will likely be able to rotate if they are mature. So I would be watching all three of these storms very, very closely. I'd be watching in here very closely and in here very closely. So roughly, we could just circle this entire area for the potential of a few tornadoes over the next 2 hours, including one strong. By the way, I said 3 storms because we have one storm here, and then one right there, right behind our first storm, and then our third storm down here. Again, looks pretty disorganized right now, not the best. Yeah, and Kansas is just an utter underperform. It's just an insane underperformance for Kansas. I'd say borderline a shocking underperformance considering the forecast. There you go. They tore possible the storm behind our first storm. So this storm 1, this is storm 2, this is storm number 3. And they just tore possible severe storm 2 there. Or storm 2. First storm, second storm, third storm. First storm and third storm are tornado warned. Storm number 2 is tore possible. Oh, that's going to look crazy, Sam. I already know. Yeah, look at that. Literally just 1 to 2 tilts up, and that looks crazy. It's trying to strengthen. It is trying its best to strengthen. Good news is the inflow has died out a little bit. See how that red area no longer looks like yellow to orange? And another thing I've noticed is this is also going more north to south orientation, which means, fingers crossed, y'all, outflow dominant. Possibly. But I have a good feeling it's going to ramp back up again. But hopefully it could just go outflow dominant. Which is not impossible if these winds get strong enough. they can surge the back of that storm so strongly that it turns it into a bow echo, which you can almost see here. It's almost turned into a bow echo. The problem is you have this little notch there. That's the problem. And then it turns into a bit more of a bow echo down in here. So this little notching right here, that's the problem, because that's going to allow for southerly to southeasterly winds to try to wrap around the storm. So that little notching, if we do get a tornado, it's going to be all because that little notching is there, allowing for southeasterly winds to pull into the storm. Observed 2-inch hail up here west of Lincoln, Nebraska, outside of the tornado watch. Mostly outside the tornado watch here. This very small portion of the polygon in the watch area. Under that severe for observed 2-inch hail in southeastern Nebraska. This came out of that messy cluster in east central Oklahoma. And it's actually a tour possible now for Carthage, Missouri. I'll wait and see what this has on this next frame. Please go outflow dominant. Please go outflow. Ooh! Ooh, I like that. Those winds weakened considerably on both sides. That is really, 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 really good. Still could ramp up, but that is a good start for this thing weakening. A rough estimate of the timing of the southern storm. Lord have mercy. Oh, man. Let's do some math. Roughly 40 to 45 miles per hour. Let's see. Depends, because the front of the storm is not that far from you, but if we go from the most likely area of the tornado, roughly an hour. About an hour, I would say. I'd say 45 minutes to an hour. That is indeed the dry line initiating in north central Oklahoma. If that explodes, we are going to be here for a very long time, because there is a model run that we had earlier that showed that intensifying into a large supercell. I have some good news and bad news. Good news, it's not in our best wind sheared environment. Bad news, it is in the most instability that we have in our open warm sector. It is directly centered inside the 2,500 plus instability. Good news also. More good news here. The lapse rates are decreasing with time, because our sun set a long time ago. Actually, not too long ago. And not too long ago at this point. It set a while ago, but not too long ago. So those lapse rates are decreasing. So this storm is going to be able to... it's going to be struggling. It's not going to explode in intensity. But we'll have to see if it can slowly intensify, because those lapse rates are too weak for it to explosively intensify. So good news, not a lot of lapse rates, not in our best wind shear. Bad news, a lot of cape. All right, let's go back over to here again. Still looks messy. It's going to be undergoing that cell merge, which hopefully will destroy it. Oh, man. See, what you don't want to see is that red. See how that red now has turning to it? That's what you don't want to see. We wanted that red to stay diagonal, like this. We wanted our red to stay diagonal. Now look, it's actually got some curvature to it. So what that means is we do need to watch for an area of rotation to tighten back up here. But storm number 2 here, not doing so hot for Oakhurst, Oklahoma, which is great. That one's going to head into downtown OKC, or not OKC, downtown Tulsa. Still a little area of rotation with our area that was previously reported as a weak wall cloud. Doesn't look too impressive. Still 2-inch hail up there for observed for Seward, west of Lincoln, Nebraska. And then, ooh, that was corruption, but now it doesn't look so much like corruption. I'll wait for another velocity scan on that. Let's go to GR2. Let's go back to weatherwise. I need to see the velocity scan on that. I don't think these guys are going to be able to survive here, but we'll just keep an eye on it just in case. Corruption means bad data. Corruption, contamination, same thing. Both means bad data. It could be anything from hail interfering with the radar to a water tower interfering with the radar to the radar just being too far to the radar beam just scanning the same area too many times and ending up duplicating it. It could be a number of things. It could be clear air too. But yeah, this is definitely an area to watch. It just doesn't look... It looks a little bit weird. It doesn't look like it's exactly where the area of rotation normally would be in a supercell. Oh, did that stop curling already? It did. Look, the north side of that fell off already. So we're back to it being straight diagonal. Straight diagonal. It's pretty much just straight now, actually, from north to south. It's not even really diagonal anymore. So we want to continue to see that because that means the tornado threat's decreasing on that storm. We do not want to see that. Newest scan just came in. This thing is like trolling us here. It's like, yeah, I'm weakening. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm weakening. No, I'm not. He's being annoying. Either way, just being your safe spot if you're in the tornado warned area. Let's see. Just a moment here, y'all. Okay. Just had to check something. My bad. Still very weak rotation, though. It's not strengthening to a concerning amount. So, we shall wait and see. A good old waiting game. It's not very strong, but it is definitely looking like it's trying to strengthen. It's just not strengthening, but it looks like it should be. So maybe something is going wrong in our atmosphere. Wait, what the heck? Yo, we almost gained 100 subscribers today. Just looked at my subscriber count for the first time. I'm like, what the heck? That's literally an insanely high amount of subscribers right there. That is the most that we have gained ever since Melissa back in October. That is our biggest gain ever since October. We were stuck at 11,500 for just under a month. I'm just surprised that we got 100 today. I didn't think it was that many. It's a lot more than I thought. I mean, it does make sense, though, because this is in the top 10 as our most viewed live streams on the channel. So at least I believe it is top 10. Let me go see. If not, it is very close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, yep, 9th. All right, was that a new tornado warning? Yeah, that was the extension of our southern one. So that goes for 50 minutes. This thing slowed down. This thing slowed down by quite a bit. It slowed down by 10 miles per hour. So in about 50 minutes, it will be close to the end of that tornado warning. So Brooklyn, you're probably going to be putting a tornado warning in roughly 40 minutes. Or less. Roughly, though. Roughly 40 minutes. And this is in our radar dead zone right now. So I'm unable to say how strong it is. But it looks like it's strengthening at the moment. Should have a new SPC Outlook shortly. I'd imagine they're going to drop both 10 sig Tor areas. They may keep the southern enhanced risk, though, for hail. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, just like to see that velocity just to triple confirm. Yeah, clear. That, however, Not so much. That is a probable tornado on the ground now, north of Limestone, Oklahoma. Not very strong because this storm has been on a weakening trend, but it did manage to wrap back around, and this thing's got a ginormous inflow to it. But that inflow might actually be so big that it is helping to weaken the area of rotation. Hopefully we don't see this area of rotation really intensify though, because that is a large area of inflow, and if this rotation does intensify, this could easily be long tracked. It could very easily be long tracked. I don't like that CC. CC is scaring me on the southern storm. So just watch out for that if you're in Beggs. Definitely could produce a tornado. It's still undergoing that cell merge though. Yeah, good call to upgrade that too. Well, continue that as observed. They didn't upgrade it. It was already observed because of the previous tornado, but now there's another tornado on the ground. Ooh. Oof. Not good. Not good at all. That is very strong rotation. But it is very little as well, so it's a very fragile area of rotation. So I'm hoping something from the south, like this rain to the south, can help hurt that. Or the inflow being too large can help hurt that. But this is probably going to end up being a long-tracked, strong tornado here. The good news is there's not a significant amount of population ahead of this. Unfortunately, there is definitely homes, but this is not nearly as populated as like what this was like 30 minutes ago on the northern side of Tulsa. And it should continue on a northeasterly trajectory, so if we just look here, we're going to go ahead and go to weather-wise. This is moving at roughly, what, 40? 35 miles per hour. And it's moving due east. Well, east-northeast, right? A little bit more north than that. Roughly in that direction. You know, 33 miles per hour, yeah. So it will hit Edgewater Acres in 16 minutes, and it will hit Elba in roughly 9 minutes. There is your track. That is getting pretty dang large, though. That southern storm's worrying me, but it is undergoing that cell merge, which I'm hoping is going to weaken it for the time being. A little bit weaker velocities, but unfortunately you are looking at a stronger tornado. It's not, I don't think it is a strong tornado just yet because it's not lofted debris too high up. And that velocity is a little bit weaker. We should also get an SPC Outlook shortly. I can tell you this, the HRRR is doing a horrible job at this with these storms. Even the one that just rendered in is doing a very atrocious job. It's completely wrong on the storm trajectory of that southern storm. Oh, this is going a little bit more north in that track I just recently drew. It's going a little bit more to the north now. But still going to be very close for Elba, Oklahoma. Also a lot weaker there, too. Significantly weaker. Hopefully that does continue. And then our other storm going through downtown Tulsa right now, significantly weakened. SPC Outlook does come out at 8, right? They didn't do the time change without me. Yeah, it does come out at 8. Remember, SPC Outlooks will all be 1 hour later with the time change. All model runs will be 1 hour later with the time change. So keep that in mind. Everything is going forward 1 hour, including Zulu time. So everything goes forward by 1 hour this Sunday. Yeah, they didn't do the Outlook yet. Fingers crossed. Because those are in like our most favorable environment right now. Okay. Those are in southern Kansas, by the way. Yeah, this tornado is likely lifted now. And then still watching this area like a hawk going towards Beggs, Oklahoma. Okay. Whilst this scan comes in, I'm going to take another break, y'all. I will be right back. Just give me 1 minute or 2. I will be right back. We're not ending yet. I'm just going to take a quick break. I got to refresh that overlay at the bottom. Okay, there you go. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. I am back. Make sure you're taking breaks too. You don't want to be sitting down for longer than 2 hours without taking a quick break. Really should be longer than 1 minute, but I ain't got time for breaks. Can't tell if that's a new scan or not. It still looks relatively weak either way. I feel like these storms in southern Kansas are going to struggle. They're in a really good environment, but I still just feel like they're going to struggle because it's after dark. Or it's after, yeah, it's dark out. That's what it means. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure if after dark is the right wording or not. I'm too tired. Good news right now, Brooklyn, is this storm that is heading your way. It looks very disorganized right now. There's still upper level rotation, but it looks like a big blob. That cell merge is weakening it right now. Hopefully that will be enough to weaken it permanently, but we will have to watch it just in case it tries to come back. Like that pesky northern storm has been doing for the last 2 hours. Don't really need this radar anymore, so I don't know where to put it. Don't really need it. OKC's radar site. We're really only using Tulsa's at the moment. There's not a good radar to look at with these storms up here, and they're decently weak anyways. These storms are just hailers, and then this stuff's doing nothing. Back to our Tulsa radar. I'm going to go check if that SPC Outlook has come out. And it looks like this confirmed tornado warning. It looks like that tornado's lifted. Okay, am I being scammed or something? Where's the SPC Outlook? This thing was supposed to be out like 8 minutes ago. Radar indicated tornado warning continues now for Bushy Head. It's quite the name. In Oklahoma. How do you know they kept the 10 hatched? There's the Outlook. There it is. It does look like they kept the 10 hatched. I'm not going to lie to you. It low-key looks like they kept the 10 hatched. We are about to find out. Alright, no longer any confirmed tornado warnings. 3 radar indicated. Radar indicated. I don't know if they've kept it yet, but it just looks like they have based on that outlook. Something else is they've also kept much of that slight risk too, which isn't too much of a shocker. They expanded the 10 hatched. What the heck? The hail risk, 30 sig hail risk is gone. But they expanded the hatched tornado risk. Why? I could see why they expanded it a little bit to the north, but I don't know why they still have a 10 sig in Texas. But I do agree with the expansion a little bit more north into northeastern Oklahoma, more of southwest Missouri, southeastern Kansas. But I don't agree with the 10 sig still being up in here. I think we should have a small 10 sig in this area for these storms. But probably not even that. Why keep it? Why keep it? Most active area of tornado threat is currently within a cluster of storms in northeastern Oklahoma. This activity may continue to evolve into the evening as the lower level jet increases and shear remains favorable across eastern Kansas, southwestern Missouri. Yep, that's what I agree with. To the north along the cold front, an unstable air mass remains ahead of cold front, although the front will quickly undercut much of the area as it continues south. However, brief supercells may occur along the boundary with wind and tornado threat and elevated hail all being possible well behind the front. So I think what they're saying is wind and hail, wind, tornado, and hail with the front, and mainly elevated hail well behind the front. All right, but I highly disagree with that. I highly disagree with that, but you know, it's my opinion. I guess we'll see how it verifies tonight. Well, I won't. I'll be sleeping. But you can see these storms are not doing very well. This one does still have some lightning with it, but the western one in the most favorable environment has already died off. This is just going to die off. It's all over convected. That's just going to die. That storm's done. Still going to watch this one, but as long as it stays over convected, that should be done as well. A new MCD behind the front for roughly this area in here. And the SPC says elevated thunderstorms to continue to pose a risk. A tornado, isolated wind gusts, and large hail possible. So large hail possible, followed by isolated wind gusts, and maybe a brief tornado. Yeah, this is done. Way too much convection there. Now, it could come back in far northeastern Oklahoma into southwestern Missouri. But for the next hour, that is done. Expires 14 minutes ago. Okay, then why are you still there on Weatherwise? There you go. Get out of here. That southern one, gonna watch it, but right now it's a big blob, which is not as favorable for tornadoes as if it was just as a semi-discrete supercell. All right, one of those beeped. Disextension of the southern one, still radar indicated. Both of the northern ones, still radar indicated. New meso analysis any minute. It's actually already out, and I am pleased to report that the instability is decreasing across the entire open warm sector, including in the in south central Kansas, where that most favorable environment was located. Lapse rates also decreased significantly. So it is going to be harder for any storm from here on out to produce tornadoes. The bad news is we still have extremely high shear across the entire area. So that's the problem. We got a lot of wind shear, a lot of turning with height. Just watching those storms in southern Kansas, really hoping that they don't intensify any further, but you can see a few of them are firing. I think I might have just spotted our bust mode or our bust reason for today in Kansas. What's that? These storms have now released an outflow boundary. That's a big problem because that means it is going to choke off storms behind it. So any storm behind that boundary is likely elevated now. So there's a bit of a bust scenario happening across Kansas right now. And that is also going to increase the speed of that outflow boundary, and this is going to hit those prefrontal storms in southern Kansas quicker. And you could see a boundary set up down here too. That's probably your dry line. Your dry line's probably almost visible on radar. Can't tell if that is the dry line or not, though. I'm a little worried about this because it's really started to increase in intensity. Just hoping that it doesn't continue to do so. I'm very conservative because today looks absolute dookie from here on out. I will admit I am a little interested in to see what these storms do as they go into southwest Missouri. But I'm really, like, from here on out, my expectations for this event is nothing further than a brief tornado or two, an isolated strong tornado. I don't expect much more tonight at all. As capping builds in, it'll be harder for storms to intensify. Lapse rates are lower. It'll be harder for storms to form. Cape decreases. It will be harder for storms to maintain. And then the only thing working in favor of these storms is the insane amount of wind shear, which is so insane, it might actually help shear off some of these storms and help destroy any newly firing storms. Which is probably why this guy hasn't absolutely exploded. It is intensifying, but it's not exploded into a supercell. I think Tuesday could be decent. Right now, I don't like how Tuesday looks. It looks very, from a chaser's perspective, it looks terrible. It looks like a widespread damaging wind threat. Not significant, though. Maybe a few spin up tornadoes and some small to isolated large hail. Not very confident in Tuesday's threat being a big ordeal. Why such low confidence now? Well, that's because everything downtrended today. Everything downtrended today for that threat. But I do think we'll have a widespread threat for severe weather still on Tuesday and Wednesday. I just think it's going to be lower end. We'll see if that changes tomorrow, though. The closer we get to it, the more we're going to know as this trough gets out of here. We won't know the true potential of Tuesday and Wednesday until Monday comes around. Monday's when we'll know the most. Because that's when this trough that's currently in the U.S. is going to be out of here. And we'll have the best information for Tuesday and Wednesday. So even Sunday night, like the 00Z run Sunday night should be pretty accurate. Maybe the 12Z runs too. But even the runs that we have right now, I'm not very confident on them being very accurate. but definitely a noticeable downtrend on all models for Tuesday. Still not updated on here. There could be a tornado here, but I don't see any well-defined signature of there being one on the ground. Z HRRR coming in for tomorrow. Just looks like a very widespread damaging wind threat. And then some big time hailers in southwest Texas. Tornado threat is low, but over a widespread area. Best chance for a tornado tomorrow, definitely into Pennsylvania. All right, there you go, Brooklyn. There you go. A little bit early on that tornado warning, but the storm sped up, slowed down, then sped up. Wait, that's observed. Dang. Okay. Yeah. That is a tiny CC. I'm just going to double check on that. Little lowering value in ZDR. Not the best alignment of spectrum with good velocity and reflectivity. Not 100% sure that is a tornado, but because they confirmed it, we're going to call it a tornado. If this wasn't an observed warning, I would be way more iffy on that, but yeah, they confirmed it, so that is a tornado ongoing near Winchester, according to the National Weather Service. That is Winchester, Oklahoma. Let's see. Let's check in something real quick. Yeah, still a little CC drop there. How far up does that go with height? Let's go back to GR2. Probably no higher than about 4,000 feet. A brief, relatively weak tornado. Actually, it could have been a strong tornado, and it's just simply more in an open field, so it didn't have much to pick up. Should get another update here very shortly. Bigger CC. We'll wait and see. There you go. Yeah, it is indeed bigger. Sure is. But it doesn't look too impressive on velocity. Main area of rotation looks to be just north of where that tornado is ongoing. Okay, that's observed. Yep, we knew that. Is there another tornado one? I heard a beep. I guess it's just for this one. So still a tornado on the ground, barely west of Winchester. In Oklahoma. And it is heading... It's going to be heading very close to Winchester, Oklahoma. More tornado watches. I didn't see any get issued, and I didn't get a notification on it. I don't see any watches issued. Yep. Still your CC right in there. Velocity's behind on weatherwise. And then, of course, just like I said, still a weakening storm. Not even worth a tornado warning, but they already had a warning on that, so they're just going to keep that till it expires in 17 minutes. Yeah, still a little CC there. Just northwest of Winchester, Oklahoma. All right, here's the new SPC Outlook, by the way. For those who didn't get to see it, there you go. Get over there. There's your tornado outlook. Like I said, they expanded that 10 sig tour for a reason I don't know. In my opinion, I think they should have just kept a small portion right in here. Or dropped the whole thing altogether. I don't agree with this. But there's your 10 significant tornado risk surrounded by your 5 sig. And then your 2% mixed with your 2 sig. Kept the 15 sig wind. I agree with that. And then I also agree with them dropping the hail risk too. So overall, I agree with much of this outlook, except I don't agree with the southeast extent of this 10% and the northwest extent of this 10%. I think if they had a 10 sig near Tulsa, like where they have now, like right in here, back up to the northeast, I'd agree with that. Really just for these storms, honestly. Just for these storms. Like right in here. All the way back up into Missouri. Let's see here. What happened with Texas? A strong cap ended up stopping most storms from firing there, but there is a chance for an isolated severe storm into the overnight hours across Texas. Did they keep the... Hold on. Yeah, they kept the 5 sig and 10 sig in Texas. Why? Why? If we look at the new HRRR that goes into tomorrow, there is a chance for a brief tornado or two, maybe pushing strong intensity into the overnight hours with any supercells that can be discrete along this mess or embedded inside the messy line. The hail threat, I do think we will see some large hailers form overnight into Texas west of Dallas. But those should be well away from the DFW. And if we take a look at the environment, you can see the environment is not very favorable for tornadoes here into the overnight hours. definitely a little patch of favorability for a brief, strong tornado in here. And this is an elevated surface profile over here. If we take a look here. Well, you know, this red isn't elevated. Fix that. Stupid warning thing at the bottom glitching out. This is surface-based profile. However, the hail is likely going to be just north of that. So if we mark that more favorable environment right in here, you can see the storm is going to be just north of that most favorable environment. And then if we pull this all the way out into tomorrow, I don't know if this is going to play out. If this plays out how the HRRR is saying, we are looking at a very significant, widespread damaging wind threat from southern Indiana all the way down into Mississippi and Tennessee tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. And then it starts to die out by the time we go into the nocturnal hours. But once the sun sets tomorrow, this stuff is going to start dying out. However, we should have some hailers that form out in southwest Texas. And then further up to the north, definitely want to watch out for a tornado, a few tornadoes being possible further up north, roughly in this vicinity in here. 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and 1-inch hail. Although I do believe the HRRR is significantly overdoing the intensity of these storms. However, Pittsburgh has been a hotspot for tornadoes. We have seen a miniature tornado alley in eastern Ohio, western Pennsylvania recently. I remember last year we had a bunch of tornadoes around the Pittsburgh area. And I believe same case 2024. And then you could see early Sunday morning, we'll have the threat for severe weather down here in my neck of the woods. Most likely not much there. And then we'll move into the next day. And look at the difference already. Actually, not as big of a difference as I was hoping. But definitely a little more moisture available on the 00Z HRRR for Sunday's threat for my area compared to the 18Z. No longer unobserved tornado for Liberty and surrounding areas, including you, Brooklyn. They have downgraded that tornado warning to now radar indicated. Yeah, definitely tomorrow, I think the main threat in the Pittsburgh area is definitely hail and wind. Your tornado threat won't be too prominent because of a high temperature degree dew point spread. And if you have a lot of cloud cover in the morning, that is going to get the temperatures down, but it's going to prevent the lapse rates from increasing, which could hurt storms from firing. And if you do have a lot of clearing in the morning, then you're going to end up getting those temperatures higher than the dew points by over 10, 15 degrees. So cloud cover could hurt lapse rates, which could in return not fire storms. No cloud cover could also hurt the temperature dew point spread. Which it looks like you're probably going to be in the mid-70s in western PA. So mid-70s mixed with low 60 dew points. You're going to be right on that edge. I definitely wouldn't rule out a spin-up tornado or two around Pittsburgh. But the main threat is definitely 1.5-inch hail and 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. But for sure could see a tornado or two up there. Now I'm just interested to see what the rest of the HRRR has for Sunday. It looks like it's going to be east of my area, so I will probably end up going to Raleigh to meet a specific person Sunday afternoon, assuming models do hold. Put a box around it. That might indeed be a tornado. Very difficult to tell, but we could have a brief weak tornado southeast of Liberty. Very hard to tell. By no means confident. Let's see. Let's go check back out in Kansas real quick. Let's refresh this. Radar indicated, radar indicated. Tornado warnings 2. Southern Kansas. Yep, not maturing just like I expected. I had my doubts for sure with that. And then, like I said, that outflow boundary that was released from the northern storm is definitely choking these storms from intensifying quickly. And we did see storms fire in Iowa, isolated severe storms up there. All right, let's go back to GR2 here. Dang, that sucker barely moved. Yeah, I do think that was a brief weak tornado. But there's not a lot of agreement between those products. The ZDR does agree a little bit better now, but Spectrum Width still doesn't. But I do think that was probably a brief weak tornado. Unfortunately, right over this small residential area. Come on, HRRR, ignite me some supercells on the Dryline. Ah, heck no. Why the heck is that going so far east? What the heck? What is the HRRR doing? Let's see. Interesting that they all agree on where the cold front is, but the HRRR just doesn't have a lot of cape. Man, I am not going to freaking Virginia Beach on Sunday. That threat better trend back west. Furthest east I'm going is 3 hours away. Not going further than, like, Goldsboro. Greenville. Do want to keep an eye on that. This is corruption. But I do want to keep an eye on that. Virginia Beach is like 4 to 5 hours. Ben, that threat would not even be remotely close to it. Also, I'm a bit more confident that that was a tornado because now it looks like fallout. And the velocity's gone. So I do think that was a tornado. Now, if the HRRR is right, I'm not chasing on Sunday. But if any other model run is correct, because literally the GFS, the Euro, the Canadian, the High-Res Canadian, the NAM 3K, the RAP, the RFSA, all disagree with the HRRR still. So if that happens, then I will chase. So there's a pretty high chance for a chase. But if on the off chance the HRRR is magically correct for once in its terrible model run lifetime for North Carolina, then I'm not gonna. See what the rest of this HRRR has to offer. Little tornado watch expansion, it looks like, into Missouri further and into Kansas further. So they're probably going to end up connecting those tornado watches, I would imagine. $32 left on that tornado warning. 2 on that. 47 on that Tor possible severe. If you're thinking what I'm thinking, 32 minutes, fingers crossed. I ain't gonna say it out loud because every time I say that, freaking alarm goes off. I'm not saying it out loud. Can't believe we got a severe watch in freaking Michigan today. Like, hello? Michigan? Really? That was unexpected. I mean, yeah, it was a bad way to kick off the tornado season for sure. But if you think about it, in our main risk areas, neither of them performed. So from SPC side of things, it was an atrocious way to kick things off because both of their 10 sig tours absolutely did not verify. I mean, who knows? There's still a chance for this one to verify as this tornado warning is moving in now to our 10 sig tour area. But now they expanded it. Now that the main event is over, they expanded the 10 sig tour like I thought they would have at 4 p.m. or 3 p.m. 3 p.m. I thought they were going to expand that tornado risk to the northwest. They did leave a 5% here. I believe that is for the cold front clashing with the dry line, just in case. But yeah, our wind shear is high throughout the night. The biggest problem is storm mode is going to be messy, likely linear and clustered, and instability is decreasing. Sometimes the HRRR finishes rendering quicker on weatherwise. It indeed did, so we're cheating, seeing this early before I saw it. Nothing fires. Nothing fires at all. Why would anything fire? Your dew points just get washed out for no reason. Like, hey, look, it looks like a really good... Nope. Bye-bye dew points. And those dew points take with it the instability. It's still a little, like, back-end threat. Like, almost over my house. And also back towards South Carolina. But the main area is swept off to the coastline of North Carolina. Which, again, no other model one shows that. So, we're hoping it's going to be wrong so we can get a good chase in. Yeah, SPC's had an atrocious start, to say the least. I mean, yesterday at least they did get that strong tornado and the 5 sig risk. But today our main event was in a 2% tornado risk, and the storms that did happen in Oklahoma were in a 5 sig. But the placements of both 10 sigs were very poor. Yesterday's I didn't think was too bad. Yesterday, just the storm formed more north and popped off more north than I thought. But today, from the get-go, I was calling out that 10 sig risk. And I called that out yesterday, too. That I didn't like the placement of that 10 sig risk. Risk for tornadoes and perhaps large hail with mixed modes. That is the main area to watch for the rest of tonight. Right in there. And specifically this corridor back down in here. Not a whole lot interested further north than southwest Missouri, southeast Kansas. I'm very curious what the difference is between the HRRR and every other model run. Why does the HRRR not want stuff to happen? You know what's the key? 500 millibar. And I think I already see it. Yep. It looks to be... Well, actually, no, that's not even that bad. Not even that different. But I think I know what it is. It's the strength of the jet stream and how far south it is. The HRRR has the stronger jet stream north, that being slower. And it also has it being weaker. That's what it is. We'll see which way it trends. But I'll be watching out for it. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button, share the stream with your family, friends, social media. Help spread weather awareness. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. And consider hitting that subscribe button with a notification bell set to all. I appreciate the about 100 subscribers we gained today. And just to go take a look here. This is going to go down as, I think, our 8th most popular stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. This is our 8th most popular live stream on the channel. It just crossed 8th place. Texas tornado threat got capped off. Storms didn't fire. Most popular live stream was Lucky breaking my metal chair on stream whilst we talked about Melissa in October last year. As for Arkansas, your main threat is probably going to be very, very late tonight into early tomorrow morning, mainly damaging winds. Won't rule out some isolated small hail and a brief tornado or two. But it looks like that won't perform well. Dude. I really hope I don't wake up tomorrow and the 12ZH is still holding strong with that horrible scenario for Sunday. Yep, but South Central Kansas did nothing. I knew it, even though the environment looked really, really potent. I just had my doubts with those lapse rates, man. I had my doubts, and my doubts were realized. Oh, I don't know exactly when it was, Sam. I don't know. I know it was definitely that live stream, though. I think that was the one where you could literally see him, like, he literally fell down. I turned off the camera because he completely fell over off the chair. Thought he was hurt. Pretty sure that was that live stream. I'm tired. Caleb just said he's a tire. Did you guys see that? He said, I'm tired. Still radar indicated. Brooklyn, you're barely inside that tornado warning. I don't know if you're still watching or not. Your power may be out. But you're barely in that tornado warning, and it is dying out. Oh, Ben, for sure. Problem is college is in his way. That dude could do everything. That dude could do weather, and he'd explode. But I think he would really thrive with doing just a stream. Like where he tracks weather, but he also can go completely off topic and go play games. And also music. That dude is going to go somewhere with music if he keeps going. The problem is he keeps deleting the songs that he wants. He thinks that everything's got to be perfect for him to release it. And that's not the way to go about it. For YouTube, especially when you are just starting, YouTube is about quantity, not quality. And I could tell you that for certain. And it is especially in the weather community. Here's a big tip for you guys just starting out in the weather community and you want to, maybe be as big of a channel as these bigger channels. I don't really consider my channel big, but I know that my channel is definitely starting to get there at this point. Tutorials. Those are huge because with these events like I'm covering today, they'll get a bunch of views day of, they'll get a few views day after, and then they may get 3 to 5 views for the rest of the year. But if you do tutorials like my Radar Omega tutorial, my Weatherwise tutorial, or case studies as well, like April 27th, 2011 case study, those will keep gaining views no matter how long they are from happening. Like my Weatherwise tutorial still gets views to this day, and my Radar Omega tutorial, I think, is my most popular video at this point. I believe it crossed over 20,000 views. And that Radar Omega tutorial video didn't explode until like a year after uploading. That thing started going crazy. Yeah, it's at 25,000 views now. And it didn't explode until about 295 days. In the first 295 days, it got roughly 4,000 views. And then between 290 days and 1 year, and like 90 days, it got an additional 10,000 views. So do those tutorials. That's a big thing. Most viewed is Radar Omega. Second is Weatherwise. There you go. Tutorials are huge. Unless you want to be clickbaity. These bigger weather channels clickbait constantly, and that's why their videos get more views. I will admit some of my thumbnails have often been a little bit too large of an area, but I try not to be too clickbaity. I try my best. But sometimes I end up, like, if I'm talking about temperatures, yeah, the whole US is probably going to be highlighted with that sucker. And yes, yeah, Lucky does sing, yeah. "2025 to 2026 winter forecast" is third most viewed. Yeah, I worked really hard on that video. I'm really glad that my seasonal forecast, the hurricane forecast, doesn't do good anymore, which I don't really care too much about. I'm still doing it regardless of how it performs. But like my tornado season forecast and my winter forecasts, those do the best. It looks like the winter forecasts do the absolute best. And then some random urgent video I made on Barrel is my 5th most viewed video. But it's really the tutorials that are the big ones. I'm going to have to do an update on that weatherwise tutorial. I wouldn't say I clickbait, but I do push the boundary of big time hyping. I definitely do. But I try to avoid clickbait. Big difference between hype and clickbait. I'm gonna watch this little area rotation move into the northeast here. That's gonna be our last tornado warning. By the way, for those who didn't get the little hint I was giving about 20 minutes ago, I was hoping that we would go tornado warningless. But they expanded that tornado warning. Oh, they severe they severe warned the tiny little storm. Look at that. Tiniest little storm. First Kansas severe. It's gonna be huge. Oh. It's not gonna be huge. Tiniest little thing ever. That is the first severe thunderstorm warning I think we've gotten in Kansas. I believe we've had all the severe warning. Oh, wait. Actually, we might have had a severe warning in southeastern Kansas. Yes, we did. There you go. We did have a severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Kansas. But we still haven't had, I don't believe we've had a severe warning on our cold front yet. Northwest Tennessee, some damaging wind gusts tomorrow morning. That's the main issue. Likely nothing too significant. I'm going to go to the 01ZH here. Yeah, we're going to wait and see what this tornado warning does here, because it is trying to ramp up there. That is true, Caleb, for sure. But I do hype a little bit, that's for sure. I'll admit that thumbnails are a little bit exaggerated, but I don't think they're clickbait. And yeah, but I can't hype too much. If I hype too much, I hate it, because I know it's going to be wrong. That's why today I was saying, intense, a few strong tornadoes, intense tornado possible, because that was the possibility. But yeah, that didn't realize too much. I do think we saw a strong tornado or two in Oklahoma. I don't know if we quite got to an intense tornado in Oklahoma, but we did likely in we likely got an intense to violent tornado up there in Michigan. Wait for this to update. There we go. Might be a CC drop. I'm voting contamination. I don't know. The guys, that might be contamination, might be a tornado. You know why I'm saying contamination? Look, CC has been present there for multiple scans. So I can't say that's a tornado. I got to get one more scan to where it's out of that corruption from the radar. And then I can see. Not confident calling that a tornado just yet. Tornado warning still continues. We're going to scan here in probably about 30 seconds. Should be about 30 seconds. Oh, you guys were talking. Hey, you guys are actually talking about how to identify a tornado. Well, shoot. You know, there's a chance you might be able to identify one right here if this radar updates and there's a big CC. But I have a video on it. I do have a video on it. I need to update. There's two things that I want to do. I need to update the weatherwise tutorial. I could care less about the radar mega tutorial, to be honest with you. So I really need to update the weatherwise tutorial. And I need to do a weatherwise tutorial for free, a weatherwise tutorial for the plus subscription, if I can somehow do the plus subscription and then upgrade to the pro subscription. So I could do 2 or 3 of those tutorials, and then update on the how to identify a tornado video as well. And I really want to do something like how to forecast weather. I really want to make a video on that, on how to forecast weather, because I haven't made a video on like how to use model runs and stuff like that, and what to look for with the biases of model runs, and what model runs you should and should not use, and the best time frame to use said model runs, and how to compare them. There's not a crazy amount of videos about that. I don't think I can get myself to make a Radar Omega tutorial. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't think I could, because I don't like it. Radar Omega has gotten significantly worse. I just don't like Radar Omega anymore. Oh, it is observed. So maybe that was a tornado signature right there. Radar indicated. Alright, so they're thinking that was a tornado, but... Not seeing it. I think that might have been corruption. I wonder if they just confirmed corruption, y'all. I actually wonder if the NWS just actually confirmed corruption. I think they did. Wait. Oh, wait. Wait. Hold on. That might be... That lines up pretty well right there. We'll have to see next scan, but that does line up decently. There is a spectrum width area there. ZDR does decrease there. Probability of debris is there. Velocity is there. NROD is there. That might be a tornado. That looks more promising than the last 2 scans. We'll have to give it another scan, see if it gets any bigger or smaller. Alright, let's see. That's a big severe up there. Oh yeah, I think Joplin just got in a severe. Yeah. Got this line of 60 mile an hour wind gusts here. pushing to the east-northeast. That's going to head towards Joplin. That's just damaging winds and small hail. No tornado threat with that. But just wanted to point that out because I know we had people watching from Joplin earlier. That very easily could have been corruption too, y'all. I don't know if there were... I never saw any clear-cut tornado signature on that. This was convincing and may have been a brief weak tornado. May have been a brief weak tornado. But if it was, it is gone now. So confirmed tornado warning still for 37 more minutes. Although if that does show a better sign of not being on the ground, they'll turn that back to radar indicated. Yeah, I don't think that it was anticyclonic. This is anticyclonic down here. This is not. Because this is winds going towards the radar. And winds going away from the radar. This is winds going towards the radar. This is winds going away from the radar. So this, again, just to redraw that, green, winds going towards, green, winds going towards. And then you can see the red also goes away, red also goes away. So this would be anticyclonic. This would not be. So if this is a CC drop up here, which I guess possibly is what the NWS confirmed it for, if that is a tornado, it is... Oh! TDS from radar reports of power flashes. Got a report of it. So they are thinking that is a tornado. So they are thinking that that was a tornado that went right through here. Just like that. That didn't line up very well, though. That's definitely a very tricky CC right there. So there you go. That's what they're thinking was a tornado, roughly in that area. Definitely was brief and relatively weak. No, I don't think this storm's going to go tornadic in Joplin. I would watch the northern edge just in case for an booking Vortex potential. But right now, don't see that. Booking Vortex potential, by the way. What I mean is if these winds can get up and around, they can sometimes wrap into the top of the bow echo. Here's your bow echo. Draw this differently. Bow echo is in white. And if this inflow in red can wrap up and around into the back of that bow echo, sometimes it can create an area of spin behind the storm and produce a tornado very rain wrapped in the middle of that. That is a bookend vortex. But right now, you don't see those winds curling back around. So there's no sign of a bookend vortex yet. Another common tornado on a damaging line would be if you have a area like a notching, which is where you go from your bow echo, and then there's a little area of notching where winds can sometimes get up and around and into the tornado, and sometimes that can create, or into the storm, get into the storm, and sometimes that can help create a hook echo out in front. And those would be like the little pixels that you see on the leading edge of that bow echo. And then they would correlate with correlation coefficient and reflectivity. However, we don't see any of those. Those are typically QLCS spin-up tornadoes. And typically there's little indents in the line. So instead of it being a straight line, you'll go like this. Imagine, instead of it being a bow echo like that, right? Damaging winds strongly pushing out and then potentially a book and vortex on the top. That is most common with a bow echo. But if you have a relatively straight line like this, that is not bowing out too much, what you can get is, you can get like a little indent where it goes straight, 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 indent, straight, straight, straight. And then on that indent, you can get southeasterly winds that come up and around and into that little indent and try to push out a hook echo and attempt to produce a tornado. So 3 different instances. Again, you've got your bow echo, which typically, if you're going to get a tornado, it's going to be on the book and vortex side of that, which is where it wraps up and around. You've got your straight line, and then an example of where you see that little notching inside that straight line. And that little notching in a QLCS is how you typically get spin-up tornadoes. For instance, we could probably go up to Kansas real quick. Go see what Kansas looks like. Not really a great line here. It's that the outflow boundary is killing this. You can see it. See this spotted reflectivity value over here? And then it goes at a more solid reflectivity value. That is killing this threat. That is choking off these storms. It's hurting instability, and it's creating a cooler atmosphere. There's still thunderstorms, but they're likely elevated and non-tornadic. So this is really, if this outflow boundary wasn't here, this would be a pretty good example for QLCS tornadoes. Because see how you've got these little notches involved here? You've got these indents, and they're almost like semi-discrete storms. So that's where I would watch for inflow to go into, and then outflow to come out. And we try to get little hook echoes here. But in this case, we have an outflow boundary in front, and that's creating cool air in front, which is actually hurting these storms, creating them to be more elevated, more of a hail threat and isolated damaging wind threat. Still observed tornado warning over our radar site east of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Catman barely avoided that tornado warning, by the way. This dude had a tornado warning go barely to his west, barely to his northwest, and then one other tornado warning barely to his east-southeast. And then Brooklyn did get inside that tornado warning. It produced a tornado well southwest of Brooklyn, possibly south of Brooklyn, and then confirmed one northeast. So at least a tornado here and here, which is northeast and southwest of Brooklyn. And then there was a suspicious signature in here, but I think I ruled it as clear air. If I go back to that, I would kind of want to see. Oh no, we did rule that as a possible tornado. Remember that? Because it started small, got a little bigger, much bigger, and then started to look like fallout. We did rule that as a possible tornado. Of course, we can't confirm it until the NWS either says it's confirmed with a warning, or they say it's confirmed via survey, and they didn't confirm that. They'll go out and survey that rough area and figure out if it was a tornado or not. But based off of radar, that looked like a tornado. Well, you hit southeast Michigan? No. I think there is a line going through southeast Michigan. Yeah, there is a line going through southeast Michigan right now. A lot of thunder, lightning, 30 to 50 mile an hour winds. But the tornado threat, significant damaging winds, and large hail are all not possible up there. Radar indicated for 28 more minutes. Can I switch that? I'd like to switch my storm motion back, but we don't have any storms south of this warning, so that's not going to work. Aha! I used the flash flood warning way up there in freaking Illinois. That worked. New tornado watch. It is. A few tornadoes likely, 2-inch hail likely, 70-mile-an-hour winds likely for just under 4 million people. It is indeed. There you go. I like how I like how there's this gap in the tornado watch right here, and that is right where a severe thunderstorm warning is. And then inside the entire tornado watch over here, which is I believe 3 separate tornado watches, there's only 1 severe. So there's the same amount of severe thunderstorm warnings outside of all 3 of these tornado watches as there is with all 3 of those tornado watches combined. That is insane. Shows you how today is not performing. Yep, because we've got 4 tornado watches. That is crazy. Wow, that is our highest probability tornado watch of the day. Or is it tied? It is, I think it's tied. It is tied. It is tied 60-40. So this one is 50-30. This one is 50-40. This one is 60-40, and this one is 60-40. Let me show you that on an outline. Here you go. This tornado watch is 50-40. This tornado watch is 50-30. This tornado watch is 60-40. This tornado watch is 60-40. So our highest probability for tornadoes is in here, according to the watches. Although I think our tornado threat is decreasing with time, not increasing. Aha! Remember when I was talking about that book in Vortex? Looks like that's probably happening. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. I think that was just one scan of corruption, but I wanted to make sure. Go to Joplin. Now, this is far from the radar, so... Oh, but they did put Tor Possible on it, and it is upgraded to a significant severe. So if you are in... actually, Joplin was taken out of this. So if you're in Carthage, up towards Lamar, roughly, make sure you are in your... preferably in your safe spot. So you could see our main bow echo in here. And then see how this is more flat up here? That's allowing for some winds to go from the southeast and try to curl back up here. Now we need to see a curling motion for this to actually be rotation. Right now we don't have that curling motion. We either need those red winds to pierce through the back of this and create a donut, which you can almost see right in here. It almost looks like that's happening. That's how you get a book in Vortex, but you need those red winds to curl back around. And right now I don't see that curling. See if they extend this tornado warning. It expires in 23 minutes. Hopefully we go warningless, tornado warningless in 23 minutes. That'd be awesome. Velocities are definitely being overdone, by the way. That's just a given. When you're looking this far from radar, there's a very high chance that is overdoing velocities, because if it wasn't, then we'd have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings all down in here too. But you can see if we switch to radar, these winds are significantly weaker with a closer radar. So if we had a closer radar up here, these winds would be weaker. But I do think these winds in here are 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. And that is pushing roughly to the east-northeast. PDS severe is 80 mile an hour winds or 2.75 inch hail. Could be one or the other, or it could be both. You could have 60 mile an hour winds, 2.75 inch hail. That would be PDS. 80 mile an hour winds, 80 mile an hour winds and 1 inch hail. That'd be PDS. Let me see here. So this is your 700 millibar meso analysis, just to show y'all 2 reasons why those storms in Kansas didn't explode. 2 reasons: lower level lapse rates, roughly at 6. Second reason, 700 millibars, rising air, sinking air. Favorable for storm development, not favorable for storm development. However, you're looking here, you're like, okay, well then why the heck are these storms forming if this is sinking air? Well, that's because you got a front. You go to your surface here, and you can see the change in wind speeds, southerly winds, northwesterly winds, cold front, right in there. And then that goes to your dry line, roughly in there. So that's why those storms in Kansas didn't explode. You had sinking air, and you also had a lack of lower level lapse rates, despite high wind shear and moderate cape. Definitely watching that very closely. I feel like if we weren't close to the radar, this might look a bit more impressive. So we'll have to see as that exits the... what is it called? I forgot exactly what it's called. I feel like it's called like cone of something. It's the radar when it's too close to the radar site, which is roughly within like 5 or something miles. Like right in here. That's the most inaccurate part of a radar site. 5 miles, and then I think it's like greater than like 50 or something. I think it's 5 and 50. Yeah. Definitely 50, I can tell you that. Radar is not going to be accurate beyond 50. But it might be a little bit lower than that. Cone of silence. Yep. That is what it's called. Still not seeing a lot of digging into that, so I still don't think this is a book and vortex yet. Let's see here. So we're going to wait once again, just see how this tornado warning progresses. I want to see how this evolves as it goes to the northeast. Probably going to see a new tornado warning issued for Pryor Creek, unless this shows a weakening as it moves northeast. So, kind of 50-50 on if I'll be live tomorrow. I may be live tomorrow, may not be. If I am live, it's probably going to be a bit later, closer to the afternoon or evening hours. Definitely not as early as what I was live for today. Michigan is getting a line of a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and some isolated 40 to 50 mile-an-hour wind gusts. But the worst event for Michigan is already finished. Got an update on that tornado warning. It is observed again. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. Not shocked. Not shocked at all. I'd roughly say this is in about to be in Enola. Probably have a tornado about to go through Enola. If it is still on the ground. Yep, there's your observed warning. We'll switch this one over to the Springfield radar. By the way, we are now down to 2 warnings. We've got a confirmed tornado warning and a significant severe. That's all we have in effect in the U.S. We do have a flash flood warning, but in terms of severe weather, that actually only has 16 minutes left, so we'll actually lose that pretty soon too. All these warnings expire in 16 minutes, but I'm very confident we'll see an expansion of this significant severe. I'm quite confident we'll see a radar indicated tornado warning extended out of this, and then the flash flood warning will probably be allowed to expire. And yeah, NWS Tulsa has done a fantastic job today. Definitely did a great job. And Norman did a lot better today than they did yesterday. No offense for how they did yesterday. They didn't confirm those tornado warnings for a long time, even though we had multiple chasers confirming tornadoes and multiple debris signatures. They didn't confirm them. Took them 40 minutes after. It was like 40 minutes after the first debris signature for them to confirm a tornado. And they didn't even confirm it. It went to PDS. Went straight from radar indicated for 40-some minutes and then went to PDS after like the 3rd debris signature. But they did better today. Yeah, and I do think we have a tornado going over Enola. If we go up with height, yeah. That might be up with height. That might be your debris signature right there. From an older frame. It's hard to say for certain. But we may have a tornado going over Enola right now in Oklahoma. Actually, you can see this looks like a classic supercell. This looks like a very classic supercell. So this is most likely producing a tornado. Although that radar doesn't show velocity being too strong at the moment, which is really good. Okay. Now we'll see what the next scan has here in 30 to 45 seconds. Or rather, we got a new severe. About the next minute, we'll get a scan on that. Let's go back over to Springfield. Tor possible, 0.75 inch hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds. I don't see any sign of a bookend vortex starting anytime soon. This looks relatively outflow dominant now. I would still watch that northern end, but it still looks like a big old bow echo. Is that may still be your CC right there. Might still be your new CC. Or same CC. Just continuing. Still observed. So just be in your safe spot. Still looks like there's debris roughly in that area. Moving up to the northeast. Roughly in here. Yeah, it is getting discrete, which is a big problem. However, our thermodynamic environment is substantially worse now than what it was a few hours ago. But our wind shear is substantially better. Which means a well-defined supercell could continue for a long time, but a storm that is just getting going will likely just die off. So this could be a long-term problem if we don't see some big-time mergers that help cluster it up. Still looks like it's ongoing. Yep, so you can see likely touchdown just west of Enola. Probably went right through downtown Enola, honestly. And has continued east. The good news is velocity has been relatively on the weaker side of things. And the debris hasn't been lofted beyond 800 to 1,000 feet. So I'm still thinking this is a relatively weak tornado. Oh, new flash flood warning. That makes sense. We've had multiple training supercells throughout this area. And multiple thunderstorms. So still a tornado ongoing, this time now barely east of Enola. By the way, look at that. You can actually see your vortex hole right there. With height. Because we're so close to the radar, you can actually see a vortex hole. Now, of course, when you go up with height, you know, see the velocity lines up with height, but as you go towards the surface, it's a little bit lower. But that is most likely a vortex hole right there. And now it is gone. Still possibly a weak tornado ongoing, but significantly weaker. Yeah, most likely lifted. We'll see what it has next scan, but significantly weaker, like I said. Looking just north of Joplin, where we have a significant severe 70-mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail, and the potential for a tornado, as that bow echo is moving off to the northeast. Back down here. Still looks like that's weakening. We should get another scan here in about 30 seconds to a minute. But I don't think that it is on the ground anymore. All right, let's clear that. Go back to GR2. Yep, I still see a little leftover CC there, but that could just be a little bit of fallout. Velocity updates here in 20 seconds. So we'll wait to see what that has to show. Imagine it's going to be weaker. Now we wait. It's actually a little stronger there. We should get a new tornado warning not too long from now, as this warning expires in 7 minutes. We also just got a new severe up in Iowa. Somewhere up in Iowa. Western Iowa, eastern Nebraska. 1-inch hail observed, roughly 50 mile-an-hour winds for the next 22 minutes up there. So, yeah. This, I don't know if this thing's gonna, how much longer this thing's gonna continue. It's definitely the main threat, but it's hard to say if it's gonna just go outflow dominant from here on out, or if it's gonna try to produce again. What about Arkansas? Just watch out for some isolated damaging winds overnight. Odds of getting a severe watch in Nashville? You're not in a slight risk, so not very high, but probably roughly 40%. Texas storms will be starting up soon. That is still on the ground. So we should get a new observed warning here within the next 5 minutes. Yeah, Texas storms will really start firing closer to 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central. That's a little displaced. Yeah, those scans aren't too far off, but that is definitely displaced. All right, while that scan updates, y'all, I'll be right back. Just give me 1 minute. It should be literally 1 minute. All right, I am back. How the heck did I get a text message? I just left. All right, news scan should come in here maybe in 5 seconds. Oh, that ain't a text message. That's a call. Why, hello. I'm still live. Help.
Huh?
I'm
Wait,
still live. Yep,
you haven't
confirmed
ended
tornado.
yet?
Nope.
Hi,
Never
chat.
ended. Never ended. This dude thought I was ended.
Nah, I thought you were too. That's why I called you. I didn't even check your status. I just called. I had your DMs pulled up. I mean, when do I not? Honestly.
There's this one confirmed warning that's been holding on. I almost ended like 20 minutes ago, but then it went confirmed.
Let's see what this thing is looking like.
Welcome back, weather tracker. Man, Lucky's really been tracking the weather intensely now. Yeah, Kansas, they expanded the 10 sig tour all the way up into Kansas and Iowa even more. Don't know why.
No, dude, no. While I was out, I literally checked. I literally checked radar scope. I went to my car and I checked radar scope to see what was going on. It was 3 radar indicated. It was like maybe an hour and a half ago. But I can tell you this, it didn't look like that.
Yeah, the stupid 00ZH is still out on a limb. It's all by itself. It did uptrend for moisture a bit, but it's still all on its own for us. Stupid thing. We hate it when it doesn't agree with it. Like, if it shows, like, nothing for us, we hate it. And if it shows a bunch of stuff for us, we love it. That's the HRRR model run right there for you. It's a love-hate relationship. We did get a new MCD. Caleb is pretending that he didn't see that. Hey, Brooklyn, glad to see you're alive. Brooklyn was in a confirmed tornado. Actually, yeah, you were in a confirmed tornado warning. You had like 2 or 3 tornadoes near you. Hey guys, just wanted to let you all know I'm safe and sound. My house didn't get hit. That tornado to the south, but it was very close. I think it went over us. No power right now. I figured you didn't have power, considering how intense this storm's been. It's still producing tornadoes. It is still producing tornadoes. It's produced like 5 or 6 now. I'd say, yeah, roughly 5. But glad to see you made it out alive. I knew you could do it. Hopefully you'll get power back soon. I gotta unplug my phone. I should not have plugged it up. I plugged it up at 1:30 thinking I was going to get on it at like 2:30 or 3 when I ended stream. Yeah. End stream? What's that? But hopefully this is really the only storm I'm waiting for. Once this looks decently gone, I'm going to end. And we have that Book and Vortex still, or not Book and Vortex, Bow Echo in southwestern Missouri. Well, I mean, now the SPC did extend this to the 10 sig tour area. So, you know, these tornadoes that have been happening have been in the 10 sig tour area, but they did that last minute. You know, we saw that really early. I'm surprised they held off that long. Wait till it passes me at least. That's another hour. At least. I can try, but yeah, that's probably going to be a 10-hour stream. And I would absolutely love to play some games with Lucky right now. We played like 15 minutes last night, and then we both had to go to bed because it was like almost 2 a.m. Power is back on for me? No way, Brooklyn. That is awesome. Right when you started talking about it being out, too. That is awesome. There is a new MCD out for a greater severe weather potential back up here along the cold front. But let's be honest, it's not going to verify. But they did say they do mention a strong tornado or 2 being possible, 65 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1.5 to 2.5 inch hail. So it's a good severe weather threat for sure. But let's face it, it's likely not going to verify. They just downgraded that to radar indicated now. He leaves his chair, tornadoes spawn. See, that's why you don't want me to leave, because the last time I left before a storm was heading your way and it looked like it was dying out, it ended up trying to rotate again and got tornado warned. I remember that. It's moving at 40 miles per hour. So if we measure, I mean, that's at least an hour, like I said, so we'll see. This tornado warning goes for another 42 minutes. I suppose we could wait and see what that looks like. Lucky's ought to go do a few things first before he wants to play any games. Oh, no?
Huh?
You got stuff to do before you're able to hop on some games? Because I don't want to stay here streaming for too much longer. I'm gonna try to stay like another 40 or plus minutes or so because I want to see how it looks like at the end of this warning, and it's getting close to Goddess.
Huh.
Call her by her username.
All right.
I don't know what games we'll play. I just don't want to. I want to go get me some food and do a few things and then chill for
That's
a
what I'm
bit.
gonna do. I'm gonna go get me some food. Yeah, fun fact, I did not get food the whole time I was out.
Lucky.
I forgot.
I wouldn't forget. That's for sure. Forecast master? Nah. I forecast enough in real life. I don't need it to be on a video game. I played that for like almost a week straight every day,
Bro.
grinded it out, and then once severe weather started rolling around again, I was like, heck no. Can't forecast two things at once. Just practice my forecasting skills on Sunday. Me and Lucky are under a severe threat. I can tell you this right now. This looks really good. This is starting to bow out, which is a sign of it being outflow dominant, but something I hate is the fact that it still looks like a big old hook echo. I still don't like that. There's nothing in Paris, Illinois right now. You'll probably have the risk for a bit of damaging winds overnight, but nothing significant.
Yo, what is wrong with my computer?
Why? What'd you do?
I don't know. Yo, bro.
I don't think this is going to do anything
Yo,
because it's still an outflow boundary.
Yo.
No.
Because I can't, dude. TRG, look. This thing
What'd you
literally.
do? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, what do you mean? It's perfectly fine, Lucky.
Yo, this is getting out of hand, yo. Yo, bro, my life has to be a video game.
Every time something screws up with this dude on his computer, he calls me, shares his screen, and then when he tries to screw it up again, it works perfectly fine.
Like, I was here for 2 minutes trying to look for the HRRR, and it kept clicking like this thing. It kept, bro. You see, I'm not even clicking. I'm clicking once.
Oh, I see. It's probably because you're zoomed in.
Wait, that's 110. All right, 100%. That's normal.
Okay,
This is what
no.
normal's like.
Yeah.
Yo, I haven't been this zoomed out in forever. Yo,
you know what it is, Lucky? It's
played-
probably that stupid ad blocker specialized web browser you use.
I don't know, bro.
That thing's had a lot of bugs with it.
It's still fairly new. Give it some time, man.
Fairly new, isn't it? Like 3 years old.
Like 2.
I think
Hey,
not
man, Google still
nearly.
messes up, and they like 20 years old. Yo, don't talk bad about my browser.
I'll talk bad about it if I want to.
All right. Anyways, what did the 000 say?
Oh, if you want to be depressed, you can look at it.
Oh no.
Yep, big old line wipes out every last bit of instability we have. No convection, no moisture, nothing fires in the afternoon.
Yeah, bro. I don't know if I'm gonna chase.
It wouldn't be that.
This
That's not the
trade.
main threat.
Oh.
Yeah, it would be
Oh.
at the end of the model run for supercells. But you could see nothing fires because
These little
the
guys.
yep, nothing fires because it's just too late.
Oh, I need storms this time of day. Right here. What time is this? No, this time. This is prime time. 2 p.m.
I mean, are they asleep or busy? Because I wouldn't. You could prepare and get ready. And let's see. So you're near J, right? Aren't you near J? I still think you got about an hour left, so I would watch and see how the storm evolves, because it could fall apart very quickly. They're fighting bedtime. You're north of J. It might stay to your south. So are you closer to Grove or J? You'll probably end up in a tornado warning. Because, that's where it's heading. It's heading almost right for J. But yeah, I mean it's been on a weakening trend for the last few scans ever since that tornado near Enola lifted. Literally in the middle. Hmm. I mean, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. The only reason why I would evacuate to the nearest shelter is if you are in a trailer home and you're not in a sturdy house. Because there's a good chance if this does drop a tornado, it's likely going to be on the weaker side of things and likely going to be very brief. That's if it even does drop another tornado. Let's see. You are in a trailer home. Man, that's a tough decision. I mean, it's not a bad idea to go into a shelter, just because it is on the stronger side of things for a storm. It would not be a bad idea. But you're probably going to be there for at least an hour. It's very, very hard to say. It really is. That's really, your call, obviously. But right now, like, it looks significantly weaker. This is likely I think this is the weakest it's looked ever since it first got tornado warned back down in here. It looked very weak once it passed by Brooklyn, intensified, and now it's starting to weaken more. That hook is starting to occlude too. Look at that hook. See the hook starting to go back up into the base of the storm? So that hook is dying. It's not on a strengthening trend at the moment. And that severe is back down to a normal severe for 17 more minutes. But the main reason why I would go into a shelter is because you are in a trailer home. But I think it is shifting more north. So it is starting to shift probably closer to you. That's because the hook's occluding to the north. Still moving at roughly 40 miles per hour. Actually, turn it down to 35. So it should be over you roughly in 40 minutes. So that should, you got about 10, 15 minutes to decide if you are going to go to that shelter. Lucky.
Yep.
When are you getting food?
I don't know.
This dude's
Cause
gonna
see,
be
the thing is,
eating supper at like
I gotta
midnight.
make my food this time.
Oh, yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
You don't want to get up.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Lucky.
DoorDash.
I'm lucky I got those 2 sandwiches in real quick. It was taco night for dinner here. Why didn't you invite me and Lucky?
What? Bro, you didn't invite me? Yo, who?
Legacy.
Legacy. Legacy, but the real question is, do you like the Doritos tacos? Like, I have
The
to know. Like,
Dorito
this is
taco shells are heaven.
bro, I need to know, because if you
First
don't,
time Lucky came here, we got those. We have not stopped getting them ever since.
yeah, so
Every
if you
single
haven't,
time
I
we get
need you
taco
to tell
shells.
your parents to get them
It's
for next
Dorito
time you have
taco
tacos.
shells.
I promise you, it will not disappoint. I think it's like the same price. Maybe if anything, it's like 50 cents more.
You've had them before? Now, how are they?
Now, how are they? How are they? Do you like them?
Or yet to meet someone who doesn't like them?
Bro, Caleb, what are you talking about? Bro, I was talking about Jimmy John's.
That's corruption all up there.
Come on, Caleb. Lock in.
Let's see.
I like them, but can't convince my parents to get them every time.
Yeah, that CC is
Yeah.
perfectly in the clear a lot. We don't have tacos too often. It's like twice a month, I'd say.
Bro, sometimes I have it once a month. The only time I have it twice a month is a month that I come up there. Yo, they always get me like here's the thing. Yo, it's so funny, and like I love them for this. But every single weekend that I go up there, I already know exactly what I'm eating, when I'm eating, how much I'm eating. I know everything. I know what I'm eating, what the sides are. I plan it out. I'm like,
We can change it
all right,
up on you.
no, no, please no. I do want some burgers though next time. See what?
Burgers.
Done right up. Yep, done.
Yep, done.
Yep, y'all, and
I don't
soon.
know if we'll have time to get them for this upcoming time. Maybe. Because we've already got the taco stuff.
Oh, that's fine. That that's fine.
And you won't be up here long at all. You're going to be up here
No,
like a day.
no, yeah. Well,
That's what you told me. You said
I'll,
you're going to be here
I'll talk.
late Saturday
I'll talk to
night,
you.
stay Sunday, and then leave Sunday night.
I mean, technically, I could stay there. I actually could stay there actually, no, I can't. I got work Monday.
See?
I mean, I could stay till Monday morning, but that's the thing. I got school. I'd have to
Ye-
log onto a computer at 8 a.m. until 1, and then I would have to go.
I don't know when I'll
My
stop
bad.
streaming. I'm hoping pretty soon. But I don't want to leave Goddess hanging. But really, this is the only storm I'm watching. All the others have downgraded to normal severes. So I'm hoping this can go unwarned here in 25 minutes.
Caleb's talking about. Wait, Tirja, we just had severe storms in a potential snow squall near Omaha. Huh?
I see some mixed precip in there, but I doubt it's a snow squall severe storm. We had, look at that. We had 3 bolts all next to each other with thunder snow. We had, wow. We had a lot of bolts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Like roughly 30 lightning strikes in the last hour. And it's most likely all thunder snow. I don't think any of this is going to be rain or sleet. Pretty sure it's all snow. Wow. That is impressive. This is still, it's a dying supercell. It is definitely a dying supercell. The problem is it still has that supercell shape. That's what I'm still worried about. But it's looking significantly worse. I don't think they'll continue this tornado warning. Unless it ramps up. Can I go to sleep in southwest Arkansas? Yes, but there's going to be loud storms that could wake you up early tomorrow morning. Storms in Iowa are looking relatively weak. Isolated small hail, isolated wind gusts, but relatively a big underperformance up there. Illinois, I'm assuming you're talking about clear skies. Wait, you said okay, so I think that means Oklahoma. I thought you meant is east of that area okay. A lot of lightning. There is a chance for 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gust and a little less than 1 inch hail. So very, very loud, and it's going to be a long duration for sure. Yeah, you're going to keep getting multiple waves of that for at least the next hour or two. You can sleep in East Illinois. Might be some loud storms rolling through tomorrow morning. overnight tonight. St. Louis, same ordeal. Just some loud storms overnight. Milwaukee, Wisconsin, get prepared for later tonight. I don't think so. I think you're good. I mean, you're in a pretty big risk, honestly. You know, at 5 sig tor, 15% wind, and a 15 or actually a 5% hail now. So a little bit lower risk than what you were originally in. But I don't think you need to prepare. I would just make sure your preparedness plan is ready. You know, make sure you know where your safe spot is. Make sure you have weather radio turned on, batteries are in, and it's plugged into the wall. Phone's charged, turned all the way up just in case alerts get issued. Just make sure you know where that safe spot is and your family knows where that safe spot is, and you'll be good. Just in case. But you don't need to take any big preparations up there. I have you know, if this doesn't get extended, I'm probably going to end right after this tornado warning expires. But if it does get extended into where Goddess is, then I'll stay. Lucky, go get you some food.
I probably should, right?
Yeah. That way you're
All right,
not
I'm gonna go do
eating
that.
while we're doing something.
I might. I'll be back. Chat. I'll be back. Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
Only time will tell, right?
Yep.
All right. I'll be back.
Get out of here.
Yo. No, watch it.
All right, bye.
All right, bye.
This dude. Always got to get food while streaming. I don't see a reason for them to continue this tornado warning. Lightning, also, that's a big key that this is starting to die out. The lightning has died out considerably. Hold on, I'm going to slide over here real quick. Get my emergency bottle of water that I had on my nightstand. This is bottle number 7. 7 in this live stream. My throat has really been hurting from talking from like 2 to 3 days ago. Because it's not used to this live streaming stuff anymore. So I've been drinking a lot of water to try to prevent it from hurting too much. Which is why I'm debating on live streaming tomorrow. This isn't the new chair. The new chair is to the left. You guys can't see it. And that's just a Walmart metal chair. I originally bought the metal one that Lucky broke because I thought there's no way this guy can break metal. And then he broke it once. We fixed it. He broke it twice. We fixed it. He broke it 3 times. We fixed it. He sat in it a 4th time. And yeah, that's when the whole thing collapsed. He broke metal and fell on the floor. And so 2 weeks later, we bought a new one. So we'll see if this metal one can hold. He's yet to visit, but that's going to change at the end of the month. He'll probably come maybe towards the end of the month, we're hoping. Let's see, new HRRRN. Still continues these storms into southwestern Missouri being an all hazards threat, but the strong tornado threat is over. Strong tornado threat has concluded. Still wouldn't rule out a brief tornado or two with any storm Ew, radar omega. Yuck. But I think a strong tornado threat's done. I don't think they're gonna extend this. I don't see a reason for them to. They might precautionarily extend it, but it's not tornadic anymore. I've been live for 9 hours. Yep, probably haven't done this ever since like middle of last year. Couldn't tell you the last. Oh no, Melissa. We probably were live for 9 hours during Melissa. Let's see, 2 hours, 1 hour, bunch of 1 hours, 2 hour, bunch of 1 hours, 3 minutes. Oh yeah, that was when my stupid Wi-Fi was acting up. The shortest live stream as it happened. 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Barely made it through the intro. 5 hours. 7 hours for Melissa. No. Melissa was not the last 9-hour live stream. We have not been live for 9 hours. We're going to have to go back to probably July. Eight hours. Nope. The last EF5 tornado we streamed for 8 hours. The last time we streamed for plus 9 hours was June 8th, 2025. And that was a maxed out 11 hours and 30-minute live stream. And you'll never guess it was a underperformance. It wasn't a bust, but it was an underperformance. It was, I don't think it got classified as a derecho, but that was the 45 sig for wind in Dallas. I forgot Northern Virginia was under a tornado watch on that day. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think they're going to continue this, and if they don't, I agree. If they do, it's a precautionary measure, and I really wouldn't blame them. I really hope that's corruption. It should be. We're about to find out in 15 seconds. Please disappear, please disappear, please disappear. Go check this real quick. Okay, yeah, that weakened significantly. Still a bow echo, but very weak. Oh, thank you. Thank goodness. Bruh. Well, I guarantee that she's in that. Yep, there she is. Just got a tornado warning on my phone. They did extend it, but there's like barely any rotation with it right now. Barely any rotation. Well, I gotta go do something real quick, y'all. I'll be back in just a bit. So, it is not observed. No, it is radar indicated. Give me just 2 minutes because I thought I was going to be ended by now, but instead I'm going to go do something real quick and then I'll come back and we'll continue for the entire duration of this tornado warning. Let me fix that overlay at the bottom. I'll be right back. I am back. Whoa. No, they can't hear you. What are you doing back?
I got my food.
I had to go do something real quick. There's a new tornado warning, so I decided to go do that so I can continue longer. Unfortunately.
What, they extended it?
Yeah. I'm still here.
So you're not ending.
Whoa.
Wow. Okay. Never mind. I'm gonna just go eat, bro.
Oh, man.
See, this how you know. Long day, bro.
I'll probably stay live for another hour or so.
Oh man.
I mean, I don't want to leave
Hey
her
man.
hanging. She's a long-time viewer, so that
Yeah. No.
doesn't look so
Obviously,
good.
yeah. No. Obviously, no. Don't leave.
Plus, we're
What's it
so
called?
close to the 10-hour mark, too. Like, might as
Yeah.
well just push for it.
Right.
But
I got work tomorrow morning, so
no.
uh,
So you ain't gonna stay up past like midnight?
I don't know. I mean,
Dang.
I probably will.
Dang, bruh.
I'll probably stay up till like 1.
Holy
And after
cow.
that, I gotta call it quits there because I have a busy day tomorrow.
I'll see if I can even make it that far. I don't have that busy of a day tomorrow, thank goodness.
So no, I'm slam packed full.
I was slam packed full yesterday. Not so much today. That's why I was able to go live at 1:30. I was hoping to split it up into 2 streams, but yeah,
Never stop.
it is what it is. Didn't mind too much. Didn't really have anything else planned for today. I didn't plan to stream for greater than 4 hours unless it was moderate, and here I am going on 10 for an enhanced. I wonder if the NAM3K... Oh, no. NAM3K00Z. If this shows a downtrend, Sunday's cooked. Oh. Well, it's a little downtrend, but nothing significant. You know what? I can work with that. I can work with that.
All right, so if TRG is worth if it's worth TRG driving down here, then yeah, I think that means I can chase too.
Wouldn't rule out a tornado, borderline maybe even 2, if that happens. 2 tornadoes in NC. When have you heard that one, Lucky?
Oh no, bro.
It's been years. It's been 84 years. It's been ever since. Oh man, it's been a long time. But probably not going to get much on Sunday. But one can hope to see cool looking clouds. Still live, Sam. Man, you know you've been live for a while when everybody who's like done with school, done with their job, and they come home and they're like, "You still live?" Sam went off.
Hey, I'll be back.
Sam said he got things were clustered, so he was gonna go take a break. Bro probably did everything on his to-do list. And I'm still here. But I am watching that. I'm a little bit more worried about that area of rotation. It still looks like it's dying as a whole, but that rotation did get a little bit tighter going towards Zena in Oklahoma. It is going to go towards Zena here, but it is still pretty far, about 15 minutes from Zena. So it definitely has time to weaken. Let's see. All right, there we go. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. How's Kansas doing? Next to no activity. Actually, not a single severe there anymore. $35, 5 minutes, 50. Oh, there's severe storms behind this. Wow. I didn't realize they issued that. This one's for the... Yeah, that storm. So this should expire pretty soon, but they're leaving it in effect. Yeah, these storms are low and severe, though. 60 mile-an-hour winds, 0.75-inch hail. That rotation died back out again. Really good. Oh, we got a severe in south central Oklahoma. Wow, I'm shocked that was able to fire. But that stuff shouldn't do anything too crazy. Just isolated small hail, isolated weak winds, maybe 60 mile-an-hour winds, possibly upwards of damaging. Wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere across there from southern Oklahoma, northern Texas, into western Arkansas. Especially as we get into the overnight hours.
All right, hello.
Wow, already done eating?
No, I had to go check some.
Wouldn't be surprised if you haven't even started eating.
I have.
Ah, shocker. Shocker. Is Jay in the clear? Hopefully you don't mean Jay, Oklahoma. Jay, Oklahoma's under a tornado warning right now. So you need to be in your safe spot. But to give you some good news, the storm has been weakening significantly over the last 30 minutes. So you're not in the clear. You need to be in your safe spot if you're in Jay, Oklahoma. But the good news is the storm is weakening, so the likelihood of a tornado out of this is becoming less and less. But it could ramp up, so that's why it's tornado warned. Because it does have the potential to intensify. But yeah, it doesn't look very good right now. That warning is in effect for the next 47 minutes. How long is that? Oh, it says it right there. 11:15 Eastern, 10:15 Central. So, yeah, we're just going to wait and see if this tornado warning ends up strengthening at all. Yeah, but really weak velocities now. I'm just hoping that this can really start dying out and hopefully we can go tornado warningless here in an hour. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what that is, maybe. Yeah, this has like no rotation with it, by the way. It's like nothing in here now, so it's barely capable of producing a tornado. It's not even worth a tornado warning anymore. But they're not going to cancel it. It's going to stay there for 40 some more minutes, 45 more minutes. Should be seeing some convection popping up in north central Oklahoma. There you go. Not popping up just yet. It's your boundary moving, but we should start seeing some ignition. But these storms will just be the same as this. Heavy rain, small hail, isolated 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gust. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado somewhere along there. But nothing big. Nothing's happening in Kansas City right now, but there will be a line of strong storms that push through with a lot of lightning and heavy rain. Probably in, like 2 hours? Yeah, roughly 2 hours. So mainly overnight. Oh, wrong radar. A little bit of cell mergers happening with this tornado warning storm, but like I said, it's really died out now. $14 minutes, 44 minutes, 29 minutes. So a lot of these warnings will be expired, but we'll probably get more severe warnings here once those are expired. But we're going to keep seeing severes throughout likely the entire night. We'll keep seeing severe warnings get issued. There may be intermediate moments where we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings, but we should see them all the way through tomorrow too. What's your thoughts on Tuesday? I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. Everybody wants to know about Tuesday all of a sudden. Garbage. I'll just give you that. It looks bad. Downtrended all day today. It looked impressive 2 days ago. Looks garbage now. I still think we'll see widespread 40 to 60 mile an hour wind. What? Just please don't tell me we got another tornado warning. Okay, they just extended that one. Got it. Really hoping we don't see any new tornado warnings here. No, you're good. I've just answered that question like literally 10 times today. Let's see. Still radar indicated, by the way. No observed tornado warning. NatoCast came out for tomorrow, and it has relatively just a decent sized 2% and 3% TOR for tomorrow. Let's see. I mean, there's seriously like no rotation here anymore. Yeah, the second line in Kansas will have a low end wind threat, but it's nothing big. I'm not really too worried about it. Everything from here on out is just a low-end threat. We may have the isolated, significant, severe that pops up. But nothing too notable. Hold on, I'm gonna go quickly get this from yesterday. I gotta go to yesterday's live stream. What the heck? Hi. Oh, just overall. What do you mean? Where? What are you on, bruh? I have this dude muted, thankfully for a good reason. I don't know, Lucky. You ain't too bright. I'm trying to see if I ever showed the SPC Outlook in yesterday's live stream. I don't think I got a screenshot of it. Maybe I did send it in here, possibly? Nope. Still no rot on that tornado warning. It really shouldn't be warned right now. That's why I'm doing other stuff. Let's see. Give me just a moment, y'all. You think this dummy in yesterday's live stream would show the SPC Outlook on the SPC page? Nope. All right, good night, Proxy. Thank you for tuning in for so long. I really appreciate it. And hopefully you get a good night rest. Thankfully, tomorrow won't be as big of days as the last 2 days, but still widespread severe weather tomorrow. Not sure if I will be live or how long I'll be live. We'll just see. Okay, there we go. One in Iowa looking probably not good. Heads in a radar hole. It's just a isolated large hail and a bit of wind. Just be away from doors and windows. You'll be fine. It's nothing impressive. It's just your ordinary low and severe. Nothing special about it. Just make sure you're away from doors and windows and you will be fine. My energy is at 0. I ain't got no energy left. Nope. You'll wear me out. Okay, one more. There we go. Took me forever to get that post out. Gracious. Couldn't find a stupid screenshot of yesterday's SPC risk. Cedar Rapids, Iowa Metro. A lot of rain, lightning, and some isolated severe weather. It's really not going to be that bad anymore. Our threat as a whole really downtrended in this entire area. Day of. Downtrended significantly. I'd say Oklahoma nearly verified and Southwest Missouri nearly verified. But the whole northern mode of our risk was a big underperformance. We did see verification in east central Nebraska with those large hail elevated storms, but pretty much the whole state of Kansas was a complete bust. Much of Iowa was a significant underperformance. And much of Missouri, with the exception of Southwest Missouri, is probably going to follow suit with a big underperformance. Continued tornado warning for 33 more minutes. They're still continuing it. Radar indicated. So no observed tornadoes. If that's in Arkansas, I think you're going to be fine, Mason. TRG, when are you going to sleep? Not too long. Well, I'm going to hang with Lucky for a bit because we'll probably not be able to talk much. So, I don't know if what he's got going on tomorrow night. But typically, like much of Friday's typically the day that I talk to him the most. But he had plans today, and those plans were postponed. So that's why he was able to hang out here for like 7 hours. But I'll get to sleep in a while. Any new updates for Joplin, Missouri? You're in a severe thunderstorm warning, so just don't go outside. You'll be perfectly fine. Just a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and some isolated severe winds. I didn't see the surveys from yesterday, no. I did not. Four tornadoes confirmed from yesterday in northwest Oklahoma. EF2, EF1, EF2, EF1 in northwest Oklahoma from that long track supercell. Let's see. All right. Just checking through stuff real quick, y'all. We got a new MCD. Storm still has a supercell shape to it. Velocity's ramped up just the slightest bit on that new scan. Potential for severe hail and winds and perhaps a tornado to persist across watch issuance 16 and 19. That includes northeast Kansas, northern Missouri, and central as well as eastern Iowa. Likely not going to see a tornado in Joplin. Lucky. Look. You can read this out loud because I've muted you. Found that very relatable to us. Glad to hear about that, Goddess. What about Tequila, Oklahoma? I said that because of Lucky. Nah, you can't tell me that don't look like tequila, Lucky. Look at that. Lightning, some rain. Man, I'm tired. Yeah, watch out for some heavy rain, lightning, and 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts here over the next 2 hours. Yeah. I'm barely gonna be able to finish till the top of this hour, y'all. We gotta keep going though. I gotta get some food in me. I don't feel so well. Nah, I'm good. I've just been staring at screens too intensely for almost 10 hours straight. Nope, I'm gonna just keep staring at screens. Oh man, I've been going on 9 hours and 18 minutes. This was supposed to be a split live stream. I was supposed to have a 4-hour break in the middle of it. Supposed to stream for an hour or two, 4-hour break, stream for 2 to 4 hours. That was the plan. And instead, we just went straight through my break. Oh, I've drank plenty of water. This is, I think this is bottle 8 now. 8 bottles of water. And I've been taking good enough breaks One time I went like 10 hours without getting up in a live stream. That was horrible. But this one I've taken about 5 or 6 breaks. Given 5 or 6 breaks that have lasted a total of like 10 minutes, but it's better than not getting up. Storm's finally firing in north central Oklahoma, but our main tornado watch has been canceled out there, so they don't expect much of a hazard. This tornado watch ends in 11 minutes. What the heck? We watched this get issued, and we are about to watch it expire. That is how you know you have been live for way too freaking long. No, you took a 4-hour break, Lucky. Yours don't count. Actually, both of these are about to expire in 10 minutes. We're about to lose 2 watches in 10 minutes, and I can guarantee I will not be up until 5 a.m. to see the last watch expire. Heck no. So if you are in Davenport, Iowa, you're in a tornado watch until 5 a.m. Eastern, 4 a.m. Central. This doesn't look that bad again, so they may extend that tornado warning. But I hope not, because for the sake of this just being an unwarned storm. The hook is looking a bit better, but the rotation doesn't look too much better. So if it gets any stronger, though, they'll probably continue this tornado warning into Missouri, and maybe should be mainly into Missouri. I don't think this is going to go into Arkansas or Kansas. Should be heading towards like Anderson, Missouri. It's also going to be in a radar hole, so good time to end is definitely in a bit here as these storms move into a less visible area. We're getting a lot more normal severes, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 severe warnings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 severe warnings. Can't even count no more. So there you go. You guys are going to get very tired, TRG, for the next 30-some minutes of this live stream. So, what do you mean? That was always planned. Yeah. I didn't plan to end when the tornado warning ends. I plan to get to 10 hours or a little over. Updated tornado warning, but it's not new. They just disextended it. As you can see there. They did extend the southeast portion of this watch for a few more hours. 3 more hours. But much of the tornado watch still will expire in 7 minutes. Actually, is that a different tornado watch right there? It is. It is. This is a different tornado watch in southeast Kansas. But both of those watches are expired in 7 minutes, and we watched both of them get issued 9 hours ago. Well, it's closer to 7, 8 hours ago when they got issued. I think that is a new tornado watch. Yep, that is a new tornado watch entirely right there. Few tornadoes likely. 2-inch hail likely. 70-mile-an-hour winds likely. And that's because our other tornado watch expires in 7 minutes. We'll see if we get a new tornado watch up here. It wouldn't shock me if we do not. The reason why is because, well, they just extended it for 2 more hours. There you go. So that now expires at, what, 1 a.m.? It should expire at 1 a.m. now because it says they extended it for 2 hours. But hey, we'll be able to watch one tornado watch expire in 6 minutes. Sleep, what's that? Hardly knew it. Yeah, this is ramping up a bit, but that hook echo's already occluding, so. What were the parameters for our tornado watch? I'm curious. You mean the probabilities? If you mean the probabilities, that was 50-40 for Oklahoma. Started this live stream at 1:30 Eastern. So we're getting close to the 10-hour mark. Just trying to push over that double-digit hour mark. 10-hour live stream. Not a whole lot of people can do that talking about the weather. Yep, it was 50-40. Yeah, Northwest Arkansas just got put under a new tornado watch. Sure did. Didn't really think you'd be put under that, but they did put you under that. 4 minutes left on our tornado watch. Our first tornado watch we've watched get issued, and we're about to watch it expire. I don't see a considerable severe in Oklahoma right now. I need to see it update, though. Still ain't seeing it. Oh, 70-mile-an-hour winds. There it is. 70-mile-an-hour winds radar indicated for 19 minutes. It's not the dry line inflating. It's not inflating. The dry line is not inflating. No, the dry line is not initiating. It's the crashing cold front hitting the dry line. That's funny. Dry line inflating. What the heck? That would not be funny if I wasn't streaming for 10 hours. That wouldn't have been nearly as funny. What do you want? I don't know, because you were probably at Walmart for freaking 5.5 of them. I remember that. I remember that. You were gone for like 3 hours, Lucky. Yes, you were. I remember it. Yes, I remember you saying, I'll be right back, and then you just left for 3 hours, and I still wanted to stay live, so I just stayed live for both of us. Why is it a 70-60 Tor watch? What are we doing? Like, hello? Why is that the highest probability watch we have? The events, like, the tornado threat is so low now, y'all. That is so stupid. I don't understand. The tornado threat is decreasing. Decreasing from here on out. And they just issued a tornado watch saying it is increasing. They were wrong about the 10 sig Tor all the way back up into Kansas. So, they're probably going to be wrong about this, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't really know why they did that. I agree with the tornado watch, but 70-60 is way too high. That is like, that's moderate level. That is a moderate risk tornado watch. That really is. That could be a low-end moderate risk tornado watch. 70-60 is very high. That is a high moderate probability right there. High percent chance for tornadoes and a moderate percent chance for strong tornadoes if you look at the probs on that watch. Not really too sure why they did probs that high. A couple intense tornadoes likely. Yeah, right. Gracious day. It is a 70-60. Look at the SPC watches site. They extended the tornado warning. You got to be kidding me. But it's for 30. It's for 30 minutes. That's when I will probably start heading off. So there's a chance we could still end warningless. You got double tornado watched. You sure did. Oh, that's crazy. Ain't no way I just got double tornado watched. Don't worry, this one's expiring right now. It's going to disappear in just a couple seconds. There it goes. There it goes. You're now in one tornado watch, but you're in the highest end probability watch we've seen all day today, and I significantly disagree. I significantly disagree with the SPC's call on issuing a pretty high-end probability watch. I do think we could see a brief tornado or two still tonight, and I wouldn't entirely rule out a strong one. But a couple intense tornadoes likely. That's a couple EF3 plus tornadoes likely. No way. No way. I would be astonished if we end up with 2+ EF3 plus tornadoes out of this setup. Y'all have seen this. The last 2 hours have been, well, no, the last hour has been very uneventful. We've had this one long tracked tornado warning that has barely been rotating in the last entire hour. So again, I don't disagree with the placement of the tornado watch. I think we should have a tornado watch. I just don't think we should have that high of a probability watch. I was expecting like a 50-20. That's what I was thinking. Not a 70-60. That goes till 5 a.m. Eastern. I will not be up. Let's see here. Hold on, let me go down here. Give me just a moment. Let's see here. Okay. Give me just a moment. Y'all want to reread this. Okay. Let me go back here. New Age Triple R says like next to nothing tonight in Arkansas, by the way. Just shows a sloppy line coming through. Sloppy cluster right now, and then a sloppy line later tonight. So they did extend that tornado warning for 23 more minutes. We will be live for the entire duration of that. And will likely be ending just after that expires. If they issue another one, I'm gone. I am gone. Heck yeah, I'm leaving you. It's been, by the time I'm gone, it'll be 10 hours. What you mean you leaving us? Main threat's been over. Rookie numbers. YouTube doesn't let you stream past 12 hours, bud. Rookie numbers. Severe Mississippi wasn't on my bingo card. Yeah, that definitely could be producing 1-inch hail. It's a very small storm, but it indeed could be producing 1-inch hail. That would not surprise me. Seems like a valid warning. So, yeah, we're just gonna wait. Just gonna wait. Poor Lucky. He's probably dying to play games, or he's just eating a bunch and he's forgotten that I'm even here. One or the other. Oh, you're still here? How's the food? Dang. Dang. Don't worry, I'm almost done. I'm not going much longer. Yeah, Lucky's here. I just have him muted because he was eating and he's doing other stuff. He's not really yapping about the weather. He's weathered out. Can't blame him. This is the most he's tracked weather in the last 2 days. The last 2 days, he's tracked the most weather he's ever tracked in like the last 3 years. He's never tracked this much weather before. I don't think he's ever tracked. I mean, it's been like... it was a lot, like 5 hours yesterday and like 8 hours today. So I don't think he's ever tracked this much weather like that 2 days in a row in the last 3 years. Maybe 4 years. The last time I can remember it is 2021. Cap. Go ahead and find it then, Lucky. Go ahead and find it. 40 hours in 2 days. Wow, okay. Man, now that's impressive. He's only got 8 hours of sleep in 2 days. Man, I would have. That is insane. That is a new level of commitment. What was it? A 60 triple hatched tour? Then. Okay, so maybe it's been 2 years. Still a long time. Okay, it's been 2 years. I feel like it's been a lot longer than that, though. Sup, people? Oh, welcome, Catman. You got the last of a 10-hour live stream. Congratulations. How'd you not find any spare time in your day throughout 10 hours? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. He's been here multiple times throughout the stream. Hey, quit yapping, Lucky. Go eat your food. Go to Walmart or something. Hey, Catman, I want your opinion on this. Do you have any idea why the SPC just issued a high probability tornado watch for the overnight hours when this threat is literally concluding? Like, yes, we'll, like I said before, we'll have a chance for a few spin-up tornadoes, maybe one strong. But I don't know why they issued a high probability watch. It is a 70-60 tornado watch, which is a high threat for tornadoes and a high-end moderate for strong tornadoes, if you look at watch probs. Yeah, but here's the thing, Catman. We've had an absurd amount of wind shear, mostly 300 plus in the 0 to 1 and 0 to 2 kilometer range. So I really don't know why they went with such a higher end watch. Sorry if that didn't make too much sense. My brain ain't braining right now. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm out. Practically sleep talking right now. We got one tornado warning left, 18 minutes left on it. If this tornado warning ends, that means that we covered the first tornado warning, and we covered until we eventually were left with 0 tornado warnings. Now, if this keeps on going, then I'm just gonna end, because the only reason why I continued was for Goddess near Jay, Oklahoma. She was in a tornado warning, and also to just stretch it barely to that 10-hour mark. I don't think this storm's gonna do much more. They're barely hanging on. Storm in Mississippi looks more impressive than half the storms in the enhanced risk right now. That should tell you something. That should really tell you something. Because it's an outlook not made by the SBC. You have a bunch of either grown men or early teenagers fussing at any outlook that isn't official on Twitter. And then on the other half of it, you have reasonable people who do look into NATOcast, and it verifies on low end days, but on higher end days, it tends to do pretty poorly. So on like 2% and 5% tornado risks, it does typically pretty well. But once you get beyond like a 10% or a 15% tornado risk, NATOcast tends to struggle. Still continuing the same tornado warning. There's a disk extension. Anderson, Missouri needs to be in their safe spot. Surrounding areas, it's just a lot of rain and lightning. This storm is barely hanging on to being tornadic. I haven't seen anything impressive out of it in almost an hour. Let's see. All right. Not too much longer to wait, y'all. Hopefully tornado warning less than 14 minutes. It's literally been this one storm forever. I don't know if I could do a big loop of it, but we haven't had a tornado warning outside of this storm in like maybe two hours. Yeah, that does say 80. I just had to get a little bit closer there. Several storm trackers reported 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts. Well, that verified the wind threat, I suppose. At least down here in Oklahoma. But like the whole northern risk was really a huge underperformance, and much of Kansas was just a complete bust. There's a risk for some thunderstorms up in Wisconsin. Let me see exactly where you are. Southern Wisconsin, yes. Definitely going to see a lot of heavy rain and some lightning, but severe storms should be very isolated and likely won't see much severe weather. Huge underperformance, like I said, on the northern risk, with the exception of eastern Nebraska. Like, really, everything up here is just a huge underperformance, except for where we had those elevated storms somewhere in, like, eastern Nebraska and here. Those performed pretty big hailers. And then we did perform back down in here as well. What's that? Oh, observe flash flood warning. Yeah, we did perform pretty well in this area. Come on. 12 minutes, man. 12 minutes. Please. Tornado warning list, please. There is supposed to be more storms tonight, Brooklyn, but significantly weaker. Mainly just moderate rainfall, the isolated lightning strike. You know, if that March 11th risk holds on the day 6 outlook, I called that out on February 27th. That's like a 2 weeks heads up for severe weather. Now, I will say that's just luck. It took no skill with that. That was just luck. But on Twitter, I pointed this risk from March 4th to March 11th. I pointed out the chance for severe weather in these areas on February 27th. So I gave a good 5+ day heads up and upwards of, depending on what day, anywhere between 5 days and upwards of 2 weeks of a heads up on Twitter. I like to point out signals on that on Twitter, but this one was an unusually strong signal, which is why I pointed it out 220 hours out. Normally I don't do that, but I mean, it was such a strong signal, it was impossible to ignore. So I'd say my heads up was pretty dang good, and then the SPC also did a great heads up too. They issued their risks very well, days out, but the main risk areas, both yesterday and today, a little bit more iffy. Didn't perform perfectly in the main risk areas. Yesterday, the 10 hatched barely saw one weak tornado. Most tornadoes stayed in north central, northwestern Oklahoma. And then today, much of the enhanced risk zone for hail underperformed significantly, aside from Nebraska. And then for tornadoes, nothing performed well until they eventually extended that 10 sig back into northwestern Oklahoma. But by then, half of our outbreak was already over. Let's see. Okay. Oh, they extended it. Well, we're ending under a tornado warning. It is what it is. I don't think it's too tornadic, but it is what it is, man. We'll end under one tornado warning and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 severes. It is what it is. That tornado warning will expire as I hit the end button. So, really there's no like very obvious areas to watch out for tonight. The main area, I would say the main area, the area I'd watch out for the most, if I had to point out an area, would be in here. That would just be the area I'd remain weather wearing the most tonight. But of course, if you're in those tornado watches, still remain weather wear. But I don't expect anything notable tonight. Just isolated 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe the occasional gust up to 70. Isolated large hail of 1 inch in diameter, maybe as large as 1.75 inch in diameter. And then a spin-up tornado or two still possible. I wouldn't fully rule out a strong tornado still, but the chance of a strong tornado is extremely low. Fayetteville, Arkansas, mainly tonight. You're just going to see a lot of heavy rain and lightning here in about probably roughly 2 hours. And then you'll also get another round very late tonight with the same heavy rain and lightning. Probably closer to actually 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Not even tonight, actually tomorrow morning. But yeah, I think that is about it, man. That is about it. Oh, is that, what the heck? Is that a new severe watch coming in around St. Louis? Yep. Sure is. We just got a random severe thunderstorm watch out here. Severe thunderstorm watch until 7 a.m. Holy crap. I don't think anybody's going to be up for that at least all night. I know some people will wake up at 7 a.m.
Yeah, me on Mondays or well now this week Thursdays.
All right, now you're unmuted. If you got plenty of time, I guess go ahead and start the outro.
All right, yo.
Heck no, Pete. If you want to cover it, I'll give you my YouTube password and you can come on here and cover it for me.
No, can you give me the password to your YouTube channel?
Like you've had
Yeah,
it for years and you've literally live streamed on this channel before.
You're right. Wait, you haven't changed it?
Oh, I have, yeah. I changed it
Yeah.
like 3 times since then.
Like 3 times. That's what I'm saying. I don't have it.
I change it
Give me the
often
password
for
and
security
I'll go live.
reasons. No,
I'll
you
go live for
won't.
you whenever you're chasing.
No, you won't.
If I don't chase and you chase, I'll go live for you.
There's not going to be a day where I chase and you don't. The only
You don't think
instance
so?
where that might happen is if there's like one random storm in the mountains of Virginia around my area. But go ahead, start the outro. I'm ready to go to bed.
All right, y'all. It's been a long day. You know, I haven't been here all day. I could just say it's been a long day. Hey, man, this man TRG.
Okay, not
This
this
dude.
long of an outro. Come on, speed it up.
Oh, my bad. All right, y'all.
We
I
don't
hope
need
you
one of
guys
your
had a great
grand
day today.
speeches again like we did last night.
He wanted music as outro, not lucky. All right, y'all. If y'all did enjoy, make sure you like and subscribe. Turn the post notification on so you get notified when he does go live or when he doesn't make a video. And if anyone tuned into my stream today, thank you too, because I know a few people did. Appreciate it. It feels good to be back. I'm back. I actually am tracking weather again.
He won't be back for too long. Don't get too excited.
Don't get too excited. Yeah, unless it's like consistent chase days. Even then, yeah. I don't know.
All right. I'll talk to you after stream.
All right, yo.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys, that's it for this stream. I appreciate you tuning in for the 10-hour live stream. Appreciate everybody for tuning in, even if it was just for a bit or, you know, if you stayed the whole 10 hours. I appreciate it greatly. NASCAR, forgot about that. I don't see a truck race. I don't see a truck race. No truck race. We've got Xfinity at 7:30 tomorrow, and we got Cup at 3:30 Sunday. I'll likely be chasing for Cup, but I should be able to watch tomorrow's O'Reilly's series now. But anyways, appreciate you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you much for my chat. I'll see you guys possibly in a live stream tomorrow, just depending on how I feel. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. Goodbye.
Brother, see you later.
Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. Thank you, Mods for Mod Chat, and everybody for tuning in. Thank you, Lucky, for tuning in as well. See you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yo.
We're still
Yo,
live.
I'm
You didn't do
crying.
your quack. We're still live.
Oh, fuck.